was this prevalent. I write like my little experiences is my experiences, but you know, man, I'm from the old CD where it's just like whatever, right? Like even shit like African booty scratcher, like that was just like calling a nigga back then. Like I didn't really look at all this psychological shit that go on with people, but man, bro, I didn't have some conversations where motherfuckers be fucked up over this shit, bro. Light skin to dark skin.
Man, I'm trying to tell you, man, that, they be they because they turned it into like a social media game, right?
Right.
The light skin, dark skin, the what light skin dudes is
Yes.
this, you acting light skin, and they say the light skin dudes is acting like
you guys don't
R&B type dudes.
you guys don't hear them. You guys don't hear that. You guys don't.
You might be going out your speakers.
Hey, you going in and out,
King? Echoes.
Yeah, you got to go to settings and do echo cancellation.
All right.
But then, if you got any audio playing in the background, just turn it down. I'm all headphone right now. All headphone, no speakers. You dig? Yeah, but it been the light skin versus dark skin. You know what I'm saying? They Drake and they just been sliding everybody pretty much with this, right? But let me get on here, man.
I recognized a long time ago, especially with that milk argument. That shit made me sick. That what the hell shit?
I don't drink milk.
That milk argument made me sick. But then I realized, why are they selling something when blacks, Latinos, anybody from anywhere else other than the Caucasus Mountains is lactose intolerant? Because it's white people's economy. It's white people's economy. Like I understand that shit.
I want our economy.
In fact, if you want to get deleted quickly, try to change milk out of school lunch. You see what I'm saying? Try to get that shit axed out of school lunch. That's $1 billion industry. It ain't going nowhere. So as a black person, you got to tell your kids, like I told my daughter, who spends way too much money in school lunch every single day, don't drink the milk. It's not good for you. It'll give you.
So Trigger, do you understand Black Beauty's point? She basically telling you Dr. Sebi didn't leave here naturally.
We know that. He came in contracted some kind of pneumonia when he was here.
I've seen the evidence. It was when he started appearing on Breakfast Club. They started getting real opinionated.
How did we get to this point?
You said what?
How did we get to this? See, because they speak in my language early. How did we get to this point?
Good. Hey, talk about it.
Nah, because because they talking about the school lunches and the $1 billion industry with the monopolies on man, bro. This is what I fucking do. So what I'm trying to figure out, usually it works up to that because this is where you're bringing us in. So how long this video been going on?
This is what I got. Of
this
course, they go back down rabbit holes and stuff. That I'm sure this wasn't the main topic. You feel me?
Yeah, just so you know, I'm absolutely feeling the topic because this is frontline shit. This is the shit we deal with first to get to the shit later. Just the idea, we got some brothers talking about that, right? The milk industry, especially with the school, Kellogg's, right? The cereals and whatnot. Hey, bro, these companies can sustain off a school breakfast alone. Right? Dairy Gold could just sell milk to the schools and be good. Right? Have everything on lock and key. Kellogg's and all these cats, like, if you could get your products in institutions, you're home free, right? They got some damn potato chips you could only get in prison. And they're hella popular. They're these everything chips where it's like every single flavor of chip all in one chip. And they only sell them in the prison. It's some name brand shit too. It's packaged hella nice. And I'm all like, I bet you that keeps your labor costs down. You don't really need delivery, folks. You just ship it straight to the facility, straight to the institution, straight to the commissary. I'm not saying that the kids get commissary at school, right? But institutions all have similar makeups, especially when you're talking about institutions that house bodies, right? Schools and shit, juvenile hall, prison. So yeah, okay. I was just wondering how we got here. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling this convo.
He was gone, so I see what you're saying, but yeah.
I want to bring my moringa root tea. Who do you have in the FDA for me?
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, I started doing oat milk in my coffee.
Yeah, we hear you. We hear you.
Come on,
I know why Angry Man is always angry, because he was in public school. He used to eat the milk.
He is not
the chocolate milk with the hamburger.
Chocolate milk was good as shit. I ain't gonna lie.
Never drank
Yeah,
the
he ate
milk.
them circle pizzas.
I never drank the milk. I was one of those kids. I couldn't drink the milk. It just the taste of milk would make me throw up, bro. I never drank the milk.
Chocolate milk,
I love milk.
Divine.
I never had school lunch. I had it one time in kindergarten. I hated it, and my grandma sent me with lunch every day until I was in seventh grade.
I never drink. Even to this day, I can't drink. I like if I watch somebody drink a glass of milk, I would throw up.
Yo, that's my problem. I love milk. I just love milk. That's my problem.
What the fuck? And then let's be real. Let's be real, because I'm gonna tell you something, right? The funniest thing is human beings are by far the stupidest creatures on the planet. We're the only creatures that drink milk from another fucking being.
It just tastes so good. It tastes so good. I don't know why.
It's kind of disgusting when you think about it. And past infancy,
yeah,
right?
That's true.
We're the only people that drink that shit past infancy.
Very
It's
disgusting.
crazy.
It's very
that's
disgusting.
true. Yeah.
Do you know there's pus in milk? Every time I see that goddamn documentary,
It tastes good to me. It tastes good to me.
I said pus. I said pus.
AM. You know what I saw a couple years ago on some news? They were saying that if you drink breast milk, that's more healthy than drinking the cow's milk. If you kept drinking,
it is.
It is.
I don't know what it is.
because
I just love the taste
from
of
a
milk.
human being. Like it's like,
Yeah,
it
love the
comes
taste of
from
milk.
a human. Like
It's naturally intended for us. Yeah.
I'm going at everybody in the chat. All my chat bots. You got smoke. I'm coming for you. I'm coming.
Y'all saw when Diddy had those people going across New York City looking for Cambodian breast milk or some shit? Oh no, that's Dave Chappelle. That was Dave Chappelle. My bad.
Dave Chappelle.
Yeah, that's Dave Chappelle. My bad.
That was actually real?
The finest breast milks.
I thought that was a joke.
It was Dave Chappelle. Part.
Yo, I don't look.
Fighter on his racist shit.
Here's the thing. I'm
Fighter
just
been going after black people for about 2 months now.
I love black pussy. What are you talking about?
Look, see,
You like black pussy, but you don't like black niggas.
I'm up here with y'all.
This dude got a do-rag on his emoticon.
You're not calling the angry man a nigger, are you?
If you got a do-rag on in your emoticon and you don't like black women,
Yo, y'all never seen Carlos Delgado?
Fighter is black.
Dominicans are niggas.
I get waves, you heard? I get waves.
First of all, let me explain something.
Fighter is a dark-skinned Cheech and Chong.
You live on no street. He black.
That nigga black.
We're not gonna let Fighter get away with that. Okay.
I never seen Carlos Delgado.
Let's be clear about something when it comes to Fighter. Okay?
Roberto Clemente.
Let's be clear about something when it comes to Fighter. Okay. There are a lot of Hispanic and Latin people. If you look like a light-skinned nigga, you a nigga. I don't give a fuck what nobody say.
They niggas.
I don't give a fuck what nobody say. Because you'll see a Latin person that looks Caucasian, but then you'll see a Latin person like Fighter.
I look African.
I literally got a cousin that looks like Fighter. So fuck all of that goofy shit, bro. You feel me? Why
I know the Dominican nigga that jet black?
Yeah, exactly.
Fighter looks like half of the West Indians.
Yo, they niggas.
He black.
They black. You never seen Carlos Delgado? Look at all them niggas in baseball.
It depends on the situation.
Yeah, Poppy no block.
I'm black when convenient. It depends.
Poppy no block. He said we get the reparation checks. He gonna be black.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna be at that government. I'm gonna be at that government building when they start.
He literally.
Dark Kent in the building.
What up? What up? What up?
What up, man?
What's good, Chef?
Same old shit, bro.
I gotta
It's
figure out.
you know, we blessed with another Monday. Shit, I'm blessed to wake up and build with you brothers and sharpen my sword. So yeah, it's a good day, bro.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Always.
So what was these cats talking about?
Last time?
Well, right now they getting into colorism and racism, but you know how we do. We get in the rabbit hole. So right now they started talking about the commerce in the institutions, right? Like school, how milk is $1 billion industry. Now they getting into the whole who like milk, who doesn't, what milk contains. Milk gives me a gag reflex. You know how we do. We go into the whole chambers and the levels of the shit. But really
Right.
what it's about colorism. They just talking about milk right now, bro.
How they give milk colorism?
Because they talking about everybody of color is lactose intolerant,
Oh
right?
yeah, right.
And then they saying like since it's the white man system, they got milk everywhere. I'm just like, all
Milk
right,
and white sugar and yeah, all that stuff
right,
that's white ain't good. Well, but in the dictionary, black is the worst color, and white is pure and honest. That's what definition of white is in the dictionary.
yeah, that's that Moorish law definition stuff.
No, that's just that. What did Carousel say? Nigga, we lost.
Oh,
Now,
for sure. Oh yeah, no question. Oh
now we
yeah,
gotta go.
no.
Now we
Oh
gotta go under
yes,
their system.
for sure, for sure.
Well, yeah, we lost.
For sure, for sure. Anybody saying my people ain't lost, we gotta watch them. Anybody who tells me my people ain't wayward, nah, you ain't. You trying to fool me or something. I don't know what you trying to do, but I can't trust you.
No, they in the matrix.
Yeah.
You know, they can't think past what they're told. Yeah, they playing they playing that colorism card, but that shit ain't gonna last too long.
I mean, shit, the thing is with it is that most of the colorism I see as far as my people go be like a lack of confidence stemming from whatever, right? You feel you ain't light enough, you feel you ain't dark enough, you feel like you know it because the way I look at it is that when you black, there's no I don't really see an advantage to being a light-skinned nigga.
Why you say? What you mean?
Like you still one of us, nigga. Like
Right,
the
right.
if you in the car with me and you and Dr. Hood, nigga, what you ain't getting no light skin treatment. Like, bro, you getting what we get.
Facts. Facts.
So that shit, I've always, wondered about that. Where I'm all like, oh, that's almost like at least you ain't broke as these other niggas, but you still broke too, right? Niggas, I say all the time, we don't talk about money when white people come around.
Right.
Because there's certain things that we know and we understand. White people, we could get into it with them. We don't call them broke. We might call them racist. But the first thing we don't go to is you're broke.
Right.
We could get into it with a white person in a trailer park, and we could be in a goddamn Lotus, but you'll still have it in the back of your mind. You never really know. This a white man. He might really be caked up. So I'm gonna call him racist. I'm gonna call him a bitch, a faggot, all type of shit. But I ain't gonna call you broke because I know when it come to money, I can't really talk. Right? So we get around each other and we do that money talk. And it's it's just like colorism, right? When we get around white people, we talk different regarding colorism than we around black people. When we around white people, we victims. We dealing with the humanitarian side of it. When we get around other black folks, bro, we want to tear them down.
We want to stun on each other.
We want to stun on each other.
Right. Don't make no sense that we all broke.
And we all black.
And we all
broke. We all black.
Right.
Right. And even if you do got some money, like I tell niggas, okay, I'm doing all right. That's tokenism. That's one thing I understand, right? Especially doing these events for the community, right? When they'll give you a budget and they'll let you divvy it out to motherfuckers, but they won't give me enough money to give you niggas a bag.
Right.
They'll give me, I could give you niggas $1,000 here for, whatever. We could tweak some shit. But I'd be like, I want to give niggas 10 bands. Give me, instead of a $6,000 budget, give me $100,000 budget. So I could give a nigga college tuition for his daughter. But see, you don't want to do that. You don't want me to be able to help my people like that. You want me to get them just enough money to pay a couple bills, and they still in the same predicament they was in before I got them the gig.
And they're comfortable with still staying in that situation.
Hey, bro, it's crazy, right? It's crazy because I say this shit and motherfuckers be like, man, bro, niggas just got to be thankful for what they get. And I be looking at these niggas like, man, see, that's why I don't tell y'all nothing. What? I didn't tell you that for you to say that weird shit. What the fuck? But
without you can't have faith without no works.
Yeah, that's true.
You got the faith and you talking about it, but then you don't go put no work in to do it. How do you expect to get something? See, our people think that free is wealth.
Hey, that's real.
Hey, he hit. He dead on,
bro. Look, we need everybody here to hear that one. I don't think anybody saying that ain't true. I want the smoke. Anyone saying what he said ain't true, I want the smoke. Because I seen it during the pandemic when niggas was getting them little checks. We was happy.
Oh, them niggas went to Walmart and bought all the 75 inches.
See, I didn't buy the 75 inch, but I was happy.
Yeah, some free money.
Yeah, but man, come on, man. That wasn't look.
Hey, ain't nobody never gave me shit, bro.
I ain't even get that shit. So
man, they gave you niggas you niggas. All that was some grocery money for you niggas.
Right.
Listen.
Come on, man.
I don't know. I can't even pinpoint exactly what it was money, but I was happy.
You got some gas.
I'm not gonna sit up here and act like I wasn't happy. Right? That's not
I
can't do that.
No, because
right?
Listen. Here's what we're not gonna do. Because there's levels to this shit. Don't insert yourself into this like that. Because then I gotta point out that you're one of the people who you're not a check God like that. Like you're happy because you just got the little stipend. That's cool, right? But what did it help you in a bind? See, you a hustler, so you gonna say, well, I need everything. I know you for years.
I don't use those words like bind, and I just never use those words.
All right. Okay.
I don't like that. I don't like the energy
that's cool. That's cool.
that
Let's go
word
down the rabbit hole.
fucking
How much
pulls
did you
off.
get?
You know, it's the same amount as everybody else. What are you talking? I don't think it was different.
Did it cover? Would it have covered? Would it have covered a semester
Hell
at
no.
school?
Listen, that shit probably could have covered a new washer or something. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I got you. All right. Okay.
Like
all right.
you know, maybe a laptop or you know what I'm saying? Like shit. Yeah, no, I didn't go to the Gucci store. You know, I know
Okay,
that.
thank you.
Right?
All right, now we're getting somewhere.
You know,
I didn't even
give
get
me
this
another
shit.
one today. Either it's not gonna go to the mortgage, it's gonna go to fucking something, you know.
But you the money, that the excess money was more so treated as an investment than, like you said, you didn't go to the Gucci store, you didn't go get Balenciaga.
Yeah, I didn't go spend, you know, $350 on my homies at the club plus a $200
That's all I'm
outfit
saying.
and $240 phones, right?
Right.
And a rental car. Like, you know, you blew your whole stipend. And these dudes do that.
Trying to stunt for the light skinned chick.
Yeah, trying to get in and still trying to be fresh.
Right.
You still want to be fresh after a certain. I mean, it's good to be groomed and clean, right? There's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
But when you get to the point where you're coming out the house like we were back in fucking 2001, right? You still just want to be fresh to death every single day, and you're really not focusing on what's important.
Exactly.
I can't tell a young man how not to have fun. Nobody can tell me how not to have fun, right? But you got to understand it comes with consequences, and that's being behind. That's everything catching up to you, and then, like you said, you're in a bind. Okay.
Right.
So I'm not gonna stop nobody from having fun. When I was young, I did it the way I wanted to do it. I wasn't listening to people. Uncles used to tell me, "Man, don't be so flashy, man." For what?
Right.
For what?
Right.
What?
Yeah, but see, here's the whole thing, and I want to point out what you brothers are saying. It's 2023 now, right? How many of these brothers are still in that state of mind that we personally know from
That's
back
our
then?
age.
And that's what the problem is. The problem ain't you niggas, right?
No.
Y'all are the ones who we need to be vibing with and looking at and being like, okay, it's these. Come on, man. We know these guys, man.
Man, listen, man.
We know their names, bro.
Man, there's dudes. I'm glad I got all my Super Bull out in my 20s. You know, I did. I had great 20s, enough to last me a lifetime, you know, because I'm seeing dudes 35 and up, pushing 40, in their 40s, out here still trying to
in their 50s
chase this street fame or something, bro.
Yep. Niggas my age. I'm 48. Right now, I don't got no grandchildren yet, but you guys got to understand, I had my first child at 27, right? So my oldest just hit 21. You know, Dr. Hood know my son. Like, this nigga, he's not even thinking about no shit like that. Like, with me, nigga, mortality setting in. I'm all like, man, ain't no, you know, we ain't got no grandkids about to happen. He's all like, nigga,
Right.
you had the kids that, man, I got some years. I'm good. I'm chilling.
Right.
Right. He just, what? Nigga, I mean, yeah, it's gonna happen, but shit. So it's like my mind is working that way. Like, what the fuck?
Well, they
Nigga,
got the black
I'm not
community
worried about
scared
no
straight.
street cred, none of that.
They got the black community scared straight to reproduce. You know, they're talking about all these statistics, and you know, I hear it all the time. You know, this abortion thing, man against woman, woman against man.
Right.
You know, this
Right. Perfect. Look.
Evil woman.
We could get into that. How does think about this? We talking about colorism. Have y'all ever seen a Planned Parenthood in an upscale community?
Never.
Nah.
Never.
It's in the
Me
hood.
neither.
It's always in the hood.
Me neither. Like, and the thing is that what be so-called white people give us these permanent solutions to temporary problems thing where we do things that we can't reverse, that we could never live down, right? Like, I like to have these little moments of transparency because I'm a private dude. I don't talk about my life like that, right? But I've been involved in a Planned Parenthood situation, my nigga. I've been involved in an abortion. I regret that shit to this day, right? Because I got 4 other beautiful children. Why didn't give this one an opportunity? What happened to where in that moment I wasn't man? I already had a son, right? This I wasn't no 15-year-old nigga scared to go face my grandfather, bro. I was a grown-ass man, my nigga. I was like 28 years old, dog. 29 years old. And did some little weird shit like this. Right? And it's on me. Like, it's nah, nigga, it's on me. But I'm just saying, like, that's just wild. Like, if one of my kids deal with that, that might be the first thing they do if they don't have certain reassurances. If they don't get certain confidences, if we don't make them understand, okay, you popped up pregnant, you didn't expect this, but this is a temporary problem. This little motherfucker's gonna be the light of your world. They gonna bring you so much joy. But right now, it's kind of all bad. You got a lot of growing up to do. The first thing we want to do, what you gonna do now? And how you a kid, Rick? Man, and it's like, man, shit. We gotta stop being scared to live. You feel me?
They got the whole world scared to have kids.
Misanthropicus altruist, come up on the panel. You got the link in the chat, Dr. Hood?
It's always in the chat.
Yeah, man. Hit that, man. Hit
Ain't
that.
No excuse. If people want to come up,
I like that
they
comment.
always welcome.
I like that comment. Hit that chat, man. Come up in here with us. Go ahead. I cut somebody off. My apologies. Go ahead. I'm muting up.
When they have the boxes, do you do Hispanic black or Hispanic white? Which one?
It doesn't say that. It says
it does on my company.
It says black non-Hispanic.
Oh yes, you're right. It says, "Are you black non-Hispanic?"
Okay.
Yeah. So look at these niggas in the chat room. Look at these niggas in the chat room. Pastor said they are not black. Angry man, a liar. Y'all are some of the dumbest fucking
dumb as a bag of rocks
on planet goddamn Earth. Let me say this, right? So when they founded America, white people was smart. They were smart enough to realize that if they continue to categorize themselves in these individually small tribes and shit, they would always be outnumbered, right? So they came up with the concept of whiteness. And so every time somebody came into this country from another European country, if they was German, if they was Polish, if they was Italian, they say, you're white, right? Mm-hmm. But you dumbass niggas
separate.
Can have people that obviously have indigenous and African roots can come into this country and be like, they ain't part of us. They ain't part of us. Yep. But you.
Let's talk about it. I like that. Let's talk about it.
He said, you dumbass niggas.
Let's talk about it. Dark Kent. Come on.
Those white people don't come over here talking about they white. They rep their nationality. They come over here. They come over here and say they're German or Chinese or Japanese or they're not talking about they're black or white.
Hey, look, I'm gonna say like this, right? Because I done met the like diasporic Africans, like the brother Africans, we're all one people. And I'm gonna
Right.
keep it real. All the ones I've met have all told me the going narrative isn't how they think. Like they'll let me know in a minute, like, hey, all of us don't think this way. I'm just telling you, just in case you run around thinking all the people from my country are like me. They're not.
Right.
And hey, in my country, we don't consider, but black is the people who were slaves. You're black.
Right.
So I
Hey, come
mean,
on
man,
in. Come on
I
in.
done met a
It don't
French
matter
here.
what race you are. Come on in. We want to talk about it.
Oh man, we don't care about that.
It's all about culture to them.
Yeah,
it's culture.
We need some white people on here. Get up on here. Yeah, exactly. It's definitely all about culture because, like, shit, over there, they got other tribes, like we got other hoods or other areas or other systems of practice, right? If it ain't one thing, it's another thing. If a nigga ain't a blood or a crip, he a Christian or a Muslim, or it's Harvard or Yale, Garfield Franklin type shit. Like, hey, everybody got their cultures, man.
Right.
And you go and culture is very powerful, right?
Yeah.
It's how you communicate, it's what you eat. I mean, like, man, we could even look at the colorism in our culture. Look at our foods, and we don't eat live foods. We want everything dead. We overcook everything. Shit, I done met niggas who don't eat fresh food. They don't eat fruit. They don't eat vegetables. That's that colorism. That's you being led to believe that everything for you gotta be unhealthy.
Right. But who did we learn that from?
Man, you know who we learned it from?
Right. Right. We learned it from them. We didn't even eat meat where we was from. We ate fruits and vegetables. So, that's why our bodies is dying of old age. We ain't even supposed to die of old age. Everything has a purpose.
Oh, I was muted up. What's going on, bruh?
Misanthropic altruist, what's happening?
Probably got a mic muted.
Yeah, they muted.
Yeah, you muted up.
Dark Kent's muted too.
Yeah.
Oh, they got out of there.
So people,
they'll probably come back.
People, man, people are lost. We don't know who we are. We're calling ourselves black. That's why colorism works. Because we're calling ourselves a color in a crayon box. That's not a nationality.
Misanthropic.
Hey, what's up?
What's going on?
What's that?
Oh no, we just cooling.
Looking for some headphones so I don't echo or anything. So
yeah, let's talk about it.
Yeah, hey, what's dude's name? Misanthropist?
yeah, misanthropic.
Oh, misanthropic. Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize.
No,
hey, a question for you. What's your nationality?
White.
That's not a nationality.
Oh, nationality. I mean, okay, so like most modern American white folks, I'm I'm mixed with a whole bunch of European, a little bit of native, so pretty standard. So you got Irish in there. So here's the deal, though. Like, I mean, y'all probably know, all white folks in America already assimilated. There's very few people left, except pockets of neighborhood in certain, like Boston, New York, maybe LA. Like, you got pockets that are still rocking like German culture and heritage, pockets of Irish or whatever. But for the most part, they're assimilated. They're just assimilated, and they just identify either as white or American or whatever. So.
They're basically not a pure nationality no more over here.
Yeah, I mean, I would dare to say, I mean, I'll just call it as it is. As time went by, then different white ethnicities, European ethnicities were assimilating. There was like a quiet social contract that was rearranged. It's like, yo, if you want part of this mainstream white society, you got to give up those little cultural things. And what you get back is you get access to different social strata, but you have to assimilate. So, and at the end of that, what's the main culture that's ubiquitous between almost all Americans, black folk, everybody? It's consumerism. It's a form of materialism, right? That's the only thing we really share in common, is that kind of materialism. You know what I mean? So that's the true national identity at this point.
Yeah, now that makes a lot of sense. That's why I put the ism in green, because it's rooted behind money and land. To me, that's what it boils down to.
So who owns the money in the land?
Man, you want to go down the rabbit hole?
Yeah, us blacks own 0.5% of the nation's wealth. If we just want to talk about America,
1%,
0.5%.
Man, listen. We spend so much money. We spend over $9 to $10 trillion a year. That's like one of the top 5 countries in the world of spending power together. But we don't own no land. We don't own none of that stuff. So once we look past this colorism thing, you're going to start understanding who controls all the money, the land, the banks, everything.
Let me ask y'all something. Y'all think we should go back to segregation?
Hell yeah.
Do you think black people can thrive with segregation, going to segregation right now, today, in this era?
Yep. Because if we went back to segregation, that means that everybody will be back in their own little communities.
There's no way we could go to segregation.
Why not?
What do you mean? There's too many. All right, okay, so then that's what they were talking about on the panel that I got the clip out of.
How come we can't?
No, I mean, kind of right. We got mixed children.
We got mixed children. Let's start there.
Okay, right. That ain't a problem.
Our mixed
when y'all say segregation, are
parents is mixed?
When y'all say segregation, are you advocating for the state to get involved? Like, do you want legal segregation to come back, or are y'all just talking about where it's just more acceptable that to utilize freedom of association? Because freedom of association is dope, right? I mean, it can get twisted and it can become tribalism, racism, or whatever. But the concept of freedom of association is like, you mess with who you mess with. That's your prerogative. As long as you ain't hurting nobody else, it shouldn't be an issue. But they made it an issue. You know what I mean? But what do y'all mean? Are y'all talking about like making it a legal framework again, like Jim Crow? Or are y'all talking about just it's more culturally acceptable just to rock with your own people?
Yeah, right.
Well,
it's culturally acceptable.
Nah, Dark Kent got some different ideas. Let's hear Dark Kent.
I was thinking in terms of the whole country. It's 50 states in this country, right? So divide up this whole country. 25 for Black Americans, 25 for white Americans. Now I know you probably like that ain't practical, that can't be realistic, but we speaking hypothetical. If it could be like that. Now for mixed people, or people who have mixed children or whatever, the parents, one half of the parent is black, the other parent is white. They can choose what side you want to be on.
Oh, you're definitely gonna have to have
So,
neutral zones, like because
so
folks are gonna want to mingle, even if they're not mixed. Some folks are gonna want to mingle regardless. In fact, like even if you succeed and do your own thing, you still are probably gonna interface with the
yeah, I'm
like
not saying that.
yeah.
Right, that's fine. I mean, that's fine. We can mix and mingle or whatever. But I'm thinking in terms of, like, for instance, Native Americans with their reservations. You can't come on their reservations unless you know somebody that is a native, or you got some type of pass or whatever. They gonna
But
stop
peep,
you.
all right, hold up, though. Peep game. So I live and I go to the reservation all the time. I'm in a part of Arizona. There's a really nice one, like one of the nicest in the country. And I've been to other reservations that are like third world countries that they're horrible. But what most of them have in common, there are very few modern native reservations that are sovereign. Most of them are under direct federal mandate and rule.
Right.
So there's no sovereignty in those communities.
Those are the $5 Indians.
Mm. So, but you can't go on there without knowing someone, right?
Yeah,
Or
but
you
that's
can't
not up
just
to the natives.
you can't
That's up
just
to the
walk.
government. That's the government trying to keep track of the flow of people. That's not the native culture itself.
Okay.
Especially the ones with the casinos on.
What about the
So is
casinos? Like,
that
You don't think
some type of
the
agreement
federal
or understanding that they have to have their own reservation land or whatever with the government?
no, what I'm saying is that this is a okey doke. This is a misunderstanding of what's happening on the ground in a reservation. So in a reservation, there's a degree of segregation. Like you have to have a certain blood matrix or whatever to get in, be part of the tribe, whatever. However, but here's the deal: you can marry into it. Like if you a brother and you marry like a native
Right,
bride,
right.
like you're into it. Like I mean, you can marry into it, that kind of thing. But at the end of the day, it's the federal government that calls the shots. So like, who's the federal government still mostly comprised of? White. So what? So like the segregation hierarchy, you still got like a white system at the top of that
Oh,
not
they
sovereign
still
community.
control it then. So they're not their own, so they still control it. Government
Yeah,
still
they're not
control.
sovereign.
Oh,
So
okay.
like, yeah.
I always thought that, man. Learn something new every time, but I always thought they had
and
their
this is
own little thing, their own,
and this is
just their own just their own society going on. But
No.
it's still controlled by the government, which I'm not surprised, because they pretty much, I mean, the government, you know what I'm saying, by giving them land and letting them build casinos and things of that nature for whatever the past history was or whatever, killing them off and things of that nature. But they still got their hand in it. They still controlling things. They still
Oh, word. Word. And so like I mean, and they have a tribal council, and that's what like people outside they hear about this. Oh, whoa! Like they still got chiefs and make it calling their own shots or whatever. But the tribal council is always in a position where they have to abide by the framework by the federal mandates. Like so the power is not. I mean, it's a level of power, but it's not sovereignty. It's not true, authentic sovereignty. You know what I
it's
mean?
not
So
100% sovereignty. Okay, got it.
yeah.
So are they involved in governmental politics?
Well,
Do they
like if
vote?
you,
Do they?
I mean, yeah, I mean, you have to, because like if you're in that system, you have to. Like, here's the deal: you're gonna get it like clever cats in any system, in any framework that'll find a way to come up, and some of them will be for their try to do the best they can within that framework for their people, and some will just straight up sell out. And you'll see this how like how various different casinos and different reservations are run. Most of them where like you got like homeboy said the $5 Indians, you got them, but then you got like straight up Indians, and sometimes they get together, sell out so they can live in the nice houses and have access to the mainstream society and this, that, and the third. But then and that's the norm. What's unusual is when like You get the council that runs a casino, and they share it. I happen to live in a community that was one of the nicest in the nation. Like, you couldn't even tell you were on a reservation here because they just looked like normal, really nice suburban houses. Like, you wouldn't even know. There's only little tiny pockets that look a little rough, but like not like there's a lot of Navajo reservations, whether they have casinos or not, that are third world conditions, which means that the little power that the tribal councils do have, they ain't doing right. You know what I mean? They're not. It's not working.
So, to going back to my hypothetical question about segregation, and I was referring to the whole country. Like I said, splitting it up, just when you had the Civil War, you had the North versus the South, whatever. So if you had blacks on one side, you had whites on the other side, mixed. They can choose whichever side they want to be on, but everyone on their sides govern themselves with their own laws and whatnot, law enforcement, whatever, how everything is set up, structured. So if that was possible, I was asking, well, this question is to you, brothers. Do you think that we could thrive, or that we could that we could coexist? Because we already know just in our culture, period, our race, it's hard for us to coexist with one another because we're always, as y'all mentioned earlier, tearing each other down, things of that nature. And, our psyche, we just ass backwards.
Without a doubt. I mean, this isn't even hypothetical. I mean, like, here's the deal. Like, in the West, I noticed one thing in the West. Blacks and whites in America got Africa all twisted. They think it's this giant, like, just hut. It's just a bunch of huts. Nah, like African cities have been industrialized and they've got technology for a hot minute. So most of those cities are completely black, African owned and operated, right? And you'll have various conditions. Some of them are nicer than others, right? So like, is this possible? Without a doubt. Without a doubt. You're still gonna always have troubles, but if part of the question is, will this alleviate some issues that the black community faces? Yeah, you'll have other problems, but like as far as like the black American diaspora experience, will that some of that be addressed? I would imagine so. I mean, why wouldn't it be? But everybody had to be on board. Everybody coming into that new way of thinking would have to adjust. So the culture would have to shift too for those folks that wanted to rock with it. You know what I mean? So.
Right.
What is American culture?
I think it's consumerism, man. I think it's empty materialism, and I think that's why everybody going crazy.
I think
Nope.
I think, well, I don't know, consumerism or more capitalism. It's capitalist. It's a capitalistic country. Everybody about trying to get the most or trying to add the most.
Yeah, we consume the most too, though.
Huh?
We consume the most. I think that both you guys are spot on. It's capitalist and consumerism. All we're looking to do, we're not really looking to create. We're looking to indulge, but we're looking to also exploit, right? Which has pretty much been the base of our capitalism. That's how we establish everything from the very beginning. And that's pretty much is our number one thing now. It's exploitation and trauma.
Right.
That's what we sell.
Well, that's what our community sells.
Well, America, like, think about it. That's what we're known as. That's what we do. Like he just said, we'll let you sell out. We'll give you these options. But ultimately, what we come here to do is dominate. We come to enslave. We come to exploit. Right? Like, how many of these wars that we've been involved in was about anything deeper than money and exploitation and murder?
None.
Right.
All wars are about resources. Like
Right.
some wars will have dynamics of like religion and ideology, but most at the end of the day, most of it's about land grabs.
Absolutely.
Like, you know what I mean? It's going to be about resources, but I mean that's ubiquitous throughout history and among all civilizations and people.
Guns,
So like
oil, and drugs.
Yeah.
God, that's what it's about. Guns, oil, and drugs.
Gold.
Gold, yeah, whatever. That too.
All the resources.
Yeah, all those are resources.
Yeah, they in Africa still in that whatever that stuff is called for cell phones and
Lithium. Is it called lithium?
Yeah, lithium.
And cobalt. So lithium and cobalt, man, that modern slavery is happening right now with that.
Exactly.
And the West, including black folks, don't bat an eye. When like, and here's the deal. I'm not trying to offend. I'm just calling it out. When you tell the average folk, yo, the phone you on right now was made with child slavery, they don't throw away the phone. They still use the phone. Like,
right.
Nah, it's just like that whole blood diamond shit. I'm hearing everything you saying because nobody got rid of their chain or stopped wearing jewelry once we found out the truth. We might have shed a tear, we might have had a conversation, but life went on.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think that this is part of the problem, right? Like, we know we need to stand up for something more, but we just don't because it's not convenient, right? It's hard to fight. I don't mean like a physical fight. Any of us could catch a fade. I'm pretty sure if all of us was in the same room catching a fade with each other, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. But what about a fight you know won't be won in your lifetime?
Yeah.
And this is your daily works. This is what you work towards every day. Man, that's tough.
Yeah.
And the truth be told, as far as like, if you were like, if y'all or some folks wanted like a new kind of like society within a society, like a segregation kind of model, the worst part about that is to make it happen in this framework, there's only one avenue toward it, right? It doesn't have to necessarily be violent revolution, but it has to be revolution. And if it goes into the violent way, all bets are off. And like everybody can talk about revolution, but do you understand what you're saying? It means that your side, all sides, the bloodshed, the carnage, the misery, the pain, you cannot comprehend. And then by the time, even if you're successful in that revolution, what next? Can you actually, make real your vision that you sought out? You know what I mean? Like when we look historically for a variety of, let's look at Haiti, for example. Haiti had one of the most successful slave revolts, right? And they're punished to this day. And here's the deal. They're punished by fake woke countries that are progressive, like Dutch, like those that were involved with that particular colony. The countries in their modern form, like they come off as like being progressive or whatever, but in reality, like the money is like, y'all, like we're still gonna punish you for something that happened like how long ago? You know what I mean?
Yep.
And I don't know if there's like if there's a cabal of like white folks sitting in a room saying we're gonna continue to punish Haitians, but I think it's just so baked into the system. It's like, yo, that slave revolt messed up our money. We ain't gonna forget it. I think it's hard to, because I could go both ways. I can visualize a cabal, like, clandestine group of people that run the show, but I can also just see the organics to it, because like a lot of money got messed up. But what doesn't make sense is that if you were to bring back Haiti back into the fold, there's money, money could actually help it. So greed got us into that mess. Greed could get us out, but like it's just it is bizarre when you look at that. So
you said something about violence wouldn't, something in that realm. You said something about violence. I'm sorry, I couldn't. Like, it would actually, for black folks, it would have to take bloodshed and violence to inherit what we feel we are entitled to or feel we are deserve.
Not necessarily. It would take a show of force, meaning there would have to be some sort of well organized militia or military, like kind of with that Black Panther, like the original Black Panther energy.
Exactly.
But but here's the deal. Like if you peep game on what was happening, like both the government and a lot of normal white folks got terrified. They weren't terrified with just black folks having guns by itself. They were terrified with the organization and the confidence the original Black Panthers had. They were like, oh shit. Because in the back of some of their minds are like, does this mean a reckoning is upon us? Like, is this going to show up at our doors? Like, they were scared, right? And the government was definitely scared. So they were actually scared of the intelligence and the organization, not just black folks having guns. You know what I mean? So
right, but that's what I'm saying. The Black Panther Party were good examples of that, showing that they were not afraid. They knew their rights too as an American. But you know, in my opinion, it would have to take some sort of violence, some resistance and pushback. Yes, definitely need organization in order to do that, to be able to force the government into sharing resources and not in making it an even playing field. That's why I had posed a question about segregation and dividing up the country half and half. But it would have to take that in order, if we are the least respected race on this planet Earth. We are the least respected. So with that said, it would have to take some act of violence and pushback and resistance if we were organized, or you know what I'm saying. If we join forces, click tight, and we were really organized, so it would have to take that, and that's just my opinion. It would have to take that. We can't keep marching and keep on voting and shit like all that bullshit just to be respected or to feel accepted within, you know what I'm saying, pretty much a white society. You guys got everything pretty much. You got it all locked up. You got it all set up.
Hey, but look though,
we're governed by your laws that you created. Name me one black person that created one of these constitutional laws and rights. We wasn't even in thought when the Constitution was made. We wasn't even in thought because we were thought of as property, which we are still today.
yeah, we are about to say
We are thought of as property.
Now,
we generate more income, more wealth for you guys. So that's why I know it would definitely, if somebody did try to, organize and really try to get black folks on the same page and like, listen, we gotta really, you know what I'm saying, step up and really do this together and really, if we gonna push that line, we gotta push it for real. They're gonna try to destroy it and tear it down just like they did the Black Panthers.
okay, so look, let's talk about this violence thing real quick, Darkhead, because my thing is this. When you talking about the violence, are you talking about us on the attack or us on the defense, right? Because it's not really, normally how these things have went, we've tried to escape and then we've been ran down on and attacked. And then from there, we're in a situation to where we got to fight on our hands. Uh-oh. So what I'm trying to figure out, right? Because one thing I know, the people who got us in bondage are more willing to do whatever to keep us than we are to be about this shit. Right? If they ready to kill us, then we got to be ready to kill or die. Right? But when you really put that in perspective, see, you're really from this shit. You really been in that. Right, bro. We, like most of us, we city boys, bro. And I'm not saying you ain't from the city. I'm saying that most of us, bro, we ain't never had a firefight in Fallujah. Or we've never even been part of anything that was military minded without self-hate being involved. So how do we navigate through that? Right? Because that's what we gonna need. We gonna need all the people who's really a detriment to us, all the people who, I'm not gonna say you wouldn't fuck with them, but we've had our conversations and you don't really understand these cats. You don't agree But these is the cats we gonna have to get because they the ones with that type of experience.
I mean, the way that I see it, that play is going to come. So, I mean, can you get what is it? Like, if you look at all enlisted and then also, from the academy, so like officers and all enlisted folks, there's a lot of black folks. What is it? 500,000 or a couple million? Like, I'm not sure of that number. It's substantial. There's a lot of black folks in the U.S. military of all branches, right? And not just in enlistment. There's a lot of officers too, right? High ranking, right? So, is there any context when they'd be like, "Yo, it's about time. We got to stop contributing to this system and flip over"? The problem with that is that the immediate threat upon them is like, well, income, status, and what is immediately compromised. Meaning, like, hey, I'm just an enlistment guy. I make X amount of money a year because I fight in Fallujah. But like I do this for my family. So like that intimate bond, they're doing it for like either a wife or kids or maybe just like general like family, like they throw back money. Like it for them to compromise that for this idea of like for my people, I don't know how easy that's gonna be. I mean, that's tough. I mean, can you put yourself in that frame? Like, yo, I'm immediately going to compromise and possibly I got training. I could do it. It would be for the dopest of causes, but my family will immediately suffer because I tie up. You know what I mean? I burnt that bridge with the. I don't know how many people would actually be willing to do that.
Because okay, I do a lot of community work. I do some food programs. I specialize in food justice, right? And I got trained directly under the Black Panthers that started the breakfast program.
Oh,
right?
word.
And here's the whole thing. I've talked to these cats. Oh, they were scared the whole time. Like, see, there's this impression that they were fearless. Nah, they were too scared. It was so bad. They had to do something. And these were kids. That's another thing we got to remember. Bobby Seale, yeah, that motherfucker was older. All these other dudes, Fred Hampton, I can't remember
They
everybody's
were like
name, but I'm
19,
from Seattle.
18.
So we could talk about the Dixon brothers. All the Dixon brothers, them dudes was like high school sophomores, college freshmen. These were straight up and down kids, right? Because when you don't have kids, you got a different perspective, but you gotta really be focused when you got a whole legacy. And like you said, they could suffer. Like me, I'm already in the fight. I'm just trying to paint the picture so people understand what it is they're trying to do, right? I know dudes who things have happened to them simply from an idea, simply because you wanted something and you had the potential to go and get it, and they've gotten rid of you. They've marginalized you. They've compromised you. It's even went so far as to get you the fuck up out of here. Shit that's happened here recently. So the thing is that I'm with it. I'm with the conversation. But we just got to understand this mere conversation could make you a target.
Well, and there's another aspect that I see overlooked in a lot of these similar discussion, whether it's related to specifically to like race or other kind of like justice sort of, whatever. And this is like, is there any way that you can develop a group, a philosophy, something that will bond and bind people, right? That will be a foolproof so that sellouts and traitors can never get a grip on things. And I don't know that that's possible.
No, it's impossible. I hate to say that.
You have to kill a lot of people.
And that's with any group. That's not even specific to black folks. Like every group is kind of at the mercy. And here's the interesting thing. In this day and age, man, it's not like when you look at any given group that has any kind of clout, chances are the leaders are the most corrupt and the most traitorous. Yep. And they're followed by like sycophantic, like, real true believers. And the true believers are just so foolish. They're constantly on the okie doke, and then some of them even realize they're on the okie doke, and they just don't care. It's like, whatever. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
like
So like,
dude, like dude with the steak in the Matrix when he was all like, man, I know that this steak is bullshit, whatever. But you know what? Fuck it, I'll take the steak. I'll take the steak over the
Yep.
struggle, even if it ain't real, right?
Yep.
And a lot of us is like that. And when I say us, I just mean people. Usually, when I say us, I mean black people, but I actually mean the general public right now.
Yeah, that was Cypher, and I hate that they named him Cypher because, I used to when I used to do a lot of stuff with like hip hop, so I was always involved with ciphers. But when I saw that movie, I'm like, oh y'all, I can get the name twisted up. But yeah, that Cypher ate the steak. Here's the deal though, like the point that he made. Even if you're a truth seeker, right, and guess what? Let's not pretend everybody values truth. They don't. And
Right.
this is the human condition. This goes beyond race. Most folks don't value the truth. They really don't.
I
And
don't
like,
care about it.
what was interesting about his
Oh, hey man,
character,
the truth will get you killed. Have you ever heard of anybody like getting destroyed in a like destroyed? Like let's say you're a reporter. Let's say you work in the media and you expose something. Have you ever seen anybody get destroyed over a lie?
Yeah.
Oh, because I see motherfuckers get destroyed over the truth.
yeah.
Yeah,
Like
you ever
like
seen that? You seen the movie Kill the Messenger? Perfect example.
yes.
Mhm.
That's exactly what I was thinking about, bro. Kill the messenger, bro. Motherfuckers get in trouble over the truth. Like lie, you kind of good. You could get away with telling lies. You tell too many truths, your ass is done.
Well, it's
Right.
incentivized. So like, if you, here's the deal. We actually in modern culture we value a clever liar, a beautiful liar. Like if you can, I mean, here's the deal. We have a lot of euphemisms for it. It's like, and it's even baked into like other parts of the culture, like hustle culture. There's always it's implied in hustle culture that you're gonna do what you got to do, including scam this, that, and the third. We all know, like, but like it's not out of pocket because that's a reflection of the mainstream society. Everybody knows that we're constantly being lied to. All marketing, all advertisement, we're being lied to constantly. It's like lying. We live in lie culture. There's no like truth seeking
La la
really is
la
like,
la 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 la
yeah, I
la.
mean, but here's the deal, like truth seeking is interesting because I think part of it is that one, there's two ways to do it. You're an external truth seeker, you want to know how the world really works, and then there's internal truth seeking, right? Usually they have a relationship. If you graduate to the point where like, yo, I've peeped game on the world enough, I kind of have my bearings. I don't know it all, but like I'm on that mission. Good. When you start to turn that inward, that's where the real hard work comes. I think that's what terrifies people. It's not that it's because truth of the world can be painful enough, but truth about yourself, which kind of goes into knowledge of self,
That's the
and
worst
that can be
ever.
very painful.
That's the
So
worst pain ever. The truth about you, man. Come
yeah,
on, man. Who the fuck want that? But I will say this: it's one of the better things you could do for yourself. Not at the moment, right? When you do it, it's not the best thing. But as time goes on, to know the truth about yourself will just give you a better understanding of life in general.
word, and it's universal. Like the way I was exposed to this concept is like it was growing up in the '90s. This little white kid with oversized headphones, listening to Wu Tang and like Rakim, and I actually paid attention when they dropped 5% or stuff. And then later on, I would actually make friends with cats that were like in 5% Nation of Islam and whatnot, and so that knowledge of true stuff is like one of the that probably is the most dangerous weapon of any movement I've ever heard, because if you can do hard work on the introspection, that's where you get your true power from. And if you can aggregate that among people around you, yeah, then you're a force to be reckoned with. But like
Right.
this means you have to go through immense suffering. That's the point. You don't come out the other side unchanged, right? So
Yeah.
People don't understand everything good comes with suffering.
Facts.
And I wanted to go back to your point, Chef, when you were asking, did I when I was talking we were talking about violence, and did I mean like on the defense, or because I'm not talking about just outright just going out here killing folks and whatnot. I'm talking in reference of being prepared to defend ourselves, like pretty much like the Black Panther Party, being prepared to defend ourselves when
Right.
we withdraw ourselves from societal things, such as let me just for instance, you got these leagues, sports leagues. If you had no young black males entering in the drafts, football, basketball, school institutions, we start teaching our own kids instead of putting them in these public schools, or even trying to go to any of these prestige colleges or these private schools that pretty much be predominantly white or named after a white person or whatever the case may be. If we were able to withdraw ourselves, and I know it can't be 100% collective that we can get all black people on that same page, but if we can get the majority to really make an impact and really get the government's attention on, okay, we need to meet at the table, we need to, you know what I'm saying, but being able to defend ourselves if they want to throw some shit in the game, such as like they did to brother Fred Hampton. You know what I'm saying? When he was trying to put his plan in place and they just straight up off the man. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? Because they ain't like what, you know what I'm saying, what he was doing. And, pretty much destroying the Black Panther Party. You know what I'm saying? When you got the CIA or whatever infiltrating and, you know what I'm saying, disrupting their whole thing. So being able to prepare ourselves to defend if that was to come, if like, okay, we can't sit down at the table to discuss about splitting up these fucking resources and making this shit even on a even playing field, to where we have our own manufacturers, we got our own school, we educate our own children, um you know just all of that. We just able to really just govern ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Have our own political parties, have our own put people in political positions that look like us, that is going to do things for us, that represents us. So if you don't want to meet at the table to discuss those sort of things, and you want to try to kill us off, you know what I'm saying, and you uh putting these abortion clinics in our communities and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? We know it's a hidden agenda when you're doing things like that. But being able to prepare ourselves to defend if we have to. But again, that'll be far few in between, because we don't control where the firearms come in or whatever. Like I said, y'all, they got it locked up, everything. They control all the resources. So, where you gonna get the ammo from? I mean, a lot of us are probably gun owners and things of that nature. But shit, when you run out of bullets or whatever, it ain't like, hey, white man, I need some more ammo because I'm fighting this race war. Yeah, right. You know what I'm saying? So they got it to where we behind enemy lines. I mean, I'm gonna just call it what it is. We behind enemy lines to where it is hard for us to try to, you know what I'm saying, really build our own. And when we do build our own, we still it's gonna be taxed, or it's gonna be, you know what I'm saying, government is gonna have their hand in it. Just like when I hear about like black owned banks and things of that nature, but it's still insured from the FDIC, which is, so it's totally not black owned.
Yo,
You
let
know,
me ask you a
ain't nothing
straight
is
up
100.
question.
Ain't
Let me
nothing
ask.
really pretty much 100% black owned. Even these black celebrities or whatever, you know what I'm saying, record labels, all that, whatever. You still got a white man writing your check. The moment you say anything out of bounds, or you do anything that they
That's
feel is
your ass, huh?
disrespectful, they gonna pull the plug on your ass. All your sponsorships, anything you got going on that you feel like you build, or you know, they gonna pull. They can cut you short. We seen that with Kanye.
But let me ask you a question: is working for Russell Simmons any different? Is working for like a Tyler Perry any different?
Those
Honestly,
are the people I'm talking about. I don't look at them as nobody that's higher up because I mean they only can say and do so much too, or they gonna get stripped of their motherfucking wealth and
yeah.
royalties. They only gonna do so much and say so much. They can't say the wrong things. They can't say the wrong thing either. They got to tread lightly too to keep their millions.
Now, for the listeners, right? I'm loving this. This is the content I'm into. Give me an example of saying the wrong thing, right? Because we talking about motherfuckers who sell pain, they sell trauma, the images, everything. So, what can they say wrong if you can talk about rape? If you could promote murder, what could they possibly be say? What could they possibly say wrong? Because they're already promoting wrong, right?
Well, anything that goes against selling the machine of selling misery, like
Mm,
that's what it is. And here's the
mm.
interesting thing. I mean, I'm sure y'all like. I'm not going to assume, but like I would. Well, actually, no. I will safely assume that most of y'all realize that woke itself got co-opted. There's OG woke and there's modern college white girl woke, and there's a big
Right,
difference.
right.
And college white girl woke is now mainstream, right? OG woke got kind of like whitewashed, to be honest with you. So, like, and it's interesting because it's still the same rules. It's like that woke culture. If you violate the machine, if you criticize or threaten the machine, which sells pain, then you're out of pocket and you're out of here. Boom,
Yep,
canceled.
yep. It's crazy how the easiest way to get vilified in this work is to not take the victim approach, right? Like all the only people getting promoted and getting the checks are the victim minded
Yeah,
organizations that they promote that perspective. And hey, we are victims, right? Everybody on this panel is a victim. That's cool, right? There's shit that we got to do regardless because the problems that are created, the people who created it for us aren't going to fix them. And what I'm noticing is that the people who want to stay in that chamber, they don't want to move past the trauma. They don't want to move past that part and getting into the actual work, right?
yeah,
Because what I'm hearing Dark Kent talk about is the work part, which is the part I love to get into, right? So when it's time to do the work, who can we trust to really do the work? How many of these dudes are gonna have a track record of work in this, right? Now, but see, before you got here, bro, we've had all types of conversations on this, right? So now what I want to get back to is the street guys and the gang members, right? So Dark Kent, let's say you're helping spearhead this shit. You're my nigga, you're my dude who I chop it and pop it with all through the week. Well, one thing I know, you don't endorse certain stuff. You drew your line. Like you was on that the day I met you in the group. How we gonna reel these dudes in who who we feel, because I'm not even gonna try to act like I don't feel how you feel on a lot of this. So I'm gonna say we feel that these niggas is part of the problem. Now we gotta work with them now to solve this shit. What we gonna do? We gonna fight an internal war first? Are we gonna risk them undermining what we doing for the sake of some matrix stakes? So how this about to go?
Well, in my opinion, and what I had idea was it would have to be internal first. We would have to clean up ourselves first, meaning that we have to get some organized and structure within our own race, meaning that okay, our way of thinking, our psyches, um, and and to be honest, you know what I'm saying, no disrespect to if you are a gang banger or what have you or whatever you claim, but in my opinion, I think it would need to start there. You dudes gonna have to choose. Are you going to be for the better? Are you going to be part of the solution, or are you going to continue to be part of the problem where you are constantly committing genocide? So we would have to start there. If you, I mean, building a militant, you know what I'm saying, a militant type group, it would need to start there to start in the gang infested communities of brothers that look like us. Hey, listen, we, we're trying to we are trying to build, and you dudes ain't helping by killing off a lot of, by killing each other, and it be a lot of young guys. You guys are not helping with what you're doing with this gang culture. So you're going to be part of the solution, or you're going to be part of the problem. And if you're going to be part of the problem, where it's going to continue on being, bad for us, or making it hard for us to continue to try to build, well, we going to either exile you niggas out, or get you niggas out the way, or whatever we need to do. It got to go. That has to go. The gang culture has to go, man. I'm sorry.
A lot of cats got to
I
get
know
that
it goes
turn.
far back, however far back it goes, or whatever. But think about how many brothers then lost their lives, or how many then died that could have been potential scientists, inventors, all of these things. You know what I'm saying? All of these great things, all these potential, uh, uh, um, you know, um, great minds that could have been, but their life was cut short because they were involved in some type of gang type of activity or culture or whatever. And I know, I hear some brothers say they was just brought up in it. They were forced in it. You know what I'm saying? But I would like to believe that, man, we got a choice. We all have a choice as human beings.
Facts.
Listen, if I'm born in a blood neighborhood or something, or my peoples come from that background, or it was a Crip or whatever, and I'm I'm coming of age or whatever, or I'm a youngster or whatever, and you can't force me to be a part of that, man. If I don't want to, I don't give a damn if my family history go back to being part of that gang culture. If I don't want to be a part of it because of what I see is doing, you know what I'm saying, knocking off brothers that look like me, I don't want to be a part of that. And you can't force me to. I don't give a damn if I am growing up in this Crip neighborhood, this blood neighborhood, or whatever the case may be, gangs. And this goes for the gangster disciples, the vice lords, all of that, man. And it ain't, like I said, it ain't no disrespect or whatever. And it ain't, you know, as if I'm like trying to target them, but I'm just calling it like I see it. It would need to start there. Like, either we need to sit down and talk to you brothers about what we trying to do as a whole race, and we're trying to build. We're trying to, you know what I'm saying, we're trying to gain our respect as a people. And we're trying to, you know what I'm saying, um, it's just much bigger than that. And if you're going to be adding to the problem by constantly killing each other and doing all the dumb stuff or whatever, man, well, we don't need y'all. You can go to a whole, hey, push y'all over to a whole nother side of the country where you can do all the game banging you want, and y'all want to kill each other, y'all go ahead, have at it. But don't fuck it up, or don't wreak havoc for a future generation that's coming into this world that want to make something of themselves. You know what I'm saying? That can be the next what have you, inventor, scientist, whatever it may be. You know what I'm saying? But in my opinion, it would have to start there, and that's why I said internal. We would have to start with this gang culture,
Does
addressing that.
does, does internal include like the charlatans? Like,
Mhm.
I don't want to say specific names, but I really do. But I don't want to get sidetracked because I be going on rants about this shit. But okay, I'm a conscious community guy, right? So the conscious community is full of charlatans because they know it's full of motherfuckers who's lost, who's remixed, who they've been disappointed. They've thought one thing their whole life. They think in another way. They're looking for something to hold on to, right? But you got these cats, they going around, they sell sovereignty papers. They're setting up PPP loans. They wrote 100 books in 15 years. These motherfuckers is 33-year-old master teachers, all type of wild shit. Right? Now, these are the people who they come from all this shit too. That's how they learn it. So then they go and they steal thousands, millions of dollars from the community that could be used in a much better way. Like, do we also hold them accountable, or do we kind of just let that be what it is, since, you know, they're not like banging or nothing. They just scammers. They're just like charlatans, you know, false prophets and shit.
Are you talking about like guys, street guys, or guys who just hustle on the street?
You talking about
like dudes who they run around. The black woman is God. Then next thing you know, they got rape charges on a minor. I mean, how specific do we want to get right now?
Hey, chef, the people that are giving them the money are charlatans.
So the question is, how do you de-incentivize greed? And here's another thing. So like, I've been around on the internet, the manosphere, a long time, and before that, like, I came up in music. So one thing that I found interesting in all these different circles is that as far as the race element to stuff, it's like in a lot of conscious community stuff, it's like greed is an invention or a quality of the white man, and it's like, when you get into that mentality, you can begin to deny that is like a thing that y'all gonna have to deal with on the inside. Like that's what you're talking about. Charlatan's greedy. You're gonna be sold out by a greedy person. But if also a big chunk of that community agrees that, well, they can't be greedy because they ain't white. Greed and whiteness go hand in hand. And if they are greedy, they have a right to be, because they're just trying to come up. It's strange. It's like there's almost, as an outsider, I know we're like, I'm on dangerous ground here, but as an outsider, I look at that, I'm like, well, how do y'all de-incentivize the greed? You know what I mean? And this can be applied to any group that has issues trying to come up, right? So,
because see, what I noticed here's just how it seems in my community, and I'm speaking from a certain perspective. This is why we have these conversations, so we could really cover the bases as much as we can, right? Like, it's almost like these motherfuckers, no, it's not even almost, this is what's going on in reality. These motherfuckers is getting rewarded. Like, we could pull these videos up and go into the general comment section. I'm talking about thousands of comments. I'm not talking about some shit where a motherfucker is doxing it and they're controlling the shit. Like, nah, this is the general public of this school of thought. They're speaking, maybe they're fanboys, maybe they're students of these motherfuckers. But what be crazy, we know this shit's going on, and we blame, I'm gonna call them victims, right? When you being led astray, you a victim. And we telling the victims, oh, well, you're this, you're that. And I'm just like, man, see, this is what's wrong with this shit. Like you just said, what's the incentive to not do it, right? When you have a following so strong where you could have a court case going on, girl got 6 semen stains on her, and motherfuckers want to play this whole COINTELPRO card. Like, this is what I be saying, like, it all be the same shit. We could deal with that. We could deal with that in the streets. What we need that going on in the conscious community for? In the conscious community, we old as fuck having kids with kids too. We've been doing this shit. We've been following motherfuckers 70 years old, fucking with 15-year-olds. So here's what I'm saying. When we dealing with this shit, what's the difference? Is it just like an image? Is it just the words? We all know the symbolism is all the same, right? Our spiritual institutions and our gangs have the same symbolism. Just like our Greek fraternity, Black Greek fraternities. I've been in all that shit. I know personally.
Facts.
You know what? I know we're getting off. like this what happens. We could like dial it back because we're supposed to be talking about colorism, and I guess it is, but we're going a whole nother place with it, so we could kind of dial it back a little bit. That shit just got me going and got me thinking.
Now,
Like, what's the
them fraternities is colorism too.
yeah, right. Because you to get in, it used to be the paper bag test, and
Hey, still now, black people really can't get in white people fraternities.
nah, I know.
Why would they want to? Why would you even want to? That's again, we're we gotta stop trying to be accepted or trying to be, hey, we trying to prove ourselves. Hey, I'm just as much of a, I'm just as important, and I'm a man. I'm a black man. I'm a black woman. I'm a human being. We're trying to be respected as human beings, and we're not, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? We're not, as black people. Like I said, we're the least respected.
Ray Midnight is in the building. Ray Midnight is in the building.
What up, bro?
Ray.
What up,
Ray?
Good morning, y'all. Good morning to my good brothers on this Monday morning. It's good to hear a good conversation that's not of the same matter along these YouTube streets. This is a great topic. Salute to Dark Kent, my brother DK all day. My man Chef in the building, DH, Dr. H190, Hood, Justice League, and I don't know my other brother in the building. Salute to all you guys this morning. I'm listening. I'm hearing all the good dialogue and verbiage in the conversation. This is a great topic. Oh, Miss Anthropic, altruist. I hope I pronounced that right. You know what I'm saying? That's a very intriguing name. Salute to the brothers. I didn't hear everything from the start. When I hear colorism amongst our own people, I think that all you guys are saying some valid points, but I just think that when it comes to colorism, the brown paper bag, the baby doll project, colorism is basically a program thing that's been instilled from the quote unquote white supremacy. I don't like the word supremacy too much, considering how much of an impact we are as black folks worldly, But the problem with us and colorism is the reason why we're talking about it. I've never been a fan of light-skinned black because we all know that, when it came to the boats that went in different parts of the continent, we're a small percentage of black folks of where the boats went to. We're not even the percentage of black Americans the black folks that came here from the boats is very small to the Americas compared to the other continents. It just feels like it's bigger because of the culture of English and how impactful America is. But we're a small percentage, but we have the most impact here. I just think that me as a dark-skinned man who's been discriminated more against my own kind, more from my dark-skin tone when I was younger. And even sometimes as a grown man, you get what I'm saying? You still got you still got younger folks that still, damn, that nigga black. You get what I'm saying? But then they don't understand until they get older that, well, damn, I'm supposed to be darker than I am, or, I was made to be darker than I am. And they still don't get the concept of the blacker the berry, the sweeter juice, and the terminology of that. And I don't even like the fact that even on the light skin end that they're having a state of confusion because of their parents not being collectively black. One is of a different nationality, one is black, and then so they're faced with this whole thing. But in society, once they step out the door, they're black. You get what I'm saying? Unless you're a Cuban or a Dominican who looks black until they open their mouth. But truth be told, they are black. They would be considered black until they open their mouth, which is not really considered we know that that's the not a race or culture, the word black, but that's the state of confusion we are as people at home. We don't even know what to call ourselves. We don't even want to know if we want to associate ourselves as being African, even though our descendants and our ancestry comes there. We know we're not black. We were all supposed to be speaking Swahili. So Swahili is supposed to be our language that we don't even practice enough of, but we're so busy trying to learn Spanish, first.
Hey,
Even though
just
it's
because you got a black parent, that don't mean that you're black.
Huh?
Just because you got one black parent, that don't mean you're black.
No, but you're not fully black. No, but you do have a large percentage of it. It's in you. It's a part of you. So you are indebted to learn that.
I got a question for Miss Anthropic when you're done, Ray.
Okay, I just want I'll be real quick. My thing is this: our problem, because I was hearing about our problem and resolution. We have a tough road ahead when it comes to this colorism because we've been duped so hard and for so long. It's going to be so hard to reprogram our people. We're going to get about 10 out of 1,000, right? But it's going to be so hard to get people to understand collectively how powerful we are without colorism than we are, when we're separated from it. When that comes to money, building, everything. We know we're the strongest race culturally as far as impact and influence, but we don't know how to translate it into leadership collectively as our own tribe. We should be more tribal, but we're not. And that's we've been duped and reprogrammed for so long because we've been so appeasing to other cultures to fit in. Now people don't want to go back and say, oh, God was really black or Jesus really black. They don't want to hear that when they've been abiding this way for so long. People don't want to hear that because they don't want to make it look like, damn, you fucked me again. You got me again. Dang. So people don't want to go back. We don't even want to, even when it comes to economy, not to get off the subject, but when you talk about trying to redo the economy to make it more cleaner, you can't tell folks that when they've been used to all this coal and all this stuff. Folks are like, hell nah, because now we got to shut everything down. Everything has to be changed. So we have to fix ourselves. But we can't, we are the man in the mirror. But you can't tell nobody that, because we're hard-headed within our own skin. And that's because of how we've been reprogrammed and how we've been duped and manipulated through the last 1 to 400 years, and the people say it's victiming, but it is what it is. The system here wasn't made for us to succeed ever. It's written. So we trying to pick through that. We trying to beat the system every single day for a system that wasn't here in the U.S. that wasn't built for a black man to succeed.
We are the system now. We beat ourselves.
We gotta make the system what we choose to make it. Not abiding what they said because they don't. Again, we're in a system that the police was made as a patrol to slave us.
Hold on. So, are you guys saying that the situations we're in are pretty much the result of our choices right now? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, cool. I love that because if the wrong niggas say that, we get mad. Right? Because like what you guys are saying, like, okay, years and years of this sounds like a choice. This sounds like a situation we keep putting ourselves in. Okay, well, if that's the case, then there's some people we owe an apology to.
Okay. Who we owe an apology to, in your opinion?
I mean, I guess, with Kanye.
Okay.
When he says, 300 years of this, 300 years, that sounds like a choice. Now, you know how emotional we get. But I've always said, most black men, or not most, but a lot of black men I know and fuck with, they'll say the same thing. just in a different setting at a different time. What I'm hearing right now, we in the set because Black people, we own 0.5% of America's collective wealth. Can we agree on that?
Hell no, we don't even own that much.
Okay, there we go. See what I'm saying? Okay, now we don't even own that. So with that being said, with the consumerism, I like to do this stuff. I like to kind of backtrack and touch on stuff that we touched on so people will know how we kind of got to where we are now.
Well,
so,
to your point, Chef, before you go, because I know you're going to dive in to your point about what we own. I think I know what you're saying about our black dollar. Our black dollar is heavily impactful as a consumer. Yes.
We don't even have a black dollar.
Well, no, I'm talking about as a consumer. Our dollar means a lot as far as what we spend out here. And
yeah, right.
Exactly.
But we're spending it on bullshit, though, bro. Let's stop this, man.
We're not.
Let's stop this.
You niggas.
We're not
because see,
like we're not buying buildings and houses and shit.
Right. Are you right, Hood?
We're buying Gucci belts.
Right.
What else we buying?
We're acting like her.
You're acting like who?
I got a question for Mr. Tropic.
I said we're out here acting
Am I
like.
pronouncing that right?
Yeah, you good.
Misanthropic. How'd you get that name anyway?
Oh, when I was younger, I was into like poetry or whatever, so I just thought I was being clever. So misanthropic means like you have a disdain for humanity, and altruist means that like you have a brotherly warmth to try to toward humanity. So it's just so.
Okay, so you're a white man or Caucasian man. Is that how you identify yourself?
Not really, but it is what it is.
How do you identify yourself? I want to be able to communicate with all cultures and everything, so I got to know how to address people.
What nationality follows the hardest?
That's a good question.
See, I'm pretty articulate, but when it comes to articulating how I feel about my own identity, I get all messed up. I spent the better half, like I'm in my 40s. I spent decades in an identity crisis, full mode, since I was a teenager. So I don't know. I mean, but in reality, the world sees me as white. There's nothing I can do to change that.
All right, this is why I push that, because I read the Bible, and the Bible says in the end times, when America is about to get torched, everybody's going to go back to their own homelands. Black people are the only people that don't know where their homeland is. But everybody's not from here. We got to remember that. We all came here on ships.
Well, I mean, there is evidence, and the evidence is starting to compile that some of y'all are already here. There's good evidence to suggest their work. You know what I mean? So
some people. Them was the dark African people that came here on their own ships.
Yeah.
Right, and then the Mongoloid. The Mongoloids came through Greenwich over through Canada and then dropped down.
Right.
Yeah.
So Mr. Tropic, so you identify as a white man, fair to say.
Out of necessity, because it is what it is. But and how I feel on the inside is way more complicated and whatever, right? But who cares?
No, I get it. So. Well, yeah, if it's somebody that doesn't care, I get it. But so let's say you have a child with a black woman, a woman that identifies as black. Is that kid white or black? This isn't like a rhetorical question. This is like, I'm just asking you personally, what would you see? Because I know a lot of people that think, if it's, if the dad is black or if what I'm saying, they identify as that.
And specifically with me, one, we already know that the melanin, for the most part, is going to kind of dominate how the child looks, right? So, the world is going to treat that child. I mean, they might have a little wiggle room, but like for the most part, they're going to be seen as black. And then with me specifically, like I might be out of pocket, I don't care. I would encourage the most positive aspects of that. Like I would like, and this is crazy because I could imagine, especially already having like a teenager, like one of the biggest beasts is like I'm old school hip hop, and they would be coming up with like really negative stuff, really just kind of like, you know, I know that would be a source of contention because in my view, it's like, okay, going back to the pain thing, what like, so that like new hip hop, I don't even classify as hip hop, but like new rap is all pain push peddling, all of it.
That's
It's
it.
like all negative. And I'd be like the boomer, I'd be like this old man's like, yo, peep game on what I was coming up with, like the golden era. We had all kind of different stuff. We had like a Tribe Called Quest, a backpacker stuff. We had all kind of stuff. Like sky's the limit.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All kind of stuff, right? Like, yeah, Public Enemy. Like, I mean,
Right.
like even on the later Immortal Technique, and then they would think that's corny, and like I could see that being an issue, and then they could be like, well, what you talking about? You white? Like I could just imagine it would be strange. But anyway, if I had a child, like my first contact with this goes back to hip hop. Like, listen to Public Enemy, they made a song about it. Probably Want a Cracker, I think it was called, and pretty much the one drop rule, because the world seems to operate on the one drop rule. So
hip hop's gonna be white in 10 years.
Well,
In
it largely is. It largely is. Like even
years.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be
what is it now?
you ain't really gonna see no black rappers.
Well,
it's already corny, so it might as well. So
not black American rappers, that's for sure. We know that.
See
It's
now if
more foreign now.
If Truth is listening, see, he comes from the last golden era of music. You get what I'm saying? So if he's listening to Public Enemy and he's deeply listening to the poor righteous teachers and the X-Clans like we listen to, he understood the balance, even with his ethnicity. He understood the balance of the message and music and that. And to go to his point, this new hardhead generation is going to make it more worse to understand the conflation.
He said this new hardhead generation.
This Gen Z, the hardhead generation. You can't tell them shit. The can't tell them shit generation. The disrespectful generation. The don't respect their elders generation. Now they call us old heads versus young heads now.
Right. Hey, you know what though? But here's the thing. Here's where I feel we got to take some accountability collectively, right? Not, obviously I keep pointing out, like right now, this is us preaching to the choir, but collectively we got to take accountability because we kind of created this shit.
Right. We allowed it.
We really did allow it all the way to where it got to the point where, okay, let's say I'm a little weird old nigga. You know these weird old niggas who don't want nobody saying nothing to their kid?
Right.
So instead of y'all being like, well, nigga, it's whatever, nigga, your kid come around here, it could be up. Y'all be like, nigga, I'm not about to be getting into it with no nigga over no dumb shit. I just ain't gonna say nothing. Right? So then you start off with one dude, then you just start doing that in the entire community. Where it's just like, okay, I don't like, it's to the point now, a lot of us, man, if it ain't our kids, nigga, we ain't saying nothing. It gotta be my kid.
Right.
And that's detrimental. And it's no one, well, it's our fault. But obviously, if my son is running around here, nobody can say nothing to him. I guess I can't get mad at y'all because you don't want to deal with it. But
well, no, it's been too many parents that came down with the backlash for you talking to their kids. I think it's
the parents.
Man, see, here's the thing.
Don't say nothing to my kids. I've heard that a lot.
I think to be honest, you guys,
I discipline my own kids. You okay? Right. So you guys haven't heard that. Never mind.
I think we fell between the waistline of trying to come up as a Black family to succeed in this country, and we lost our way of teaching ourselves about ourselves in the process, you know. And I think that's part of what happened with after getting out of those times, you know, when they was going through slavery and trying to make a name for ourselves in our way and trying to build our families as far as structure and shelter and business and just having a job to survive. We got so busy into trying to be accepted and that to where we didn't take the time as a culture collectively to make sure that we stay true to who we are and know who we are in our own, make sure we preserve our own history instead of somebody else telling us what our history was. We then found out more that about ourselves through this super information technology highway than we ever have as students in any part of school. So, and that says a lot, you know, because look how our kids, they want to get rid of critical race theory. They want to make it sound like that's a bad thing. You see what they're doing in Florida because they know that we're tuning into ourselves more. And we know what happens when we find out about ourselves. We know
but there's another take on that. There's another take on that because it's like if you actually look at the entirety of the history of CRT, this is not an organic Black or Afrocentric way of looking at the world. This is directly from Marxists. And Marxism is from European Jewish kind of mentality. So like the nuance in there is weird. This is why, like, here's the deal. Both, like, there's a lot of like in tune Black and white folks that are suspicious of things like CRT because they know it's not OG woke, it's the new woke, and the new woke is an okie doke for everybody, in my opinion. So, because the new woke only produces one thing: division. Period. So there are some things that we should be divided on. There are some things that we shouldn't be divided on, but we're not calling the shots on that. Like right now, this is not a woke shit like new like this is not a sanctioned conversation that would like the academics would approve of. Like hell no, they'd be like what y'all talking about? Like because it's I mean I think I'll speak on behalf to some degree. I might get it wrong though. On behalf of like white folks, they're suspicious of CRT because they see like okay, they found an academic way to call my child a devil, and my child was born a devil, and my child will always be a devil no matter what they do. That's kind of how they're interpreting it. So, like, whether they are genuinely racist or whatever, if you put yourself in that perspective, which you can, because it wasn't too long ago, and to some degree still, like how Black folks are portrayed, it's like they feel some kind of way about that, right? So, like, that's where I would kind of want to come into the bridge points. Like people are suspicious of CRT. And so here's the deal. If this was an organic way of looking at the world, like kind of like the original Black Panthers, people would be on board. I guarantee you. But I feel like people intuit something's off with it.
Hey,
I just don't know because it's on the. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna follow up what you guys were saying about you said something about that we're something about the biracial, or what would you identify if your parents was one of your parents was white, the other one was Black? Now, if you really think about it, I mean, most of us are biracial. All the Black people, we are biracial.
So what's the point in the segregation? That's where I was leading to.
Okay, right. So
we got to get back on that
we're
too.
all pretty much biracial in so to speak, because look at our last names: Williams, Johnson, Green, Brown. Those ain't no African names.
Miller.
We're
My
not
last name
African.
Miller.
So with that said, and I know,
But
I
we're
mean,
not African though, bro.
Huh?
We're not Africans.
We're Americans, right? We're Americans, but I'm saying
we're not Americans either. But we're not Africans.
If you're not American, what are you then? What are you?
What is it? What is the definition of American?
You was born on this soil, was you?
Anthropic made a perfect point. What did you say when you first came on?
The only thing that bonds us as Americans is consumerism. So that's it.
Right. Okay, but if you were born on this soil, no matter what state it was, in this, if this is declared as acknowledged as America, what are you? What are you?
American.
It don't matter what state
You're
you from,
American.
what city you
but
from. If you were born on this soil, what are you? This is
No,
acknowledged as
he has a good point.
You're American.
For
his
you
point-
consciously,
yeah,
for you
his
consciously to agree that you're from somewhere, you would have to go there voluntarily.
Hold on. But what I'm saying is, were you born in America?
yeah. So like what
No,
you're doing is like when
I'm
you
asking
hold
the brother who just spoke. Were you born here in America? Was you? I don't know what state or city you from, but were you born here in America?
And in 219, you could have went back. Did you go back to where you're not from? You know, in 219, they had to reclaim your heritage, and all the people who say they're not American and they're from Africa, you were supposed to go back to where you were from. You're supposed to do your DNA and
Right.
kick
A lot
rocks.
of us can't even trace back to see if we are from Africa or not, or if we were already here.
DNA is not real, man.
Oh, Mark.
Not
What
the
you
way
mean
they
DNA is not
real.
real?
I don't
How's
believe
DNA not real?
He's talking about I know what he's saying. Not DNA is real. He doesn't mean DNA.
Who
He means the heritage test.
who controls and owns the patents on the DNA process?
Well, I'm talking about
but that's
establishing what you acknowledge yourself as far as your nationality. Are you an American? Do you consider yourself an American, or you consider yourself something else? Do you know where your people come from?
When I choose that little box, I put other.
Okay, why do you consider what state or
Because
city
I'm
are
not
you
none
from,
of
brother?
that. For the last 100 years, our names have changed from color to Negro to African to African American. So what are you?
That's fact.
But he just said it in the beginning.
Now, Jesse Jackson start calling us African Americans. Now
But
we're
the
African
white,
Americans.
let's say the white people or the Caucasian or European, whatever you want to say.
No, back in the day,
They've all came together, no matter if they were from Poland or Germany or wherever.
No, that's not
where
true.
were you
That's
born?
not true. That's
Where
not
were
true.
yeah,
you?
but not quickly. They didn't come
Where
together
were you
quickly.
birthed at? Where were you birthed at?
Blacks aren't coming together at all. It's
Bro,
like
they still
if it's a
they
light
still
skinned
have
guy, it's against a dark skinned guy.
they
You guys
still
are the same
have
family.
they still have Chinatowns and Germantown
Exactly. They're going to
and
continue.
so we're the only people that don't have
No,
a
they
community.
feel good about their communities and stuff, and
But they
want
stay to
to keep a part of their
to
heritage.
their culture and
But I
their
want to know
nationality.
why Famo said he's not an American. So what are you?
He said
isn't that African town right on 23rd?
Africa.
Man, if you don't stop,
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, bro.
All right.
Bro. No, don't do that.
Don't do that. You ain't never seen no African
because here's the
town,
whole
nothing.
thing.
I'm just saying, what was the goal?
African town is a concept. It's a concept. It's a concept. It's not nothing else but a concept. I work there. Jermaine's from there. They don't believe in all that bullshit.
Well, as more Nigerians immigrate to the U.S., are we eventually going to see like little pockets of like Nigeria town? Is that a possibility?
Oh yeah. Oh sure.
No,
yeah.
it's like that from? Now.
They won't be called.
Where you from, man? Stop it.
Strip malls and stuff.
There's
a community.
They
got their own little community. They buy up the whole apartment complex.
Well, the point I was trying to get at.
But you guys do know how big Africa is and how many blacks there was. And in the beginning, there's nomads. There was Egyptians who were religious. There's Sudanese. All these countries can fit into Africa. So there's like tons of different sects of black Africans.
Yeah,
and they all didn't get along like you think they're supposed to. That's why we got enslaved, because they went to one African and they made war and gave them guys knives.
No, they went to the real African people that are not our people, but they're black, and because we ran into their land,
Who's
and
the real
then they
African
sold
people?
us.
Who's the real African people? Are you Hebrew, bro?
Man, listen. No, what is a Hebrew?
I don't know. I'm just saying because there's certain narratives that they come
Yeah,
with.
I
Like he said,
believe we are the people of the Bible. Yes, I believe that.
oh,
But
well, there you go.
were they
Because the
called
Bible
Hebrew
doesn't.
Israelites? Hell no.
You know, the Bible was written by white folks, right?
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
Who
No, it
was it
wasn't.
written by?
It wasn't. Listen,
Hey,
okay.
let's go down that rabbit hole. Let's go down.
Listen,
Hold on.
Yeah, this ought to be good.
Hold on.
We're
listen.
talking about the
So,
Bible. The Bible was
Hey,
constructed
wait,
in
hold up,
300.
stop.
no, it wasn't. No, it
Now, if
wasn't.
you niggas is gonna do this, we gotta do a one mic thing. We gotta really, so y'all gotta let each other talk.
Okay, I want to hear this.
All right.
Who the Bible written by? If it wasn't written by white folks.
For one, if you really study the scriptures, the Bible was only written for one group of people. It was one group of people's history and what was going to happen to those people in everything. So white people, if you do your history and go back to 70 AD, we were those people in Israel. We got ran out by the Romans and they ran us into Africa. Now, who was it? Noah, he had 3 sons, Ham, Shem, and Japheth.
Okay, let me stop you there because we're talking about the Bible. Let me just debunk your Bible stuff. First of all, everything from the Bible comes from the tombs of Egypt, and it's copied, retranslated, and all that. So even before you even get to Noah, who doesn't exist, and all these people who don't exist, it comes from African folklore. They are tales. They are stories.
Okay.
Hold on, because you can get back to that, but let me explain to that, because the bottom line, you said 70 AD, right?
Okay.
So 70 years before that, what time was it? It was never no 00. White folks came in 385 AD and changed the time. So you talking about 70 AD? There's no 00. There never was 00. Meaning, like, to explain it, we have the New Year's Eve. We count down 2022. We counted down to 2023. When did we ever count down to 1? What time was it? What time was it before the 70-year AD? It has to be 00. If you don't understand what I mean, 2023 years ago, it was 00. We're in 2023. When was that ever? You never hear them say 00. Just hear them say 70 AD. My point to that is, when they made the Bible, the Council of Nicaea, they switched the time too. So when they stole and gathered everything, from the tombs, from the from the Egypt, Alexander, the Egyptian library, right?
So what year was that? What year was that though?
We don't know. This is what I'm trying to explain. We don't really know because in the middle of it,
how you telling me?
Because I'm giving you the facts. We know in 385, the Council of Nicaea made the Bible, made the laws. Well, from there, they just said, okay. So just now, if I say, okay, now it's 600 years from whenever, right? They changed and made the laws. So if you can't tell me when, wouldn't we understand when we changed from a different time and became 00, just like we do New Year's every day? But all of a sudden, we don't know when.
Okay. So let's just take the numbers out. And if you go back into history, the Romans went and conquered Jerusalem and Bethlehem right after they conquered Egypt. So that's history.
That's in the KR. Look, go look up KRS One.
Get your years though. You can't.
Yeah, but because that's what I'm saying. So KRS tells you what it is, and they even tell us. And if you ever heard of the Dark Ages, the Renaissance, they tell us right in our school.
Right, the Spanish Inquisition.
Well,
but then I got
1440. So somebody make up a lie when this Bible was created.
So hey, he's right. Joy, hey, Jimmy's right. The Bible was created Egypt on the stone. The original Bible turned on the stone.
It's not even the Bible.
Somebody had a whole junkyard full of stones.
No, it's African folklore. Everybody has
no,
stories.
it's not African folklore.
The story of the
If
the
you write
story of
all of that
fight.
on stone, it'll fill up a whole city. What are you talking
Okay,
about?
all right, listen to this.
So one, hold on. Listen. Let's stop this African stuff because the land was never called Africa. That's a white man. That's a white man's name. Scipio Africanus. He conquered Egypt.
Commission then. They're Egyptian. Whatever you want to say. Like I said, to where we say African because you keep saying African, but then when you don't want the African, when we want to prove our point, now you want to jump off of African.
I don't say
I
don't call nobody African.
My point is this. My point is this. The oldest story, right? The oldest Jesus story is the story of the Son. It's a personification of the Son. There's no Jesus.
I know where you're going.
There's no Jesus. So how can you say they wrote that? And then another thing, how do you
Right, there is no Jesus. That was
hold on. How does man hear something from God to even write what God says in the Bible? There's no way you could debunk the Bible is pathetic. You can even go to the first chapters. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. But why would he create heavens, right? And then the earth when we know there's a solar system and everything out there that come before the earth?
Who told you
shit don't make sense?
System? Who told you that?
You can't look up and see stars.
So there was a
so you can't look up and see the stars. You can't. You think that what came first, the sun or the earth? What came first, the sun or the earth? Even if you don't believe in the solar system, it's still wrong. Okay. And then on the fourth day, he said, "Let there be light." The sun is first.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Come on, bro. You listening to that stuff, and then you listen to the people who was inspired by God, right? Ain't nobody inspired. God didn't talk to nobody to inspire them to write some bullshit that was already written thousands of years before they
know all this stuff.
Because it's just facts, bro.
How is that just facts? That's just what's coming out your mouth.
Bro, have you ever heard
That's
of
just what's
Dr.
coming
Henry
out of
Clark?
your mouth.
Have you ever heard of Dr. Henry
Go look who wrote the Bible and who inspired them and how it was inspired.
Hold on a second. Hey, everybody, hold on a second. Hey, listeners, everybody out there, hit that like button, share the video as you were.
Hey, go listen to who was it who inspired. He was somewhere and God inspired him and he wrote them texts, right? Think about that. How was he inspired by God to write something when God is like never was a person?
You know what God is like.
It's copyrighted also.
Right. This is my point.
I put it out there.
So the story, let's say the story of Noah, right? That's a story.
Okay, so wait. So it's copywritten. So
no, it's not copywritten.
Owns that.
No, it's not copywritten. It's not copywritten.
The Bible don't got a
King
copyright.
James version is.
Okay.
I'm about to go grab the Bible. Hold on.
So
it's not copywritten.
So who was King James? Who was King? Didn't King James translate the scriptures?
King James was believed to be Shakespeare, right? King James was believed to be. Yeah, he's go look in the Bible. I had a book.
Black man.
No, he was not no black man, dude.
Shakespeare
Stop
was like
it.
the first Tupac.
Y'all got to do one mic. Y'all got to share the
Shakespeare was
mic.
a black man. He was in the Renaissance.
What is the Renaissance, bro?
The Renaissance is when the Moors took over Italy in Rome for 800 years.
That's not the Renaissance.
Come on,
here's
man.
the Renaissance. The Renaissance was when the Dark Ages, when for 500 years they went in the library and they were stealing the information when they were putting these books together.
That's right.
Right? When they were putting these, the Renaissance means the rebirth. After they got the stories, then they started bringing out pictures and telling our stories. That's the Renaissance. Then it was that was right after the Industrial Revolution or whatever, somewhere around there. Either one became first. But the point of the matter is the Renaissance was right after for 500 years when they were pillaging Africa and they were stealing all the information and they was taking the story of the flood, which is not the world, which was the Nile Valley, right? Because if you think about it, if you flood the earth, what's the vegetation that people's going to eat and these only the animals? Just get the Noah story together. You flooded the earth. Go flood something and think how long it's going to take for it to vegetate and grow food. So what did these people eat after the earth was flooded? It's not the earth, it was the Nile Valley because it floods all the time. And it was just a story. Right? It's not
river.
Doesn't make Nile River. But the Nile Valley is the same thing. It's the valley of the Nile. It's that area. The river flooded. The valley is what they flooded.
None of it makes sense to you because you're overlapping years, and you're talking about
what years did I overlap?
Centuries ago from each other. So you're bringing everything into one time.
Dude, when they attack, I'll give you the KRS-One verse. It's in KRS-One. When they attacked and won the war, it was Hebrews, Greeks, and the whatever. It was three groups of people.
And the barbarians when they overthrew Rome.
Bro, that has nothing to do with that.
So what are you talking about?
You're talking about people who overthrew Rome.
Jimmy's point. The Dark Age.
We're talking about when they took over the African, the people who
that was the Egyptians. They only took over the top part, only Egypt. That's it. They didn't go.
But that's
all the way deep down in there
because there were so many people. They had Zulu. There were so many different black people, but the ones who was controlling everything, the ones who had the science, the ones who was making the pyramids, was Egypt.
Man,
everything we have now, the ones who do the clocks. Look at the clock.
Was 500 years before the Zulu. So what are you talking about?
Look at the clock, right? Look at the clock. The clock is what is a clock? It's a sundial. It's a sundial on your watch.
Right,
12 o'clock noon means straight up in the air, right? That all the people with the technology right now to this day, the chart of elements, the ones who talk to Greece, everything is right now is Egyptian history. You call it American. Everything. The people who was running shit that we use right now today, that we act like we don't, was what they took over and conquered. And what they did was they studied it for 500 years.
It's just
they didn't let nobody for 500.
It's just stolen information from a land they conquered. That's it.
Yeah.
It took them 500 years to study it, and then come out with the information. Like I'm gonna give you an example. Elon Musk, right? The pyramids was the first. The pyramids was the first conduit of light. Do you understand that that technology been passed down to generations of the white folks who went in there and conquered it? Because before they tried to get in there, they just tried to destroy shit, but they didn't destroy everything. But now you got families who were studying it, who they keep studying. Now Elon Musk is out with the technology that's from Egypt.
Man,
and he's saying it's here. But his great grandfather or somebody handed it down to him. Like in a ancient bone society, right? They put it in the movies, like in the fucking movie with Tom Hanks, where there's a secret society of the Jesus's bloodline and shit, right? That shit is true. Bloodline who's studying shit from Africa, they're still studying that shit today. They just hand it down to their children. When they don't get it enough, the next person got to come up and take that same information to come out. That's what the Musk did. So now we got Egyptian technology now because they keep studying and they're getting better. And then somebody discovered it through our phones, right? That technology been out. But as soon as it get created, now it's getting worked upon. Now they're putting in pieces that they didn't have before. Now they have it. If that makes sense. Probably don't make sense to you because you believe in the Bible, but whatever.
No, I get it because as you can see with the cell towers, you see
Ray, your audio. Your audio.
Okay, hear me now?
It's clipping. Jump down and come back up.
Yeah, them cell towers are straight from from the pyramids.
Yep.
You wouldn't understand. Like I said, even the periodic table of elements. How long do you think? Where did they get that from? You think they just came up with that all of a sudden? That's a 2023 year. The properties of gold, the properties of oxygen, the periodic element, the table of elements. How long is that technology? You can go to it and they'll say it was invented some time ago. But how?
That technology is before the floods.
Well, where did it come from? This is my point.
Right.
It came from the people of who they conquered,
No,
and they took it and stole.
Who they get? They got that from the fallen.
The fallen. Who's the fallen?
The fallen.
Who's the fallen? See,
The
you must
fallen
be
people.
Hebrew. There's no fallen angels, bro. Stop it. There's
Man,
no
listen,
fallen angels. That's that Hebrew shit.
So we just made up out of thin air fallen angels that gave us knowledge of weapons and makeup and all this stuff. So we just got it out of thin air.
Yeah, basically. I mean, if you want to say that, to say there's an angel, I'm saying there's no angels. There's nobody with no wings flying around, or we see them today.
Who said an angel has wings? You're just.
Well, what an angel? Well, you still describe an angel, bro.
The Bible said they came down looking just like man. So I mean, like, what are you talking about?
What are you talking about? The angels I know have wings.
I don't listen to these. I don't listen to society's description on things. Everything is researchable.
Right, and I just gave a bunch of research.
I think both of you guys are right. But Troy, though, he got a point about what we've come to learn about the Dark Ages. Dark Ages taught us in the books in school.
Right. In the school.
That the history they taught us wrong about the Dark Ages.
Now go read.
No, what are the Dark Ages?
Go read the Spanish Inquisition.
The Dark Ages only means this. Dark only means there was no schools when Africans were doing what they were doing, when they were reading, they had universities and all that. You could not study or read a book because they were pillaging through this time. They were doing all. That's what it means by Dark Ages. There was no
Dark Ages. We helped Europe. Europe was in this bad time. The Black Moors came and saved Europe, but we wasn't taught that. That's why they call it the Dark Ages. That's the Dark Ages was us. We saved Europe. We saved Europe.
Dark Ages mean a time of when Egypt is when they conquered and they went for 500 years. We couldn't read, write, or anything, and they were stealing everything out there.
That's not true. We taught those people how to read and take baths and how to clean.
Before that, though, we did that before the Dark Ages.
We were never in an age where we were dummies.
That's fact.
So I don't know what you're talking about.
That's fact.
It's history. The Bible matches up with the history.
We've always been a trendsetter.
Hannibal and the Moors went to Italy and took over. That's the Black Renaissance.
Yeah, that's fact.
Hey, Misanthropic still in the building?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, man. You feel free to jump on in, man. You know what I'm saying? This is like the Thunderdome, you know.
Well, y'all like skipping over whole peoples. Like, all right, so the original texts were written in Aramaic. That's not white folks. Aramaic and those stories some of them did originate from the Sumerians. That's a completely different civilization who weren't white. Like, I think a lot of the problems is like a fundamental misunderstanding of like the Mediterranean, and which is like a little bit on the Europe, a little bit like which is Greece, Rome, all that good stuff, and then like you got to see that, and then you're in North Africa. Like, this is such a hotbed of civilizational activity that it like predates even Egypt. Like the only thing basically all y'all right and wrong, and you're getting all jumbled up, and it's just wild to me. It's like.
Well, we get jumbled up because it's the confusion of our own culture. Because we've been confused, we've been directed every which way about our history. That's why you hear that the passion. Because but
real quick though, when
don't get it twisted. Like, black folks are not targeted to not know history specifically. That's everybody. There's only a handful of people that get access to ancient texts and scrolls to really get you know what I mean? So
you're right on that.
So real quick, when did Hannibal conquer Africa?
Let me say this. This leads back to what I said about charlatans, right? Being a conscious community guy, I know people get this knowledge and they have this information that we just don't have. And they're able to strategically manipulate us.
Right.
You
Yes.
know, you know what I'm saying? It's almost like if
Right.
I know how to count and you don't. Just imagine if we all were doing financial business together and I'm the only motherfucker who knows how to count. Well, how's that gonna work?
You know what's the single greatest thing that came out of, in my opinion, of Christianity? Like there's certain denominations that really hone this in. They talk about discernment. Now, if you peep game on what they're talking about, they're like, yo, information and data doesn't mean anything. It's neutral. But when you learn discernment on how to intake information, then you can actually like parse out the lies and the truth and make it work.
Yeah,
because data by itself, information by itself, yeah.
Right? Because here's my thing, and I'm gonna keep reiterating
Good point.
this for the
Good point.
listeners. Up here, the people who I'm talking to, these aren't the people who I'm trying to reach. These are just the people, these are my contemporaries. These are the people who I'm building with, right? Like I'm learning from y'all and all that good shit. But what I'm saying is, how much knowledge do you need to be able to even exercise discernment properly from the level you're speaking on?
Well, that's the thing. So this is a cultural thing. So here's the deal. And this is $1 million question, and this goes for all modern culture, right? I think there's an issue in modernity. There's a lot of craziness happening. But anyway, culturally, I can't think of one group or philosophy or ideology on the planet right now that truly values truth. It's all narrative. Ain't nobody valuing truth in 2023. Like, come on.
That's true. He right.
No, actually, the Jesus story is the greatest story ever told, but it's not his name. It's not Jesus. Just
and so, what's the remedy to that? How to, like, on a ground level, how do you get people to fall in love with the truth? The very foundation, the definition of wisdom is love of truth, right?
So go back
the
to
love of knowledge.
When the sun
how
comes
do you
up,
get
right?
people to fall in love with knowledge? I don't know. Like, I've struggled with the same thing in my own life with my children, my child. I've also struggled with, because I used to be in activism myself, and it was a big deal there. Like, this is the $1 million question. How do you get folks to fall in love with the truth?
That's a good one.
You got to start. You got to start debunking. You can debunk stuff. People don't want to debunk stuff. Like you can debunk the Bible. If the story of Mary,
I feel like it's got so out of whack.
Really the stars,
most people default mode is to be allergic to the truth.
Mary is not the story.
One mic.
The story of Mary and the three kings.
No, I was just saying that it seems like people are allergic to the truth. It's like this is the last thing they want to deal with. So,
but you asked the question. I'm answering the question. Whoever your name is, like the story of Mary.
And what I mean by that is like for me, and I'm not. This isn't me like on some pride shit, but like these kind of conversations where I could be like the outsider and jump in, knowing I'm going to hear things that might reference me in a poor light or my people or whatever, and not be fazed or offended by that. I know that's part of the trick because and everybody has to be willing to do it, right? Everybody has to be willing to hear and deal with issues that make them uncomfortable, that challenges their bias. And like that's a thing. That's a hard thing for
what's
some
your name?
folks.
What's your name, bro?
You guys been
what's your name, bro?
Most of the time, though. You know.
What's your name, bro?
What?
What's your name?
Pretty victorious most of the time. If you know going through the history books and stuff. So I mean, you guys could be painted in like some monsters, but as young boys and men, that's cool. You know what I'm saying?
Pragmatically, I mean, I don't know. Hold on. What do you mean by? What do you mean like?
The history books make it look like y'all the victors.
I mean, the white man.
Yeah, no. It's like here's the deal. That's a good point. It's the scope of history. So like, here's the deal. How in the same conversation can folks reference these awesome ancient civilizations, right? Knowing they weren't white, and then also at the same time, be like, oh, no, white boys are only the new kids on the block when it comes to world power, and they're not going to last forever. Somebody's going to come up. A whole new people are going to come up. This could be a whole new race of mixed people. We don't even know. I mean, take your guesses. But like the scope of history, the scope of history is so large. Like these are footnotes. Right now, what we're experiencing is a footnote. Like the black and white, the Western civilization versus the rest of the world, that dichotomy, will be short lived in the grand scheme of things. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Hey, bro, you asked the question, how could it get better, right? So if you start debunking, right, and put in the truth, like for example, we can easily debunk religion. Easter and Christmas is about the sun and this place in the star in the space. That's it. The story of Mary isn't about a Virgin Mary. It's about the solstice and the three kings or Orion's belt and all that. That's easy to do. Once you see it and understand it, you understand what you're talking about. So you just then say on Christmas, there's no Mary. You get people off this Christmas stuff. On Easter, there's no Easter. The sun doesn't, for when it's stilled in 3 days, that means it doesn't move for 3 days for whatever reason. I don't know, but when you look at it, it looks like it stays still. But we got this fictional story that people follow every day, that the world follows every day. That if we tried to go get some money out the bank on these days, we can't. If we tried to teach ourselves something, we can't. So we believe the bullshit, but we don't want to debunk the bullshit. And it's bullshit. Right? There's no Jesus.
That's why
he didn't die, he didn't rise.
There is no
we need to go back to segregation.
So my point is,
ourselves.
he asked the question. I'm going off his point. His point is, where do we start? We start with the debunking of shit that mostly everybody follow, and it's hard to do because everybody, or a lot of people, believe in Jesus Christ rising on Christmas and dying on Easter.
I don't agree. He's right.
That doesn't have anything to do with the scriptures, though.
It does have to do with the scriptures.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. The Bible doesn't say anything about Jesus' birthday or Christmas or actually.
But you missed the point. That's what I'm saying.
Jeremiah 12 tells you to do not celebrate Christmas. It is an abomination of sin. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, serious? Well, here's what I'm talking about. Let me get you without the Bible, okay? I'm talking about the actual fact of every December 25th, that sun, right? That sun will be in a certain place. Orion stars will be.
Your sun.
I'm talking about astronomical facts and math of what Jesus is. It's the study of the sun. They worship the sun, bro. And they changed it to Jesus.
I agree.
They worship the sun. The sun is the biggest thing.
But you need to separate that from that. Because
hold on. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. What is the most godlike thing without a God being a person in this world? Without it, we wouldn't be here.
The sun.
What? The sun. So that's what they worshipped every day. That's what walked on water. When you see the sun off the river, it looks like it's walking on water. When you see what will return every day, the sun returns every day. When you talk about the birth is when it's coming up, the shortest days, December 25th. Man. The longest days, I'm just telling you, it all relates to the sun.
Okay.
Period.
Okay, listen. The scripture says that the world was given over to the hands of the wicked. So the devil runs the world right now.
There is no devil, bro.
Are you gonna let me talk, brother?
Go ahead.
So there is no devil. The devil, all that means is deceiver. I could be the devil. You could be the devil.
That's right.
No, that's not how the Bible works. The Bible places a person, the devil as a person.
No, it doesn't.
You keep changing it up. I know the Bible too.
Because if you go read Jubilees, if you go read the book of Jubilees, it says that the devil turned into water. So what are you talking about?
I don't believe in the books. You do.
Right. Because
you keep believing in the false book, but the Bible said. You guys believe that there's a devil. I'm telling you, there's no devil.
You're going against something that you've never researched or studied or nothing. You're reputing stuff that you heard from your childhood, and you don't believe it, and now you're trying to make that fact, and it's not, because you've never sat down and actually studied that book. Look up the words in the real origin.
Let's just talk about the devil. Let's talk about the devil again.
I don't look up the words in the Bible in English dictionaries. I go back to the Paleo. See, that's what I'm talking about.
You can't talk
Timothy,
about
2 Timothy 2:15 says, study to show thyself approved. It don't say go and read or listen to your pastor on your YouTube channel and just run with what he says. These cats don't know what they're talking about because they do no studying. I go study.
You study, huh? So
Yeah,
where is this? So look. So hold on.
You
The
get all
devil,
these
right?
Bible quotes.
Is the devil a person or not?
No.
So you said this. Hold on. I'm going by your
I
book.
just told you.
You said this is deep. I know it was rhetorical. I want you to listen for a sec. First, you say we all know the story. The devil's an angel, right? Then you believe in angels, but then you say there's no devils. Well, which one is it?
What are you
Either
talking
you're gonna
about?
follow this shit or you're not. Hold on. But the devil.
So hold on. What pictures do you want me to follow?
What do you mean? What pictures?
Yeah, see, because you're going off of pictures and stuff.
I'm going off Lucifer. The story of Lucifer. That's the devil.
But I know what the Bible says, and it didn't say that no angel or Lucifer had wings. It said they came down and spoke to man as men. It don't even say.
I'm not even on the wings right now. I'm talking about the devil. Period. The person. Wasn't he God's highest?
What are you talking about? I just told you in the book of Jubilee that the water turned into the devil.
No, I'm talking about the story of the devil. The devil was jealous of God. So now you don't know that story? I thought you studied.
Okay.
I thought you studied. The devil's a person, bro.
You're right.
The devil's a person.
It could be
in the Bible.
Or the devil could be me or you.
No. The devil's a specific person in the Bible. He was God's highest command. I'm talking about your Bible.
No, man.
Oh, this is not true?
Nah, that's not.
So this is not true? So that part of the Bible is not true?
No. What you believe it to be is
not true. No. I'm talking about the story of the devil in the Bible who was God's highest commander who turned on him.
Okay.
That devil who took that devil,
right,
who's in hell, waiting for us to burn our souls forever and ever. That's in the Bible.
Right. Hey, but in the Bible it says he walks to and fro on the earth.
No, we're talking. You're changing up, bro. We're talking about you said the devil in the Bible. What about this person in the Bible?
You're talking about the devil. The devil walks to and fro on the earth, deceiving.
So he's a person then.
It says deceiving who he made.
So he's a person then.
No.
So you're saying.
Yeah, right.
So now he's not a person. Which one is it, bro?
He could be a person, some water, a cup, a brick falling off a building.
Now you see why I don't believe in your studies?
Because you don't understand.
You see why I don't believe in your studies, bro? You can't even be specific. You don't even follow your own studies.
You
just change up your studies.
I'm being very specific. You just don't want to understand because you've been taught by these foolish people.
Be specific. The story of the devil came from where?
You haven't went out and did no studying on your own. You're just regurgitating what you heard and learned from other people. And that's a fool to me.
Hey, let's get back to the devil. I'm trying to. So the story of the devil was in the kingdom of God before the earth was born, right?
Let's move on.
No, we can't move on. We're trying to fix this. Because you have two different things. I'm trying to. If you're going to try to teach me, why would you want me to move on? If I'm going to try to learn from you, Mr. Studier, why are you going to want me to move on?
But you're not.
We're talking about the devil, the person who was kicked out the kingdom of heaven, right? I'm going by the biblical story. Let's not forget all this. Let's take the stories, and if you're going to believe in them, believe in them all.
So in the biblical story, it said that the devil was a person.
He was one of the.
He said, if you're gonna believe them all.
You talking about the angels coming down? The devil was the highest angel.
Listen,
wasn't he?
You said that the devil was a person, right?
He was the highest angel, wasn't he?
That's so the highest. So angel means messenger.
Okay, well, it doesn't matter. A messenger, a person. The devil was the highest.
See, this is what I'm talking about. We can't have this discussion because you don't understand the
I understand a messenger is a person, bro. A
messenger
is a person.
At, though?
A messenger is a person. I get it.
You don't understand. You don't understand the definition of words, bro.
How you gonna
So
tell
we
me,
can't.
bro? I
So
don't
we
understand the
can't have this
definition of words.
conversation.
You know what my
Angel,
major in college is?
angel,
Communications.
all angel means is
I don't understand the
messenger.
definition of
So,
words. Do you know
so
what
I could be,
syntax is?
so I could be a messenger. You could be a messenger. Hood could be. That's
So
the
you're telling me
definition
in the
of
story of
angel.
the Bible, they're talking about a message and not a person or the devil. So the message was sent down to control everybody and control the devil. So the messenger got kicked out. A message got kicked out. So you're telling me, huh? God's highest angel was a message. And the message had people follow because he was jealous of God. And he took the people with him and they came down to earth. Right? It was a message. It wasn't a person. The devil's not a person, it's just a message. I'm trying to follow you. Right. I'm waiting, bro. You say that there is no devil.
They're not. This one ain't gonna go. I can tell this one's.
I'm just saying though. Hey, look. I'm just saying. He says at one point the devil's a message.
Let's shift gears real fast.
Okay, yeah, we can.
But you'll adopt Eminem.
MGK.
But you'll adopt Eminem.
Good
You'll
debate.
adopt Paul Wall. You'll adopt
Jack
Bill
Harlow.
Clinton because
Jack
he
Harlow.
played the saxophone and smoked some weed. Y'all are some of the dumbest motherfuckers on earth, and that's the main reason why. That's the main reason why. Listen.
John B.
Trigger. Let me tell you something, bro.
Yo.
Every once in a while,
Daryl Hall and John Oates.
I will try my best to defend niggas in the hood. Every once in a while, because they got a special place in my heart. But when niggas do shit like that, that's when the old racist white man come out. And I be thinking they should lock all you dumb motherfuckers up. Because you're too stupid to even know what the fuck you're doing.
You know what's cringe?
Right.
Angry man, don't you know Sean Paul in Jamaica? We don't rate him. He's not black. We don't rate him. We don't even. They barely play his music in Jamaica. Sean Paul is
Yo,
white man.
y'all know.
You know what's super cringe? Hold on, Trigger Mike. Hold on. Before y'all go real quick. You know what's very cringy? When they see somebody like it might be a white woman reciting a rap lyric or something, and you see under the comments, oh, she invited to the cookout. She invited to the cookout. I'm like, really? Over because she did a stereotypical or what people deem a black thing. They invited to the cookout. But as soon as they say something that goes against your rhetoric, oh, they're racist. It's very polar opposite extremities.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing right here, right? So look at Trigger Mike, right? Trigger Mike family from Nigeria or whatever, right? So we can get into the debate of whether or not Trigger Mike's family understands how black people came up in this country or things that they might not be able to identify with, right? We can have that debate all day. But there's one thing that's not debatable. There's one thing that is not in question.
He's
Trigger
a
Mike,
Negro.
That's a nigga right there.
he's a nigga.
A Negro.
He is
Wait
a
a minute.
Negro. He is
He's
a
Negroid.
Negro.
But his
Persuade.
little brother, Chaotic Truth, say he's not one. So
He's a damn lie.
You know he older than me. Y'all gonna stop calling that nigga my little brother.
Look. Let me tell you something. The beautiful thing about a city like New York is New York got all kinds of niggas. New York got Jamaican niggas. They got Haitian niggas. They got Peruvian niggas.
Houston got more niggas
Trinidad
now. Houston got more niggas.
They got Spanish niggas. They got all
Senegalese
kinds of
niggas.
niggas.
We got Arab niggas. Ain't nobody a bigger nigga in New York than the Arab nigga Aki.
They got Asian niggas, Middle Eastern niggas.
Yo, the Arab nigga. Yo, listen, the Middle Eastern dude working at the store, yo, he knows Spanish. He know slang.
They be fucking all the girls when that come to the shop.
He knows everything. He knows all the languages. He up on game.
They take him to the back.
Angry man, can I ask you a question though? Because you were talking about whiteness as an umbrella, and I know I've taken so many courses and I've traveled this world, but I still don't understand how East Indian people got included in the banner of whiteness. Can you explain?
Some of the darkest motherfuckers.
You know what's so funny?
They're the ones who's enslaved us with the Romans and the Persians. They're the Persians, and go to KRS's one song, Rome, Greece, and Persia. They enslaved us. That's why KRS has a song to where
I know that part, but who you say? Who?
They attacked Rome, Greece, and Persia. Persians are
Who?
The Arabs.
They attacked the three
Arabs.
people.
Okay. Okay.
They're part of. That's why they get their oil. That's why they get their oil. That's why That's why they're in Egypt and all that.
They were the first ones to enslave us before the Atlantic slave trade.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
they came down and migrated.
So here's what happened. The Japanese or whoever made the gunpowder. They put it in the guns because we had spears. And then once they started shooting us from far range, it was Rome, Greece, and Persia. They put us in because we had too many niggas. Like you say, we couldn't get along. We couldn't get along back then. Africa's so big that none of the people. There was nomads. There was different people. There was a gang, a ton of different black people. We couldn't get along.
It was one. One group of people moved into another people's land, and they was beefing.
There was a bunch of different Africans, bro. Or if not Africans, whatever you want to call them, like thousands of tribes. There was a gang of tribes. Right. And then all the tribes, and they conquered each tribe one by one. One by one by one. Now, way back then, if we would have united and understood, but we was beefing like we would beef right now, like the CD, the South End, Tacoma, we were all beefing. So if Furcrest wanted to come in,
we all weren't the same people, though.
Was beefing not the same people? But what I'm saying, if they would have came together,
we got Willie B in the building. We got Willie B in the building.
If I'm saying if they would have came together, we wouldn't have. They wouldn't have been able to pluck off each one, and then we all been enslaved.
No.
Hey, hold up.
Okay, whatever.
We got another panelist. What's up? Who we got? Unmute yourself.
Willie B in the building.
Not Willie D, but Willie B.
He ain't. I don't know what's up with him. He must not be.
All right. So, man, back to it. Yeah. So, if we all, let's say there's 10 different groups, right, of different tribes. So the people who they attack this tribe by itself. So now we got 9 left. Then they attack this tribe by itself. Now we got 8 left. All the way down to we only got 1. Now we're all slaves, right? But if all these 10 different tribes back then were united, we wouldn't have been in slavery, period. That's just what they did. You think they had war with everyone, or they went to war with the individual and then moved from there? Once they conquered that, then they went on from there. Then they conquered that. Now,
yeah, because we was way too fucking nice. Like we always are.
Nice. We were just we had too many people.
Have you ever heard of a book called From Babylon to Timbuktu?
Oh, the legend, the classic.
Go read that book. And I'll tell you exactly what happened.
Yeah, Jimmy, you gotta read that one. That's the classic.
I've been read that fucking book in the 90s, bro. You don't have to tell me about the no books being read. Nigga, in the night, bro, you gotta understand, I'm a college graduate. So not that I'm gonna bring that up or anything, but I've been read those books. I've read all the books. I read all the propaganda books, right? At the end of the day, the university books, the facts and some stuff.
He called you niggas spiritual systems propaganda.
Right. He called it propaganda and he ain't read it.
Some of it is propaganda.
No, it's not. No,
whatever.
That's what I'm saying. That's why this nigga don't read.
Whatever.
He ain't read it.
What part? Okay, whatever.
Hold up. I got some stuff. For you.
You guys always revert to books.
That's what I read. That's what I read. The source up. Break it out.
Yeah.
What you got the Septuagint. What you got?
What part of it is about? I just explained to you. That's not even in the book. That could be in the book, but that's just facts. How else would they conquer us? If they couldn't conquer us, I just told you how they got the gunpowder. That's not in no books. I ain't read one book that told us about the Japanese giving us gunpowder, but I do know how they made the gun, though. Right? I do know we had spears, we didn't have no guns. But as soon as the Japanese made the gunpowder, what happened? They put the motherfuckers in cannons and they start taking us down. And they took us down each tribe one by one. They didn't take down the whole Africa at once. So now you got to talk about, the art of war and strategically how they did shit. You guys ain't talking about nothing about strategic. You just got propaganda. I'm a common facts person.
Where did you read that? Where did you read that the Japanese made the gun from? What book did you read that from? So I can look it up.
I just said I didn't read that in no book. Right?
Oh, so how do you know it to be
we
true?
understand. But we understand.
From who? From who? From who?
Go look it up. Go look it up. Like he said, go
You
do
just
the
said you was
research.
told that. From who?
From who? From class.
What class?
A Black Studies class, nigga.
What's the name of it?
I don't know the name of it. You know how many Black Studies classes there are?
All right,
but see that, but see, look, I could take a class and you could say, well, question this nigga with all his books. Did he say? But if you don't believe how the gunpowder was made, I don't know what to tell you. We didn't make it. Africans didn't make it. We didn't have it.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
The Japanese made it and they sold it to the Europeans. And soon after that, they took us out. Period. Everybody, that's the biggest elephant in the room. And we die by the gun today. Come on, bro. That's facts.
According to what facts? From who?
Like I said, bro,
if you don't know how to
from
your class,
if you don't know how the gunpowder was made,
because you're saying basically a class taught you this over a book. Aren't books more influential and knowledgeable than someone teaching you in the class?
No.
What?
Hell yeah.
No, because
you're being manipulated by a teacher. You're being manipulated by a teacher.
Let me explain. You asked a question. You gonna let me answer the question?
Go for it. Go for it.
Because a book could have some information that is put in a book that's been debunked, and the teacher's gonna tell you it's been debunked. So it makes the book worthless now. So a teacher is always more preferable than the book, because time and knowledge changes during time. That book stays the same constant bullshit if there's bullshit in it. You can't change a book that's written, but you can change your words, you can change your feelings, and you can change your knowledge.
So he's saying the pastor is more influential than the Bible that teaches.
No. Whatever. You guys want to change my words? Anyway, if you don't know how gunpowder was, it's about
I'm just saying you don't know who made gunpowder,
and how it got to the gun, and how we became enslaved. Because how did we become enslaved when we outnumbered them 100 to 1? How?
Because they had guns, we had spears. Remember
the cannon, right? Facts.
Okay.
Facts. So who made when did they get that technology? See, that's the shit they don't put in the books, so they don't want to tell you that. Right? So all this history you guys be learning, but you don't. One thing you don't want to learn that they haven't put in the books is how they conquered us and where they come from.
That ain't in the book?
No, it's not in no book. It's just some propaganda books. If you believe the Nation of Islam that they were, if you believe they were grafted, if you believe white people were grafted, then that's what you believe. If you believe they was from
so he believes that books are more propaganda than the teacher.
I said some books, bro. It depends on what it is. You keep changing my words, but I said
you didn't say some. You said books, but go ahead.
Nigga, look it up. Since you,
we all know that books are more knowledgeable than anything a teacher can teach us. We know this because teachers have to learn from what? A book. So, I mean, I don't understand why he's saying teachers are more preferable than reading a book. It's become that way.
Because things change. If I read a book and I learned some different knowledge from one book, I can then go to this book and tell you where the change is. So that book might not mean nothing.
Manipulate what the book tells you.
No, you're not listening, bro.
No, I'm not.
I'm saying, if I was reading a book at one time, like for example, the Nation of Islam, the message to the whatever, right? Now, I could believe that story. I could believe that story of Yaqub, but that the earth split the moon from the moon and he grafted this and grafted that. And so then when I go somewhere and I learn some different knowledge and then I read that book again, I can call it bullshit. It's not true. Now, does that book is null and void now because I went somewhere and gained some knowledge. That's how. Now, if you don't understand that,
Dr. Hood,
I don't want to know.
You got to fact check the fact checkers.
Dr. Hood, are you on here?
So all I'm saying is, if you don't understand how you could evolve from a book that you learned, because I started off in the journey with the NOI, the Nation of Islam. You're
just all mixed up.
whatever.
Come on, man. You done went from gunpowder to the NOI to talking about Allah, like, and you're not even speaking.
Whatever.
And you're not
I mean,
even
whatever, bro.
in a proper pretext.
We can say whatever you want to say.
You're not speaking on none of this stuff in the proper pretext.
We was talking about gunpowder, and he asked a question. I answered the question. That's all. I answered a question.
You started talking about gunpowder,
right, guys? Because that's how we were enslaved.
What does that have to do with that? That's
because that's how we were enslaved. Gunpowder. That's what enslaved us.
Okay.
When
they ran us out of our land, they didn't have no gunpowder. They had knives. So I don't understand what gunpowder got to do with none of that.
Okay. Well, so they ran you out to your land with knives,
and then when they ran us into their land, we start taking over their land. And then they made an agreement with the British in France, in Portugal, and all them to start enslaving us. The other black people, not our own people. It was the other black people that already lived in that land. That's what happened.
I can't argue with ambiguity.
We're giving you
I can't argue with black people and other black people, and you're not being specific. That's the trick of the new Hebrew Israelite.
It can't.
They don't really have nothing specific.
Man,
then when you get them specifics,
a
more Hebrew Israelite, what the fuck ever, bro.
Okay, I'm about to say, he sound like a more to me.
Hey, when the king.
All right, listen. There was no
more Hebrew like what the fuck ever. There's no difference.
Thing as a Hebrew Israelite, though. They were
you guys all come straight from the everything is black comic book.
Yeah,
come on, man. Everything is black comic book, bro. You guys you just come in with ambiguous people, the black people and the other black people. Nigga, come on, bro.
Because we're from different nations. It ain't about no black or white.
The black
these people that run the world they're claiming their nation, their heritage of people. The king and the queen of Britain. They're their own people, their own bloodline. That's where we got it twisted at.
You do know they married into the Egyptian. They married into that. They do can trace their bloodline to that. You do know that, right?
Yeah. That's because the Egyptians was doing some of. That's where they got their knowledge from of what they do right now.
Mm-hmm.
The Egyptians was back then drinking drinking that blood. What do they call it when they drain the little kids? And
adrenochrome.
Adrenochrome. They learned that knowledge from them.
Stop it, man.
Well, I ain't never heard of that one.
Stop it, man.
That's
Adrenochrome just came out, and this knowledge just came. See, a Hebrew Israelite in the 2000s, the ones who was saying the clock was going to turn off and all that, they wouldn't even talk about adrenochrome. Now, all of a sudden, adrenochrome is out. Now you're going to put that in the history.
Come on, bro. That's a part of it. I read that.
So you read that?
Hold on a second.
Scripts.
You read that,
Have y'all ever heard the saying, there's nothing new up under the sun?
Right.
Yeah.
How many names do you think, let me think of a country. What did they used to call Rhodesia? They don't call it that no more, but they used to call it Rhodesia in Africa. How many times they renamed that country, but it's still the same people?
Well, they also got a saying called it was writing on the wall. So you know where that came from too, right? The writings on the wall, you know where that came from too, right?
Well,
who was them slave people that was on that wall?
The tombs. Yeah, the tombs.
Huh?
Who was them slaves on the walls that was written in Egypt?
Well, it depends on who. Well, there wasn't all the same people.
It was us.
It was
us. Do you know how they came enslaved back then? Everybody was enslaved. If you went to war with a different tribe, you killed all the men and little boys, and you raped a woman and created your own. Period. No man stayed alive. That was just how they did back then.
They wasn't doing that to us. They knew that we could work.
They did that to everybody, bro. That's what war was.
Weather, but we were the best slaves.
Oh my God, weed.
Yeah,
All
till we
them
got
other
till
people,
Tilla got over here.
all them other people that were working as slaves, they were dying off way faster than us.
What other
Till
people?
Tilla got over here, yeah.
What in America? Bro, everybody. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
What other people, bro?
Yeah,
Definitely
blacks weren't the only ones enslaved.
No, not at all.
Well,
but they figured out who was the strongest slave of people,
right?
And that was us.
Right. That was us.
But there's many different. There's many difference of us, right?
The smartest.
No,
there's only one us.
No, there's us.
How many different blacks? How many different black nations are there?
We got the same bloodline. We're scattered. We're everywhere.
Yes, we are. We're everywhere. Yeah.
We're everywhere.
I mean,
the Haitians, that's us. The Black Dominicans, the South Americans, that's all us.
The Samoans is us too. Did you know the Samoans is us?
The Samoans ain't us.
Yeah, they are.
Man, they got Mongoloid blood. What are you talking about?
Dude, all them Samoans on them islands were black. Go look at some of them grandma's pictures. They were dark skinned. Period.
Okay.
So this thing is about colorism. They done diluted the color on them islands.
No.
Okay, whatever. Go look at the great grandmas. That's why the Samoans don't show no great grandma pictures.
I got
kids. They don't have no great grandma's pictures.
I got kids by a white girl, and those kids are not black. They're biracial.
I didn't say your kids.
Yeah, but but
they're not.
Wait, so listen, that's cool. They biracial. So what that mean when they in the
we're biracial, nigga. We're biracial.
We might as well be.
Because I'm
shit. What the fuck you talking about? We're biracial.
Yeah.
We're not African.
Yeah, we don't have a correct term.
So you keep changing up the narrative. You just want to argue.
No, we going through the channels but this is what I'm saying. This is
could be biracial because we don't have a direct
so much
term
going on with us. We trying to come to a common denominator, and it might look like a nigga's moving the goalposts or switching stuff up. We don't get to have these conversations, nigga.
Okay,
and then when we do get to have a conversation,
it's not really a bad, you're right or wrong, to be honest.
We got to figure all this shit out now. Think about if they would have let us have these conversations in school.
Right.
Hey, man, I tell you all the time.
We would have some understanding of where everybody stands.
Hey, I tell you guys this all the time. I tell man this all the time. I got white in me. So therefore, I'm going to like some white shit. This is in my DNA.
Well,
I'm just gonna keep it 100. I'm gonna keep it 100. You know what I mean? My gene structure got white in me. You gotta look at my skin. Period.
The scriptures told us that we were not to mix races.
Okay, but we didn't mix races. My great grandma was raped by the slave master, and that's how my grandfather came out. Okay,
we blew
that passed down through me.
Yeah, we blew that a long time ago.
Correct. That's what I was going with about our last names. Look at our damn last names.
And so that DNA that's in me
correct.
It's still in my DNA. It's still on my 23 chromosomes. I still got chromosomes from them people.
I never told.
And no matter what book I read, I'm still part of that DNA. So I still think like they think. They still in my structure. Period.
Really?
Yeah.
I never was told that my ancestor was raped by a white person.
Nigga, look at your skin, nigga. You can look at you. You ain't dark as rain.
All right, listen.
Hey, don't make fun of my dark skin tone.
I'm not making fun of your dark skin. It's a fact.
I'm just joking.
All our people were made with different colors of brown and black. So I don't know what.
So you don't have no white people.
We make albinos.
Hey, you don't have no white people in you.
That's true.
We know that an albino is real black.
Hey, so you don't have no white people in you? Is what you're telling me?
I never was told that a white person was in my mix.
Because you never was told. But do the facts of the matter. Common sense. What would that tell you?
So that's why I said, are you why you don't consider yourself an American?
Thank you. The melting pot.
Because my people were brung here not how they wanted to be. B.
Well,
Or
if you're
phrase
more,
B.
I thought you guys was already here.
How
Make
many?
up your
Wait,
fucking
hold
mind.
on.
Hey,
Now,
listen.
this is getting good.
When did you
How
ever hear me
many?
say that I was already here?
The
I got
more
Native
say that,
American in my
I'm
blood.
not a Moor, so I don't know what you're talking about. See,
But
what are you, bro?
you was born on
come on,
American
man.
soil, though, right? You were
How
born on
many of
American
y'all?
soil.
How many of y'all know your great grandparents?
Huh?
How
I
many of
do.
y'all know your great grandparents?
I do.
I do.
I do.
I know her name. I
I
know where she
never
came
met
from.
them. I
I'm
never
talking
met
about you
them.
know them. You met them.
No, I don't
Oh
know.
no, I ain't met.
My
No,
great
no,
grandma did, not my great grandma.
I
A
haven't met
lot
my
of us
great.
can't even go back and
Hey,
trace
My
our
great.
ancestry.
my people trace back to Gullah Geechee.
Most of us, right?
Gullah
Because
Geechee.
if I'm almost
This nigga
50,
come straight from one
look,
of them books.
if you my age, most of us, we never met our I actually met my great grandparent.
That's what's
Right?
up.
One though. I met one of them.
I met one of them too, my great grandma.
Right? My great grandma. I didn't meet my great grandfather or on my other side. Now, but what I'm getting at is that it'd be hard to say certain shit when we can't even pull up the information, right? Like, how many of us know our grandma's name? Like, how many of us know the name?
Man, that
That's a
goes to
good
the
point.
history
That's a
and
good
people,
point.
like I said, to where
name's
my
Dolores.
history, and I tell people this and I told you this before, there's a china cabinet in my house. There was an Eastern Star. When I used to ask my grandma what this plate was, my great grandma, and then I became in a fraternity, I understood. My grandma didn't have no fucking education, but she came all the way up to Washington and she helped build the hilltop. Now, the people who helped her was her white family side who taught her all that, right? But she was jet black. Somehow she was intermixed with that. My great grandma didn't she didn't mess with a white dude, right?
So your grandma was jet black like me?
Yeah, my great grandma was jet black. Go look
And
it up.
all them black jokes you be talking about me, all them years, you motherfucker.
Here you go.
You motherfucker. You motherfucker. That is insightful. I'm on your head for that from now on, you motherfucker. You motherfucker. I'm on your head from now on.
It is, bro.
That's what we do.
I
It
got
is
you
what
now.
it is.
I got you.
It is what it is.
I'm fucking with you. Go ahead.
But my grandma's husband, right? My great grandma's husband is a Native American, black, and he got some ganga shit in his. He's light skinned. My grandma is light. You know Chanel. Chanel is light. We have white in this, bro. That's just period. So much white that, like, if you see Chanel, you know Chanel, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, my grandma was light like her.
Jimmy Quinn Sr. too, yeah.
Yeah. No, they know Jimmy Quinn Sr. David.
Oh, David
Light.
Quinn, my bad.
They're
David.
light.
Yeah.
So there's white in this. Accepted white. We see, and I keep telling Maine this, we laugh. We were part of the house. That's how we got up here. Right? So I don't knock it. My great grandma never talked bad about white people.
Now, here's the cold thing, and I say this all the time. The house nigga gets a raw deal because when they show these movies, they make it seem like it was like signing up for football. Like I want to play running back. Nah, nigga. They gave you jobs. You're doing
They educated you. And then we went and taught the slaves.
Yeah.
And then we went and did that. Like I said, my great grandma history came up here. She brought half of Arkansas up here from her nigga. There's a gang of family from Arkansas who's my family. We don't even know it. We've been cousins the whole time and didn't even know it until I went back and seen my great grandma's grave, Ella Grant, and then seen the family names.
Let me ask y'all this question.
I think most of our family came up from the South.
Let me ask y'all something.
I can't agree with that because we came from slaves and we were doing all the work. They weren't doing no work. So that's why they wouldn't even letting us get jobs for a minute. because they was complaining about they didn't have no jobs because
so when slavery ended,
I was just about to say, because here's the thing, you said your grandma didn't have education or whatever, or great grandma, whatever, which is cool, but she had a different type of education. She had the skills to pay the bills. Like you could say the white people trained her and all that. Nah, nigga, if she got here on her own, she already had a skill set. You know that's the way that shit worked.
Right. Yeah, but her skill set, she was an Eastern Star, bro. She was dealing with them peoples. She was a Mason,
yeah, but you don't just listen. To be an Eastern
Beyond that's
Star,
what they saying.
You had to be like okay, she had to have a talent or an ability. Right. You just couldn't be an Eastern Star because you knew about it.
Oh, well, of course, yeah. I'm not discounting that. I'm not discounting that.
But
what I'm saying is,
yeah,
her dad was from the house.
Taught her valuable skills.
Okay, I got it. Okay, I see what you're saying.
So when you're from the house, then you get to be around them white folks taking care of them. They get to read, they get to teach you stuff. Then, like I said, you're one of them like Benjamin Banneker. When they start his family, when they seen how smart he was, he went to the the tar fields. But then that night they had him studying because he was smart. So
you saying your people was part of the help? They were
part of
the help.
My people was part of the help.
Okay,
I know my history. Why not, nigga? Why is that something to be proud of?
Listen.
So
you said you come from a history of house niggas. You understand?
Yeah, I always say that shit.
You understand?
I'm just clowning, but that's what you said.
Yeah, bro. Willie B. I keep it 100. When they ask me, Willie B, hold on. When they ask me, I don't claim to be a king or queen. I say I'm come from a long line of peasants. You feel me? When everybody say Grand Rising King, Queen, nigga, don't call me that, nigga. I was in the fucking field. If I was from Shaka had me running around this motherfucker. You feel me? Like I just keep it 100.
You still don't consider yourself a peasant because of what you couldn't control.
I'm not a king or a queen if I don't come from that lineage.
Well,
so if I'm a peasant, I'm a peasant.
Your back ancestry.
If I'm a peasant, I'm a peasant. It is what it is. I'm not going to change what it is. It's not. I'm not that now.
So if we were kings and queens, what tribe did we come from?
I don't know, bro.
Because I ain't never really read of everybody was kings and queens in history.
We were tribal.
But we had one king and a queen.
And if he wasn't a king or a queen, then what else was everybody else? Peasants, nigga, to a king or queen.
But here's how would that look? Going around calling each other subjects.
That's what I'm saying. Thank you.
We had bankers. We had farmers. We had.
But if you're not a king and a queen, if I'm under the realm, so you're not following to understand, bro.
That doesn't mean you're a peasant.
You're not following to understand. If you're king and queens, the rest of the people are peasants. Either royalty or peasants.
Where do you think high society came from?
In broad. If you're kings and queens,
listen. Where do you think high society came from? That shit came from us. We taught them people.
Can't be peasants if you taught them.
Well, that's what I'm telling you.
That's also not like. I mean,
that's what I'm telling you. That's in generalization.
By definition.
In generalization,
we've seen that hierarchy in every single civilization.
Exactly.
No, hold up. That we've seen that hierarchy in every single civilization.
Right.
Even in animals. Even in animals.
Right. Yeah. Even in animals.
You wouldn't call a lion.
So what's your point?
You wouldn't call a lion a peasant.
I'm talking about the lineage, bro. So you guys is changing it up. Let me make you folks understand.
A lion a peasant.
Let me make you understand.
You can't call a lion a peasant.
Everybody says kings and queens.
If he's not the king, he is.
When is the lion never not the king?
But the lion is known as the king of the jungle.
Right.
We just the lion in
that
general.
was my whole point. Lions is known as kings anyway.
But the king of the jungle. All of them.
There wasn't no peasants in Mansa Musa's land.
Oh,
sure
man,
wasn't.
see, now wait, hold up.
Sure
now
wasn't.
we about to do this with Mansa Musa.
There you go.
I'm about to say some shit y'all don't like.
They don't like it. Go ahead, man.
So Mansa
What about
Musa,
the
the richest
hyena?
man.
You get a gang
Hold
of
on.
hyenas. That
No,
king
no, no,
doesn't
no,
mean
no, no,
anything.
no, man. No, go ahead, man.
Mansa Musa, the
Musa.
richest man that ever lived, right?
Yeah.
How?
Because he had
Thank
all
you.
the gold, all the resources.
How?
Thank you.
He had all the ideas.
Propaganda.
No. How'd he
It's
get all
not
the gold?
propaganda. It's a true story. The fuck?
Hey, you know what?
No,
I'm gonna say
no,
like
no.
this, man. I'm gonna say like this. And you know what? I'm about to put myself on the hot seat. Mansa Musa was a piece of shit.
Thank you.
Why was he a piece of shit?
Because he robbed and pillaged to get every fucking thing, nigga.
Bro.
How? Like he said, how?
Bro, you know that there was a point he had a decree where he was the only one in the kingdom who could have gold. And I'm talking about this shit stretched for 1,000-mile radius in a full circle. Think about 1,000 miles in a complete 360-degree radius, bro.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. 1,000 miles every way. You're the only motherfucker who could have gold. Now, what I will say, people
Even in
didn't
the
want for
air?
nothing, right? He did the same shit they do. We're not gonna give you.
He's
proof.
Bill Gates before Bill Gates.
Bro, he was the fucking what you call
He's
that
telling
shit?
you how.
What you call that people who got all the money, who print the money for us?
The Rothschilds?
Yeah, like them.
The Bilderbergers.
No,
Yeah,
you're talking about the
US
International
Mint or
Monetary
whatever the fuck,
Fund.
or
You're talking about
where
the
they hold
Federal
all the
Reserve.
resources.
Who
So
do you think owns the Federal Reserve?
He would have all the real gold. He would get all the real natural minerals and all that shit. Because we just talking about the gold. No, it was gold. It was silver. It was bronze. It was cobalt. It was all type of natural shit. And then this dude, he would get everybody under his wing and be like, I'm gonna offer you protection.
This is
Then
what's
he would
happening
go
right
to other
now.
lands and stunt.
Hold on.
So
This
then
is
you don't
exactly
understand.
hold
Then
on
you
a
don't
second. This
understand
is
how we were
exactly this is
easily
exactly what's
conquered.
happening right now.
Right.
They took all the natural resources. They've been going through, running through Africa, taking all the natural resources, Middle East, all the oil, and then they give
Mansa
us
Musa
IOU.
controlled
They
the
give us
water.
these piece of paper with IOUs on us and say that it's backed by silver and by gold.
Yep.
So if a white man
And
came
there
over
ain't no
here
gold
and
in Fort
said,
Knox.
turn on this motherfucker. So you don't think how easy it was? Turn on this
Sorry,
motherfucker.
I said what I said about Mansa Musa. I know y'all mad at me.
Now you don't understand how they conquered us. Now you don't understand how they conquered us so easily. Now the people who kicked out the nomads, who didn't eat, who had to struggle, who wasn't on these lands, and the white people gathered them, what did you think they did? Yeah, this motherfucker, they snitched or whatever. Because there were so many different people, like these motherfucking kings and queens and
That's how Seattle got established.
Come on, man. It's like them shits ain't in the history books. The common sense of the shit of how we were conquered.
Hey, Chef, I would have to look at that. I would have to look that up. I'm looking it up right now, and I'm seeing if was he a good king. It said Mansa Musa could easily be considered a great leader. He managed an efficient government through a bureaucratic system that provided each village greatly while establishing provinces and provincial governors to handle local affairs. What made Mansa Musa so rich? He's known for his wealth and generosity. He has been subject to popular claims that he is the wealthiest person in history, but his actual wealth is not known with any certainty. His riches came from the mining of significant gold and salt deposits in the Mali Empire, along with the slave and ivory trade.
Okay, so look, remember how you just said, how can a book be, the book is a knowledge, the man just gave you the knowledge that's not in the book. So now you can take that book and kick that book out the window.
I just asked him to see where I could find that, where his statement was from.
But you're not gonna find it.
Because he doesn't have no reference. He doesn't have no reference.
I'm asking the reference of it. Right, that's what I'm saying. I'm just asking the reference of it.
It's common knowledge how you would get to that point anyway.
You know what? Give me some time. Give me some time, and I'll properly source up. Because I can't right now. I don't know where to find it at. But I could find the information, and then when I do, I'll get the link or whatever whatever the title of the book and the author, all the shit that we need, and I'll do that. But
yeah, because you know what's funny about that?
Ultimately, here's what happened. He was pretty much extorting motherfuckers. It was all like get down or lay down.
Well, no, yeah, to your point, he said slave trade.
And he just read it though. He said establishing
Yeah, I did. It says
provinces
that in
and
there. Yeah.
that is colonization.
Okay.
Thank you, bro.
All right, cool, cool.
It says it in there. It says
That's
it
what
in
that
there.
is.
Slave trade and labor. It says it in there.
Okay, so
I read that.
Yeah, that's
I read that.
colonization, but that is.
yeah, let's
But we
not
also know that
disregard
the slaves that was being enslaved in the land of Kush is different than how they were being treated in the transatlantic slave trade.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's a
It was a huge difference.
Slavery,
Right.
slavery.
We didn't do, we didn't
Slavery
do
is
our
slavery.
own. Yeah. It's
that's because
but
that
that was
transatlantic
it
slave
came
trade,
from all cultures though.
that stuff
Yeah, it
was
was
taught
all
to
cultures
them.
that did slavery.
Slavery
All
is slavery,
cultures.
but man, brother, slavery over there is different. What's different?
What do
Right.
y'all say? What do y'all say when folks say that as of right now in this time in human history, there are more people in some form of slavery now than in any other point in history? What do y'all say to that?
That has to be true. It has to be true.
Yeah, white people and black people are slaves in America.
I ain't no motherfucking slave, nigga. You can take that out.
So my question is,
if you go press a
whatever,
ain't nobody coming in here touching my daughter, touching my girl.
Yeah,
nothing.
it's not the same. Yeah, it's not. We're not never slaves to where our ancestors that could be
Have
brought
y'all
over
ever
here.
seen Django?
Yeah, I think what he's saying is a difference between being captive in captivity and being a slave. The real slavery.
You know what?
Hold up. The real slavery began.
Houses no more. Like example. If they let most of us just go right now, like we could go wherever, a bunch of us is just gonna stay here. We already had the opportunity. Y'all seen Django?
Right.
Remember at the beginning of Django, whatever, when he got him out that cage and they just was all like, well, what we supposed to do now?
Yeah. Where
That's
we
us.
going?
Right.
Yep.
As a collective. So the thing is that, yeah, I'm not the type of slave that say my grandmother's great, grandfather.
Right.
No, I'm not that type of slave. But come on, man.
Right.
Yeah.
There's still a sense of slave captivity.
No, it's mental.
It's even in the amendments. It's even in the amendments in this country.
You got to think about it. If they can take the cuffs or the chains off of you and you don't want to leave, that's slavery.
I love it here.
That's a slave.
The cuffs and
Yeah,
chains
psychological.
If I can take the yoke off you and you won't go nowhere, that's slavery. That's a slave.
Yeah, it's on your mind.
So we get mad when Kanye said that because someone said something about what he said, and I caught some flack for agreeing with. I caught some flack for agreeing with. I didn't get mad. I didn't get mad
because said that on the show today.
If you look at it in context,
we're slaves to Jordan. We're slaves to Jordans, jewelry,
to clout chasing,
business, women.
Yes.
We become pawns. We become
clout
pawns.
chasing, attention.
Yes.
Material.
And they still. Hey, check this out.
Now.
Hey, check this out. Hey, check this out.
Let's not forget this one.
Hold up.
They to trauma, my niggas.
Hold up.
It's
and
trauma,
they still
right.
use and they still
Agreed.
use the slave catchers to police us.
Right.
Yes. Right. Yep. Yep.
Right.
It's a psychological thing now. It's not physical like it was that our ancestors had to go through. Yep. They did a good number on this. I'm not going to hold it. We can't figure out how to get out of psychological trauma. Like it's a psychological. It passes on from our ancestors to us, which explains the quote unquote black on black stuff that we go against. That they paint the narrative this black on black thing as if white on white crime don't have it, and we fall right into thinking that's part of it's a big issue with us.
Just think about the black folks that decide to go back to Africa. We get more pushback from our own people than we do from white folks. I ain't never heard white folks say nothing about us going back they tell them go back to Africa. They use that racist line, but if you told a white person, I'm gonna go back to Africa and check out they don't say nothing about that.
Right.
Black folks are the ones, you're going to Africa? Who wants to go back there?
If we all left here, this country would fall.
Oh,
in a matter of a week.
Oh, hell
in weeks, bro. In weeks. It's real.
In days. Probably
because they'd still be able to run off of what the residue is what's left.
That's why
it wouldn't last them long.
Robotic arms.
They'll run off the house ones. They'll run off the house niggas that choose to stay.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. It's like they'll have enough fuel in the tank to make it a little while, but they ain't gonna go far at all. It's gonna fall fast. You got to think about it. If we just vamped for 50 years and came back, could you imagine what the music and could you imagine the sports, what the sports would look like?
There wouldn't be no culture.
It'd be
There
black
wouldn't
and
be
white
no
again.
basketball. There would be no.
Well,
Man,
it's
it'd be
deeper than
a
that
lot.
because, like
I was
when
talking
you said
about that
live off the fumes, so here's the deal: there is no modern America without black folks. It just doesn't exist. Like if you
Right.
separated it off, like you could separate black bodies, black people, right?
Right.
But y'all left such an indelible mark on the culture.
Yeah,
That shit
yeah,
ain't never leaving ever.
yeah. At least for a while.
Worldwide.
At least it'll last for a while because we are the.
Hey, white people got rhythm now.
Yeah, but we still are the trendsetters. They still following
Yeah,
behind
we
us.
still the trendsetters.
Yeah.
Troy being funny.
We
I
have
mean, they've got
established the culture.
they've become adapted with because someone mentioned that hip hop is going to become white. Well, we're discovering that if you guys just go look at the Rolling Loud that happened over the weekend, just go look at that crowd and how stiff they were to the black music. That was yes, the music has become a white consumer, but we know that to be because hip hop now is a cultural thing. You get what I'm saying? You couldn't help
but it's always been like that. Rock and roll, like all forms of music, started by us, and then white folks started consuming it and
But
started
if y'all notice, but here's the deal: it's all stagnant though. So like, let's even use the idea that like, all right, so black folks were the engine to so many new sounds and new genres of music and even cultural movements, right? What's been going on the last 30 years? There's nothing distinct. It's just like reiterations of other stuff.
Yep, it's rehashing. It is.
It feels that way.
It is recycled. It is movies and everything.
Right.
Also,
yeah.
And so, in my opinion, that's by design. I feel like I think there was a natural rhythm to like movements, youth culture, music, and somehow it got blocked or it's being
in the
blocked.
90s, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like
and
you
it fell
said,
off.
and that's why they keep rehashing the same thing. Even look at TV show. They bringing back all the TV shows from the 80s now.
Because
You
they
know
were
what I'm saying?
authentic. It taught us something. I mean, TV
it's
was
not just that. It's like what he said. No, it's a programming.
I'm so
Yes.
glad
Right, that's what I'm
you
saying.
brought that
Program.
up.
It's a programming. It's like let's not get him to another. Because hold up, real quick. You got to think about it. Before the '90s, and like when the '90s hit, that's when a lot of the mental innovation started with us, man. You think about the music, and black folks was waking up and they shifted it to gangster music, lean and all that. So that's why they're rehashing it back over because they know we're at a point of breaking into another era, another mind state.
Warner Brothers, Interscope Records, all these motherfuckers was plausible in that. Look, I think about this. The nigga Dre said, another day for Dre. I'ma begin like this. No more dreadlocks, medallions, or black fists. It's just that gangster glare with gangster raps. That gangster shit make a gang of snaps. Word to the motherfucking street. Right? We used to say word to the mother. That nigga said word to the motherfucking streets.
Yeah.
Hey, I want to ask you something, Willie B.
Dang, he just pulled bars out. Go ahead.
Hey, Willie B, I want to ask you something. What were the shows we were watching in the 80s? I'm gonna ask you this. Then I'm gonna ask somebody else another question after you answer.
What type of shows?
Yeah,
what?
like what were the names of the shows? Just blurt out whatever.
227.
Yeah, Family Matters and stuff like that. That's what we talking about. Cosby Show.
Yeah, right.
Cosby Show, Different World.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Different Strokes.
And those are the black shows.
What's happening?
Good time.
Hey, Copperhead.
Jefferson's.
What are
Stanford and Son.
What are the top shows we watch right now for black folks?
Reality shows, Love and Hip Hop,
Lassie,
Power, Empire,
BMF,
Scandal,
BMF.
Yep.
Hey, yo, check it. There was a breakoff point. Yo, check it. So, like in that same era, at the tail end of that era, name me the
Real
one show
Housewives.
that separated. Living Single was the jump off point.
Right.
That was around the time.
Yeah.
That was about when it started.
And like The Rock.
Nah, he's talking about where they were transferring power over to women.
Oh, my bad.
Oh,
Well,
living
hold
single.
on. Well, no, just the concept, like, no, where the focus went from
Well, you got to
family to
say
like
Martin
live.
too.
Well,
Gina
living
ran that relationship. I mean, let's be honest.
living single was an attempt to living single was trying to
Martin
monopolize on the Friends thing. So.
Martin Lawrence.
Yes, that's that.
Gina
That's
ran
that.
that
Well,
relationship.
actually, Friends came from Living Single. Actually, it was the other way
Yeah.
around.
That's right. Friends
You know
came
what?
from living single.
You hit me with some ism I never thought about. Because I
Who?
used to love Living Single. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
They made a fucking show called Living Single where the whole thing was to not commit to shit.
Yep.
Right.
And sleep
And I
around
love
and
that
yep.
show.
Yep.
Oh man, you just smacked me in the face.
But they
That was a
always
good
do
one.
that. Look at even Martin. They always have the single friend. They always do this on these shows.
Dr. Hood's right about Martin. Gina ran that shit.
Yep. And well, look at the Cosby Show. Claire
Well,
ran that shit.
Gina had a better job. She had a higher paying job than Martin.
Claire, and so did Claire. Claire was punking Cliff. She was a big time lawyer while he
She was a
worked
lawyer.
in downstairs and delivered babies. She would put him in headlocks, and she was the one that the family was looking at as the strength. And she was always putting Elvin in check for trying to make Sandra a traditional wife.
Wasn't he a doctor?
Hold on, bro.
Wasn't he a doctor?
If you guys even know, my grandfather and the men in our family they're the one who disciplined us, but the women always ran our shit, just like the hustlers. Like I just told you, my great grandma, the preachers in the church even bowed down to her. Strong black women. That's what it was.
But isn't that because the man worked all the time and she was there to be able to teach and discipline?
No,
isn't that a lot of that because of that?
But see, hold on. We gotta be. Hold on. See, I think that's a little bit twisted because really, that woman was the voice for the man. That man didn't have to say nothing, and I'm gonna tell you why. It's the same reason till this day that there's no way I feared my mom worse than my dad.
Right.
But if my mom could say, "I'm gonna tell your dad," and that put fear through you. You knew if I got in trouble with
but see, Willie B, you probably
my
raised
dad
both
didn't
of
even
your
have to know
parents.
it. Didn't have to know what we did. If he heard we did something, we was in trouble. Period. He didn't have to hear what did they do.
As it should, yeah.
It wasn't a whole bunch of
person
talking.
that wasn't
Men
raised
didn't
with
do a
both
bunch of
parents?
talking back then. Men didn't do talking back in the old school. The woman did the talking for the man. Matter of fact, it's always been like that. The woman warned you of the wrath of the father. That's what mothers do.
Right.
If you had 2-parent homes, yeah, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. I
You
agree.
guys might think this is funny, but even in
And
this
that changed
relationship,
to where instead of you looking to the mother to see what the father wants you to do, now you're looking at the mothers because she's the quote unquote backbone of the family, and it wasn't supposed to be that way.
Well, that goes all the way back to the buck breaking and all that.
right? That go back to the men.
All the way back. They're tearing the man down. They want the woman to be in charge of the family.
Well, see, I ain't gonna hold you guys. I didn't have 2-parent family structure in the home. I had my mom. My dad was around, but my mom was the influence. So I mean,
well, of course,
I feared my mom. I feared my mom. I'm way taller than my mom. I still,
but
it's the
natural though.
respect.
Right,
Oh,
that's natural. That's natural though, bro. Like if you ain't got a father, what the hell you supposed to just disregard your mom? Well, I didn't got a dad, so no, that's natural. You're gonna be under submission of the person who raised you. I'm just saying when you have that masculine energy makes a difference, and that's why they separated from
No,
our
I've had
homes.
men influences, and I've had men influences when I came up in Tacoma that from recreational, like from the People's Center out, the staff, to make sure I didn't steer myself into being a hilltop crip and stuff like that. I had great father influences, but I just didn't have a dad in the structurally every day in the home to be the fearful, the thunder when there's a lightning. The mom's the lightning, the dad's
and that makes a difference. But that's why you lean on, even if you ain't got a bigger brother, men are gonna lean on their uncles, their neighbors, this is why a lot of us end up in the streets, because we be leaning on these big homies and these OGs because we're looking for an image of a man to follow.
Yes,
that's natural.
Right.
And matter of fact, you think about it, because think about it like this.
Vice versa women too.
No, not just vice versa. It is vice versa, but women even look for a man to follow. It's in the nature People,
why
men
I'm
and women
different.
look at men for leadership. That's just biological nature. That's just how it is.
This is why I'm different. My great grandma ran. She was the foundation of what we are today with the studying. And that passed on to my grandma. And then there was a gap between my mom and them. They were on drugs. They didn't do shit. But all my learning and rearing comes from two women mainly. Now my grandfather was a hustler, and he did what he did, and he brought home the bacon and shit. But I didn't really learn nothing from him. I ain't gonna say I didn't learn nothing from him, but I didn't follow that.
But it's time for men to step up and take those roles now.
Right. He was
Okay,
working.
We had
do
it
we feel
wrong by having women in those roles.
right?
So men got to
Yeah,
take charge.
and the thing is,
Right.
it's not like
Raised by
men.
women?
It's a lot of men. I know men that was raised by women that are good men. You know, like,
Right.
but we got to be real that there is a difference.
It's a different
There's a
time now.
difference. I'm saying there's a difference when you actually have that man in the house, though. It just
Oh
is.
yeah, of course. Absolutely. Absolutely.
And you know what I'm saying, and that's why as men we get some like that, like even my family, I was raised with my dad, but a lot of people I know wasn't. And if you look at my family, like the head of our family is my grandmother. Like she was, you know what I'm saying, that's who a lot of us look to as the
the
that's just how it
matriarch.
is.
The matriarch.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
That's real.
absolutely.
I ran to the streets to look for a man. I was
We
already
all do
turned
that.
off.
That's why you're
A
a
lot of us
Hebrew
do that.
Israelite.
Right.
You
That
met
didn't
nigga
have a
on the
structural
corner
dad. Yeah.
being a Hebrew
Absolutely.
Israelite.
Yeah. Huh?
That's why you're Hebrew, bro. Because you met a man on the corner selling bean pies.
Hebrews don't
That's
sell
right.
bean pies.
Right.
Quit talking. Quit talking. Quit trying to clown the brother, man. Hebrews don't sell bean pies.
Right. We follow the word of the Most High. And that book ain't telling you to do nothing wrong.
All right, look. Let's get into that for a sec, right?
Oh,
Here we
God
go.
damn it.
Boy, here we
No,
go.
we ain't getting. No, we ain't getting into that.
Listen, real quick.
We were talking good dialogue.
No, this is good dialogue, but
Hey,
listen,
wait, hold on.
Let me say one thing. Let me say one thing. We're on a globe. We're on a globe. There's no true north. There's no true south. Where's high is the direction of heaven. There is no heaven. So that most high is a. I hate when they say that because there's nothing that's most high. Like do the math. It's science.
Man, look, man.
I'm just saying, there's no bottom, low. There's no high. I mean, the most high get it, but it's
all right. All your life, that woman taught you about that book, and now
God is not direct. My point is, God is
again.
not directional. He's everything. He's not directional.
You said what's not? He said he's not
God
directional.
is not directional. He's not up high. He's everything.
High is just a status, man. You're getting too figurative.
No,
Come
well,
on,
that's
man.
figurative. Saying he's the most high.
Yeah, you're getting too literal, bro.
But
The most high is status, man. It's just a stat.
That's what I'm saying too.
Come
the
on,
person
man.
that sits on top, just like the president, he's on top, but he doesn't run nothing. It's the same thing. The president is the top,
no,
right?
it's not. That's
Are
not
you
what we're talking
comparing
about.
the president to God?
Yeah,
no,
he's
I'm
talking
saying
about
the
you're talking about a
president sits
title
on top.
versus actual
What is
position.
the most high of this country? What is the most high of this country? The president.
It's subjective.
Okay,
It depends on what you consider.
Okay, well, all right, whatever. You guys, all right, whatever.
That's
I just said
optics,
what
man.
I said. I just said
Because when you say the sun, what is the sun? Where is the sun at? The most high. So what do you?
No, when the sun
You
is
get what I'm saying?
when the sun is at night, where it's not at, it could be at the bottom. That's why we can't see it. So you're rotating around the thing.
All right.
I just answered this question. It's not always high. You can't see this shit.
Listen, man, these questions you're asking are disingenuous.
Yeah, these is
and they just don't even make any sense.
Is.
So it's kind of like, why have the conversation if we're not trying to learn and build off each other?
Hey, the brother actually made some good points.
That's right. That's right.
I gotta go with Top. He made some good points, man. Earlier, he made some very good points when he was discussing the Bible and all that type of stuff. And I thought it was a pretty good debate. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, it was.
I actually was intrigued to listen to the rest of it because he was asking him, "Hey, I want to learn. You tell me some things about what I'm saying is not factual or it doesn't make sense." So he made some valid points, man. And you know what I'm saying? I don't believe in the Bible either. I believe it's written by man. white man at that.
Every book
And it
is
is a
written by
bunch of
man.
African.
Right.
Every book
It
was
is a
written by
lot of
Every
man,
it.
book
and
was written by
so
man.
that's
We
the dumbest.
specifically
That
talking
right
about
there
the
is the
Bible.
dumbest
Right.
cop out that people use.
Right.
It's written
No,
It
by
was
man.
who it
Bible
You know how
was.
much
specifically
shit you
about
have
the
learned. Hold up.
Bible.
You know how much shit you have learned in your life that's written by man that you
We're
believe
talking
in.
specifically about the Bible, though.
I'm just talking
Right,
about,
Before
and
you
I'm
came
right.
talking,
in,
and I'm
before you
talking
Hey,
came
Willie
in,
B
though,
specifically.
got a
Hold up.
good
before you
point,
I'm
came
talking
man.
in,
specifically
we were
about your
talking about.
statement, though. Hold on a second. You're
But he's
saying
talking
something
about the
that was
Bible
written
being
by
inspired by
man
God. That's
as if
different.
that's a,
Yeah, but
as if
that wasn't
that's
the
a.
topic before you wasn't
Yeah,
here
see, we're
earlier.
talking about
What we were talking
inspired by
about, what
God,
we were
bro.
It
talking
don't
about,
matter.
he
Hold on,
said he
hold on,
didn't
hold up, hold
believe
up, hold up,
he
hold
didn't
up. I'm
believe
not.
that it
Hold
was
up.
written by a white man.
I'm.
So this is way before you came in, brother. So
It don't matter.
it
I'm just talking
it
about what
don't.
you just said. That's
Okay,
all I'm
well, let
saying.
me clarify then. I believe it's written by a white man. What we were talking about earlier before you
Okay, prove
entered
that.
into the
Prove that.
live,
Prove
bro.
that. Prove that. Prove that. Prove it. Prove it. What do you have to substantiate that? Because I hear that all the time, but nobody brings nothing forth to tell me the name of the white man that wrote it. What's his name?
I don't know his name. I know it ain't written by no black man.
How do you? Okay, tell me. Prove to me how you know that. Prove to
How
me
do
that
I
it
know that?
wasn't written by a black man. Oh,
I know
ancient
we don't
book from that.
control.
From
We
that.
don't control. We don't control anything, and we don't. A lot of this shit that is written in the Bible is for a way for us to be controlled as slaves.
You're not.
So
You're just
I
talking. No, I'm
believe
saying how do you? But what do you have to substantiate? I'm talking about who wrote it. That's all I'm asking you. Because look, if you can show me this, I'm not saying you're right or wrong. I'm just saying show me
based
something to
on the
back up what
history
you're
of
saying. Because
slavery,
what
I'm
you're
going
doing,
off of
hold up,
that.
what you're doing is the same thing that you're saying the Bible is doing. You're just talking.
Just talking.
Yeah,
We are just
but what
talking.
I'm saying is, if you're
So
gonna make a claim like that, you got to bring some.
I'm not then. Well, prove that
You got to
that I'm
bring
wrong.
something to substantiate
Prove
what you're
that I'm wrong.
saying.
Then prove that I'm wrong.
No, I'm not. I'm not trying to disprove you. I'm asking you to bring forth something to substantiate what you're saying.
History and a couple of movies I may have seen off slavery.
A
What the
couple
Bible was
movies
used
that
as a.
said white
I
men wrote
said
the
based off
Bible.
what I've read of history and a couple of movies that it was used as a tool to control slaves.
Well, it
And it was
was.
written.
It was.
Okay,
It actually
so what?
was.
So what are
No,
you
it
talking
was.
about, Willie?
No, it
Talking
was.
about
It
then?
actually was
Why
in
you
a
giving me
way.
a hard time then?
No, because
Why are you giving me a hard time?
because you're not substantiating your claim.
It's not a bad question because
I
it's
don't
a
have
good
the
question we
specific
all want to
name
know.
of the white man who wrote it, but I know it's
Well,
not. It was written by some European or someone.
how do you
That is
know
not
this? Is all I'm asking you.
Willie B, answer. You want to
I'm just
answer
asking, how do you know this? Because
that the
I've never seen
Bible
any
was
source.
inspired?
Hold on, I've never seen a source. Hold on a
I'm
second.
trying to tell
I've
you,
never
bro. You
seen
don't want to
one.
hear.
Okay, prove to me that it
I'm
was
trying to
written
tell
by a
you.
white man. Okay, go ahead.
I'm trying to. All right, so it says that the words were inspired by divine. These people, Paul or John, whoever was divine, and they heard Jesus, and Jesus wrote down that shit.
What does divine mean?
They had the spiritual.
That's proof.
Do
That's
you
proof
do
right
you
there.
understand the the definitions of these words you're saying?
Oh my gosh.
I do
I'm
got a
just
My
asking.
point, Willie
Dr.
B. Let
Henry
me
Clark,
finish.
and I'm
Let
pretty
me
sure you've
finish,
heard
and
of him,
then you can ask.
Willie B. You've heard of Dr. Henry Clark, right?
Man, I'm just
The
trying to get one.
legendary Dr. Henry Clark.
I'm just listening. I'm trying to listen. You guys
Right there.
is
There go your source right there.
Never mind.
Right there. There go your source right there.
Dr. Henry Clark says what?
Oh yeah,
Henry
Willie
Clark,
B. Yeah.
that the
Check him out.
Bible
Yeah.
is
Yeah,
not
Dr. Henry Clark's all right.
Henry Clark.
Yeah,
He
he
said
will
what?
break it down
Bible is
about the
it ain't
Bible.
written by us, and they're made up a bunch of African folklore.
No.
That's
That
yeah,
man,
that's a
you're gonna
good
discredit that man's
good
The
reference.
Bible,
Good
you're gonna
reference.
discredit his information.
but the Bible says it was only written by one group of people. So how could it be written by a whole bunch of tribes? See, everything people say in the book doesn't say that. And that's why I say study the scriptures.
I'll take that man's word for it. I trust that
I'm not
Dr. Henry
taking no
Clark is
I'm
a
not
good
Okay,
taking
so
source.
no
okay,
man
hold on.
back.
Stop right there. Let's stop
Dr.
right
Henry
there.
Clark
Let's
is a
stop right
valid
there.
source.
Because
Let's
that's
stop
where we
right there.
fuck up at right there.
Let's stop
Taking
right there.
people's words.
Thank you. You just contradicted yourself. You just contradicted yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You're taking you're taking a man's word for it because he claims what you believe in. And you don't think there's no other scholars out there that have the opposite view of him?
No, because
Oh
Dr.
wow. Okay.
Dr. Ben, I can't
Okay. No.
pronounce that brother's
Listen, if you
last name.
really think you can hold on a second.
Also followed up and backed
But
up
hold
Dr.
on.
Ben Clark's.
That's fine.
Dr.
But here's
Ben
the thing.
Yokaman.
For you to say that you don't think there's any other scholars that have an opposite position, that's insane. That's insane. For you to
What he
you can't
says,
like
that goes against
just
what Dr. Clark says.
yes. You
Yes,
don't think there's
there was a
anybody
guy
that
that
has
did. They actually have a video of it where it was this lady who
well, you just
debated
said
with him.
no, and now you're saying that there are.
Now that I just came back.
There is a debate about it. There is a lady that debated
I
it.
actually
Yeah,
just came
it's
back
on.
and said there actually was.
Yes, there's a legendary debate
Can I make
between.
a mistake sometimes?
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is why won't you take their word for it?
Because what they said didn't match with what the hell Dr. Clark was putting out there.
Of course it doesn't
also
match
just
because they
looking
have
at it.
opposite views.
Well, I believe Dr.
It's not
Clark is
supposed to
more
match.
valid. I believe it's more valid.
Why?
I believe it's more valid.
Why? Because you
It
believe
was a great debate, though.
hell,
You guys should go
that's
watch
why.
that debate.
Because of the research and looking into a little bit of the stuff. Not all of it, but looking into it a little bit. Fact checking a fact checker.
But how can we come into something just with a little bit of the facts?
Yeah, with a little bit of research. Exactly.
With a little bit of research, man. It just doesn't make any sense to me. So basically we went and watched an 8-minute YouTube
Because I've done
video
a lot
and
of
made our
research on
whole
this.
factual understanding under that.
I got the man book and it matches what the man put in the book.
Yes.
Man,
You
you know how
guys
many
gotta check
books
him
I
out.
you know how many books I got?
and it matches
Hold up.
the
You know how many
video.
books I got? How
Let's
many
move
books I
ahead.
got? Nigga, is you serious? You know how many books I got?
I'm pretty sure it can match Google too if you go look it up in Google.
See, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be real with y'all.
This
The
nigga
reason
look
why
like a Hebrew. I read that book, Troy.
Hold
The
up, real
Destruction
quick,
of Black Civilization.
I'm gonna tell y'all right now.
Look like a Hebrew Israelite.
This is something real typical that a lot of people do. Is we have this presupposition that these people of this Bible are white people,
and they're not.
And the Bible itself explains to you the Bible is a black book. It talks about black people constantly.
They took that book when they ran us. They took that book from us when they ran us out of our land and invaded our land.
And they did, and hold up, and they did use, and they did have slave Bibles where they took out. It was a modified version that they tried to use to make slaves subservient, and they even had people like Nat Turner teaching it. And once Nat Turner was actually reading the Bible, that's when he seen, wait, this is us, and that's what sparked his. That's what sparked his whole move.
I didn't say that the people.
Hold up a second. It's funny to me. It's funny to me how many black folks. It's funny to me how many black folks will follow Nat Turner, Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey, and then disclaim the Bible, and all three of them dudes got their revelation through the Bible.
Right.
And several more. Farrakhan mentions the Bible.
Right.
He quotes it all the time.
He calls us the children.
He quotes it more than he quotes the Bible 100 times more than he does the Quran. I don't never hear Farrakhan quote the Quran.
The Quran tells you to resort.
You guys, can I
listen?
Can I chime in?
I never was talking about the people that's in the Bible. I said the people that wrote it.
What I'm saying is, you're telling me white folks wrote a Bible. You're telling me white folks wrote an ancient text about black people.
Let me
about
chime
black
in real
folks,
quick.
and pointing out the white folks as being the culprits.
That's exactly what I'm telling you, and I'm standing
Wow.
on that. Yes.
Okay.
Let me chime in because
you stand on that weak
I'm gonna
ass.
let you guys get back to it.
I'm gonna stand
Go
on
ahead.
that.
No, listen. I'm gonna let
Go
you guys.
ahead, Chef.
Believing that they didn't. Then you keep.
I'm gonna let you guys get back to it. Okay.
Well, you did a little bit of research. I've done 15 years of extensive research.
Right.
So
Go
ahead, Chef. Go ahead, Chef. Go ahead, Chef. Go ahead, Chef.
So listen.
Said some things that backed up my point.
So listen. So you're teaching us about the Bible actually having based, you know, of black people, right? Historically and all that. Okay, so this leads back to the charlatans, because the leading Bible scholars, at least who are, you know, in the general black community, this isn't what they're teaching us, right?
Of
This
course,
isn't
of course,
what.
they're not
Right.
teaching us that. They don't
Right.
want us to know.
So
They
when I
don't
Hold
want
on.
us to
Go
know
ahead. Let
who
him
we
finish.
are.
Let him finish.
Hold
Let
on.
him finish.
Let me get done. So now here's where, because usually me and Dark can't agree on shit like this, and we still kind of agree, but I got to get some pushback on the gang member shit, because it's these poverty pimps that they're helping. They're the ones leading them niggas astray, who's leading the
Yep.
gang members astray.
Yep.
I agree with you on that. I
Right.
don't
So
disagree
when
with you
we
on
talk
that.
about we gotta get rid of it, you know, had that first, honestly, and it's gonna be a tough deal, because some of these niggas, man, these is niggas' grandfathers. These is, to us, they're exploiters. They're, you know,
Them old niggas.
you're some, you know, but this is what we're dealing with. And so what I'm saying is, like, we got to get to the people giving us the misinformation, because to me, them niggas is like scammers. If you could
Yep.
open this book up,
Yep.
right? And so I got to find this out through an organic conversation with some other niggas. And
Yep.
this is how you make your living. But what you making your living off of, you're making your living off of lead me astray.
Yep.
So when we
Right.
get this together to make this move, we got to go get you first, because you the reason my brothers is fighting in the street.
Yep.
Right.
And yep.
Anyway, go. You know, I just wanted to.
As the
No,
scripture
you're not
says,
just fighting in the street. You're the reason why we got these thought boppers that show up to your church.
right.
You're the reason why we got women leading the men now, and broken households and all of that. Look who's in the church: women and feminist men, and feminine men. That's it. Ain't nobody in the church no more. And if you guys can
I
Google
know we
this
don't like
yourself,
it, but it is what
you
it
can
is.
Google it yourself. Just Google right now how much money the black church brings in weekly.
Hey, one sec, man.
It'll
You
blow your
$1 billion
mind.
industry.
You watch
It'll
and press
blow
the
your
like
mind.
button.
It'll blow your mind.
Right.
And they're the one. And then all of these preach. Look at your mega
So look,
church preachers right now.
So who's the most detrimental to the community? Them niggas are like these niggas, like, you know,
the
pimping
church,
hoes,
the
pushing
Game
preacher.
bangers, them game bangers.
You said who's the what?
Ain't nobody exempt. Them game bangers.
But look though,
who's the most dangerous?
Preacher,
What?
Like the exploitive preacher ain't the worst. They're
Worse
not
than
worse
what?
than the gangbanger.
You said what?
Because
I think they are.
I didn't hear you. I didn't catch what you said. I didn't catch what you said.
Who is the black church catering to? That's who runs this shit.
The black church is
Yeah, but I
catering
mean,
to our trauma. This is what
Our
I'm
women.
saying.
Our women.
Yeah, but what he's
look,
saying is who's worse, man? Is it your gangster, or is it your preacher? And it's the preacher. The gangsters, you know what the gangsters is about. Them preachers is acting like is a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Right. Is the institution of the streets worse than the stronghold the church got on a nigga's mind?
Right.
Which one's worse?
It's the stronghold, because the gangbangers are wolves in wolf's clothing. The preachers are wolves in sheep's clothing. It's that simple.
Let me say this.
And that's more dangerous to be a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Without the church, we wouldn't have. Let's not act like church, for the most part, even though they're wrong and they take our money, but the majority of the church folks are good people, right?
Yeah, but
hold on, let me finish. Let me finish, bro. Let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me finish.
Let me finish. I'm not arguing that.
So when you say who's worse, right? The church people, they try to raise non-gang members, right? The majority of people at the church.
The head.
So I'm about to get to it.
Yeah,
and the majority of the preachers.
We're not talking about the
I know,
people.
but you're not letting me. You guys don't never let nobody complete.
Let him go.
Dang.
Let him go. Go ahead.
Dang, man, damn. So the majority of these people are led by the pastor, and even though he believes what he believes, it's in good faith.
and he has a gang of people, and he's doing right by the community. Now, we might not all think it's right, but the gangbanger is just there to kill. And
How is he doing right by the community?
Right. Let me explain how he's doing right. Churches take 10%, and you might not like it, but they build homes for this person, that person. They help out. They, as a collective conscience of doing good. Now, when you guys wouldn't let me talk about the congregation, right? The congregation, right? These are not people that's out there doing wrong.
But the pastor's not doing none of that.
Hold on. Time out.
He's leading the He's
Time
leading
out.
the people.
Time out.
So if you
Time
say
out.
who's worse,
Time
the
out.
pastor or the
Time out.
gangbanger, come on, man.
Bro, have you seen
Come on,
the churches are in the same neighborhoods as the gangbangers are?
Okay, so all right, bro. You guys have it. You can say the gangbanger.
Well, I'm
Like
just
some
saying
of
they're
this shit
collecting.
ain't.
Hold up, they're collecting all this money. Hold on a second, man.
No,
You don't want nobody to challenge. You don't want nobody to challenge your weak ass point. We're trying to address what you're saying.
Wait, hold on. Stop. Listen.
You wouldn't let me explain it. Then you want to attack something you didn't even explain. I couldn't even finish explaining.
Go ahead.
That don't make sense.
Go ahead, brother.
So you have the preacher who has who I'm gonna take Reverend Bowles, for example, right? Reverend Bowles created, you got the brotherhood, you got the choir, you got Sunday school, you got church, you got all these people going in there, and it's a positive outlook. As a kid, you look up in the positive. Now I take gangbang, whoever. What the hell is he leading? He's taking lives. He's killing people. He's selling dope to your community.
Man,
right?
they're both doing the same thing, man.
Yeah.
They're both lying to the people and leading them down
misleading them, confusing them.
The book tells the pastor to teach the congregation how to live righteous, but he's not doing that. He's letting Miss Parker down the street come in with the tight ass dress on.
Yep, telling you to come as you
pumping on the
are.
girls in the congregation, so he ain't nothing but a 2-bit pimp either.
Not at the church I go to. Not at the majority.
Nobody says you can't judge me. Nobody says you can't judge me more than
Not
Christians
all
do.
churches, but
this is the thing.
Nobody says that.
The Bible tells the Most High tells us to judge righteously.
Niggas can always look.
So that's a lie.
We all know people in the church who are solid and 10 toes down.
Yep.
We all know them.
Yeah,
right?
that's one out of 20.
That's not who we're. But hold up, big dog. That's not who we going after in this conversation. We're going after. That's just like when I talk about community niggas. Y'all know, I mean, the charlatans. Y'all know, and now if somebody want to get offended, hey man, I'm talking about the people who are the problem, not the people who are the solution. Right?
What gangbanger is a solution?
Now look, here's what I'm saying.
Right.
Here's what I'm saying. Gangbangers is misguided motherfuckers.
Yes. Nobody's
so
our
when they
thank
get
you.
up in the church,
and so are the preachers.
So what I'm saying is,
right.
if you're misguided by the crack dealer, then you go to get, you go to the Lord for counseling, and you get misguided by his personal servant, because all these preachers got a personal relationship with God, right? God come to them and tell them
they
shit.
don't.
Hey, bro, I'm
don't.
just saying what they say.
This is what they say. Thank you, man.
Okay, my bad.
This is how they talk.
That's what they say, right? That's what they say, right?
We all know this isn't me talking.
Yes.
All right, but listen, if the preachers were doing the right thing, they would be telling black people that they're the people of the book, and they would be
okay. So look,
they would be telling you to keep the law. Hold up, they would be telling you to keep the laws that are in the book and not the opposite. They're telling people that they can do what they want to do because they're covered by grace and just love this emotional bogus. It's just this emotional money run. That's all it is. They use emotions to get you out your pocket.
I agree with
the
what
Bible don't say nothing
agree.
about no 10% of your money.
Right.
Yes.
So they need to stop all
and it
of
don't
this,
say
man.
nothing about going to church. Because your church is your temple, which is your body.
Is you the people
So
of
once
the
again,
church?
still,
So you gather. That's
so the
church right
preacher is
there.
worse than the gangbanger, huh? Are we still going to be on that?
Yes, yes, yes.
Listen,
Because he's
bro.
a wolf in sheep's clothing.
From
I can spot a wolf. I can spot the wolf from a mile away.
bro. Like,
But the
see,
one in the sheep's
bro,
clothing
I'm disappointed in you right now.
can blend with us and teach us and be a leader over us.
Hey, look, Chef.
And bro,
Chef,
you're looking
which
at
one?
this real
Which one is
surface right
getting the
now,
worse
Jimmy.
punishment? The preacher or the gang member from the Most High? Who's getting the
Good
worst
question.
punishment? The gang member or the preacher?
Okay, according to scripture, we all get judged the same.
Nah, where did it say that
Yeah,
at?
nigga.
Yeah.
Where did it
Yes.
say that
Yes.
at?
What
Yes.
you
It said
mean?
No,
it does say we get
no,
who gets judged the
no.
same, the preacher and
We
the
all get
gangbangers.
judged. We all get judged the same, as in we go stand in front of him. But when it comes to the way you lived your life and what you were doing in life, so in the scriptures, in some of the laws,
see,
No,
you said him, right?
Hold up,
you said
bro.
him. Hold on. He said him.
No,
God
but
is
I
not
think
a
what he's hold up. I think what he's saying is he's not saying that we all get the same judgment. He's saying we all get judged the same. That's what he offered the same thing.
Right.
That's what he's saying.
The Charlotte,
Hey,
the
do you
charlatan got to
even
face
know
the
that?
same judge and jury, according to scripture.
Yeah,
We do.
you according to scripture, God has no respect for men in judgment. That's what that scripture is actually referring to, is in judgment.
But
That's real.
You know who's the? Hey, do you know who the biggest mass producer of Bibles is? Take a guess of what country produces the mass amount of Bibles.
America?
No,
America?
China.
We don't produce anything over
China
here.
produces the mass amount of Bibles, and they are fucking atheists. And you want to sit
they
here and
shipping
tell
them
me
home.
it ain't
They shipping them.
that
They
white
shipping
people
them
don't
joints
write
all
it and
across.
all this and that?
Right.
They
Well, that's
produce the
Chinese
most
people.
Bibles.
So are you saying Chinese people write it?
And the person who publishes the
how does you
Bibles
bringing up
is
with
called
Chinese?
Thomas. Is the person who published the Bibles is called Thomas Nelson Publishers.
But I'm
So you
saying
tell me then. You tell me if it ain't no white person or European
well,
person.
tell me how does Chinese people producing the most Bibles substantiate
Just like they
white folks
produce
doing
all
anything?
our other merch.
Do they make that book?
Okay, so that just means they produce things for America.
They sell
Okay.
us a lot of shit that they know that we consume and that we buy. A lot of our stuff come from over there.
Do they make that book?
Well, look, I get what he's saying, because the elephant in the room is China owns a lot of black land, and when this shit starts to get serious, we're going to be ran by the Chinese, and we don't even talk about them. We're so built on hating a white person, fighting with each other, that these Chinese is fucking buying up everything from all the Caribbean islands
Well, that's
to Hawaii
because that's
to
a
Africa.
problem with black folks is we give credit to white folks for everything. We give them credit for everything.
It's not so much that.
I
I believe that it is mostly written by Europeans.
They give them credit
omitted
for
a lot of
everything. Oh
things
yeah,
out
they
of the
wrote this.
Bible.
They stole everything from us, but we're gonna say that they wrote this ancient text that's been around for thousands of years. We're gonna give them credit for that.
The reason why they're
I
able
believe
to go.
they rewrote
let
it
me say this.
for their own
I'm gonna mute
purpose
back
of
up.
controlling.
Go ahead.
They did manipulate the words for their own
They didn't change nothing in the book. What they did was they just started making words mean something else. Yeah, they just
Go ahead, man.
Listen,
Let man talk.
I'm gonna let you guys get back to what you was on, and this is how come I keep going back to the scammers and the charlatans, because we have fucking leadership that's letting them come in and buy up the ports, all the shore land, all that, all the valuable resources and the mines and whatever. They're not able to come in. They're not buying that shit from Jimmy. They didn't buy that shit from Troy.
Right.
And here's why. Can I add to this, man? Let me say something.
Goddamn leaders.
Remember my conversation earlier?
Get them first, huh?
Remember our conversation earlier about when they sold the gunpowder?
Yeah,
they're the only ones. They're the only ones who have sovereignty. That was the deal. They gave the white folks the gunpowder, and guess what? White folks ain't been in their land. White folks ain't in China. They're not in their land. They got a few military bases over there, but the Chinese have their own fucking land. They have their own sovereignty.
When that deal come
They
about,
was over there. They was over there in the
no.
in the
Hold on.
1940s giving them heroin and stuff.
Well, that was war. That was war, but they have their own
No,
land
this was before
sovereignty.
war. This was before war.
Well, like I said,
the British
missing the point. Missing
What's
the
the
point.
point?
There's China and there's Japan, and they run their own shit. They have sovereignty.
No, they really don't.
They don't?
No. Britain,
okay, whatever.
Britain still runs a little bit of shit over there in China.
Yes, they don't run China. Piece of there. The Commonwealth. It's called the Commonwealth.
Come on, man.
But they don't run China,
man, you
bro.
gotta know what you're talking about, man.
China has their own land, sovereignty. They own that
got
shit.
Their own land. But they still
everything in Africa
they still got to pay these white sovereign countries.
No, hold up. China
Jimmy
does
said,
have their own land.
What Jimmy said is a point, though, because China is going to buy land in Africa.
China has their own land.
You don't be listening. You just want to argue.
China has their own land, but they're actually just now making a comeback because China actually had Asia. Asia Minor was actually Europe, bro. So when you look at Russia,
yes,
that was Asia. So they lost a lot of land over the years. They're actually making a comeback.
Yeah, but my point is,
you guys
how could you make a comeback if you don't have sovereignty? Right?
Did you guys know that Iceland and the Caribbeans would have been owned by the Americans if not due to us being? It was a vote.
Call in, y'all. Call in.
The U.S. The Caribbean was a part of the U.S. initially in Iceland, but they voted it off because of the color that it would have created if the Caribbeans would have been part of the United States. But that's why that's why you kind of see Puerto Rico kind of branch off, and but the Caribbean was initially part of the
United
Americas.
States.
Yes, initially, yes, but they got
They
voted
are
off.
now. It's
Right?
called the
You get what I'm
U.S.
saying?
Virgin Islands.
They're close. They're close in proximity for a reason. But it was be a part of the Americas. It was supposed to be. It was going to be.
What was? What?
The Caribbeans and the Iceland was initially voted off to be a part of the United States way back in the day because of the fact of how black it would have made it.
Actually,
Because
those
made it more
lands
blacker here.
were already parted when they started shipping us to St. Thomas and the Dominicans and all that.
Yeah, they split those
So
up.
was already a part of
No, it was
Portuguese and France and all that.
I'm talking about impulsive. This is a fact. I could pull up the reference, you guys, if you want to. That this was it was only reason why the Caribbeans was not a part of the Americas because of the conservative white base voted it not to be because it would have made it more of color here way back then.
Bro,
So
there's versions Jamaica, there's US Jamaica, there's US Bahamas.
Right.
That's it.
Right.
There's
right. That's they're close in proximity, but the British owns the Caribbean.
No,
or they did. They did. Not
there's
anymore.
US Jamaica.
Not anymore. But yeah, that's why you hear Jamaicans speaking. They got some British accent part of it a little bit. You get what I'm saying? But they did when Rihanna came.
No,
yeah.
I don't. No, I don't get what you're saying, bro.
No, that region.
Okay, well, I could pull up the reference. I could pull it up in the chat. Which part? Which part would you like for me?
No, but what are you saying? You said Iceland when we're telling you
in the Caribbean. This is based off a documentary and a book reference that I can pull up for you guys.
But there's US Bahama Harbor Island is a US.
Right,
it's
right.
US.
So you're speaking right. You're speaking.
But then there's the other part of the Bahama that is British. Turks and Caicos is British.
Okay,
that's in
so
the Caribbean.
Okay, you're speaking to my point. They're close in proximity. That was a reason for that. But they officially they could have been a part of the Americas. It was voted off because of the white base way back then. Way back then.
It's still America. It's still America is not just North America. You know there's Southern America too, right?
Right.
You know America is
the
a
United
whole continent.
States. I know that. I'm talking about the United States.
You said
that was
America, so
okay. Well, United States.
It still don't make sense because there's US Bahamas, there's US Jamaica. It's still US Caribbean.
But if you look on the map, they're right next to each other, correct?
Of course, the Bahamas is the Bahamas.
Right. Okay, I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm saying that was voted off to be separate due to the white base back then, but it was supposed to be together like a puzzle. That's what I'm saying. It was supposed they voted it off to not be because it would have brought more color sooner. Long before civil rights had that happen. That's what I'm saying.
I don't. Well, that doesn't make it. I'm trying to follow you. Look, I try to follow you. Just not making sense.
In my opinion,
no, it doesn't. It doesn't make sense. But if you look at the map, it does. But
what you're saying doesn't make sense. I know what the map looks like of the Caribbean. I know about the Bahamas and
right next to it. It's right next to the U.S. Right?
It's below Florida.
Right. It's right next to the country. Right. So there was back in the day. There was a vote to have the Caribbeans and Iceland a part of the United States. The white conservative base way back then denied it. When blacks was conservatives, the whites did not vote it on, whereas the black ones wanted it, and that's why the Caribbeans were separate. Although they're together, right, like you're saying, but they were supposed to be part of the states. That's what I'm saying. It didn't happen. No, I was just a fact. It was just a fun fact. So I didn't vote against everybody.
I've never learned that. I learned Hawaii's part of the state. They made Alaska part of the state, but I've never heard of Puerto Rico.
Yeah, I could pull it up for you. It's actually
U.S. territories. It's different from being a state.
Thank you.
They're U.S. territories, so they have a certain level of sovereignty, but they're not completely. So they're states' rights. They're not like a state, but so the federal U.S. government has some domain over these regions, these like really small island countries. But they're U.S. territories, but they are allowed a certain level of sovereignty. They're not not actually part of the United. It's just weird. It's like in the middle. They're kind of U.S. They're kind of not. So
right.
With the Harbor Islands, because I had not to talk my hair. I had a girl whose family owned land in Harbor Island. She went to Wazoo, and she's American, so she can come to the United States. But when I was just in Turks and Caicos, all the people down there, they're British. They got to go. They can't come to the United States. They got to go back to London. And those islands flood a lot, so they have their passports, and they have to go to Britain. They don't come over here to the United States.
So they got to go to Canada.
Yeah.
So they got dual citizenship.
They go to Britain or Canada because they can't go to the United States because they're not. It's not a United States country. It's a British country. That's in Turks and Caicos. I even talked to people about that.
Right. Yeah. That's the Commonwealth. That's that Commonwealth again.
Yeah, and then you look at like Tim Duncan. Tim Duncan is from the Bahamas or the Virgin Islands somewhere.
I think so. Yeah.
That's America, though.
Yeah, he's like he was saying, it's a U.S. territory.
It's a U.S. territory.
Yeah, it's a U.S. territory.
So Jamaica is more British territory, right?
There's U.S. Jamaica. They got U.S. Jamaica parts.
Haiti
would be considered more U.S. No.
It's
it's an old French colony.
Oh, that's right, French. You guys right, French. You're right.
It's basically an abandoned French colony, and so France could come in and be like, "Yo, y'all can do whatever you want. Y'all can build up your infrastructure, do what you want." But that's not the case. They block. Like Haiti's still being punished. I'm telling you.
Right, they're being badly punished. Yes, badly.
They're still being punished.
And unfortunately, it's in a bad place too, with all the natural disasters as well.
Well, we just dealt with that.
So why do you guys get mad at Trump when Trump said it was a shithole? So when Trump said it was a shithole, you can get mad at him, but you just said it's a bad place. That's the same thing he was saying.
He ain't saying Britain is a shithole. He ain't saying
no, but I'm talking about. Hey, you just said Haiti. You just said Haiti. And Trump said it was when he said it was a shithole, which it is. Everybody got mad, but you just said the same thing.
Because we know what the reference meant when he said shithole.
America's
just like he said when he went to Mexico, or was it Puerto Rico, and threw paper towels in their face.
No, he didn't. He was helping them out. He was just shooting jumpers, and that was just funny. But he was giving them aid. He's a funny president. He was shooting jumpers. He was handing them out and flicking his wrist.
This is funny. Look at it's all about perception. So one perception is that he was talking about the actual people. The other perception is he was talking about the state of the country.
Thank you.
Right?
He wasn't talking about the people. He was talking, but he can come and say it's a shithole. That's what was my question.
Right.
And everybody said Trump is
president. It is a shithole country.
Yeah, but you're right.
Right. That's what Trump said.
It's about what Trump said. As a person in his position, what other president has said that?
That's not the
Yeah,
point.
but when they
So
say
you're
that
right.
about the
You're right.
Middle
That's
East,
the
when they
point.
say that about those
There's
Middle Eastern
presidents.
countries, nobody say nothing.
There's
That's what
presidents
I'm
that
saying.
called us
More, I don't care.
super
I don't care what a
presidents.
politician says. What does he do? No president has helped Haiti. So I mean, come on. Like it
That's
doesn't
fact.
matter what they say. If they call it a shithole or if they call it heaven, if they're not
They
doing
ain't going to give
anything
them
to
no
like bring
aid.
them into the fold,
Yeah, they ain't
yeah.
going to give them
So
no kind of aid. They don't give Haiti no kind of aid like they do other countries.
It ain't no president did it for us but Trump.
and when
I
they
don't know.
do,
I
like
don't
during a
know.
disaster, they make it a big deal. Like it like. But here's the interesting thing: all those natural disasters could have been mitigated if they were allowed to build up and become sovereign and strong, but that wasn't allowed. So
Okay, let me ask you guys this question as a panel. This is kind of off, but it's kind of on, but it's kind of a trending topic. But as far as us, and do you guys agree that we should still keep giving aid to Ukraine?
Hell no.
No.
hell no, but there's a whole bunch of that's a geopolitical rabbit hole. Like, but that's a
It is.
geopolitical rabbit hole, and like you like doesn't matter if you
It's a
watch
tough one,
CNN or
man.
Fox. If you're getting the information on mainstream, you only got the half. Like that.
I'm gonna say
It's all
yeah.
crooked. Both countries are crooked.
I'm gonna say yeah, because here's why. If we don't, that's where over there, what they're fighting, that's where the supremacists come up. Them motherfuckers is trying to blow up worlds.
There's some neo-Nazis that's in that war. Yeah.
The most motherfucking neo-Nazis is over in that area.
Yes.
Man,
Period.
Yeah, but they're not.
So you don't
But here's the deal: like, if
understand.
you, but
that's
they're not built the same.
I don't ever get to finish my points, but whatever. I'll say yes. We should.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Because this shit is about to be a start of a fucking world war. China's back in this side, these people back in this side. Yes, if we don't let these people have whatever, because this is what America's about. And I hate to
what side is
hold
China
on,
back
bro.
in?
Let me finish. So whether we like it or not, people come to this country every day, right? And so they have a lot of political power. And I'm just thinking about there's a church on 15th and Sprague. Them motherfuckers built around, and you guys talk about the pastor and the church all thing. My point is that when they come, they actually help out the American economy. Yeah.
I know you're talking about
so
the
you
Russian
can't
church.
say, and if you've been on the Hill, you know what I'm saying. So you can't say you can't let people in. It's going to help the economy. It's going to bring business. It's going to not take from the economy, but build and expand. And they've done that. So you can't say that. My answer would be yes. For one, they're going to help the economy. They're going to get a job that's going to I'm going to be able to work there or something. Or your kid's going to work there. You might not like it, but no Africans are going to come over here and create jobs.
All right, listen, man.
So are you saying yes, you do agree?
Listen,
I say I do agree. I do agree.
Okay.
That's the bottom line, but I just gave you a little bit of why.
Those Ukrainians are the same people over there in Israel. So, and them Jewish people run our government, they run our banks. So we're going to give them money regardless, because those
So
are.
do you agree, Troy? Or do you agree that we should keep giving them aid, knowing about the issues in our country? Let me give you guys my answer. I just want to.
We don't have a choice.
Well, we don't got no play in it as black folks.
Nobody in America has a choice. The government has been overthrown by the Jewish Zionists.
I agree.
So they make the choices for us now.
I don't agree with. See, that's what I'm saying about propaganda. I don't agree with that. That's propaganda. The government has not been overthrown by no Zionists. The fuck is a Zionist?
Why you don't agree with it?
Right.
Don't agree with it.
So who owns the banks?
Right. Who owns the banks? Right.
Are those Zionists? That's like 1% of the country on that. Are they Zionists? That's the Bilderberger. You calling the Bilderberger Zionists?
They're all Jews.
Okay. Before we get everybody, I would like everybody's answer to this though. Before we dive deep
so
like that.
So the Zionists is Jews, is what you're saying?
Oh my gosh.
No, because I don't really understand.
Okay, let me answer
like that.
Because I know you guys are going deeper. Let me answer it before, because I know you guys want to dive deep into that. My answer to it is I understand the strategy of it and to make sure we play our hand due to the China and Russia being very tight in partnership, and to make sure that we don't get too far off between our partnership with China. But what I don't agree on it is that we can forget how Ukraine is still ultimately Russia. You know, that's their country's issue. That's their country in country, fighting. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand our hand in it other than that, because we used to have problems with the USSR when we were coming up in the 80s before they broke apart.
Are
Before
there
the Soviet
Russian
Union broke
Jews?
apart.
Are there Russian Jews? Because I'm
Yeah,
confused. Are there Russian
I'm sure
Jews?
they are. I'm sure.
Oh, okay.
I agree
There's
with
Russian Nazis too.
I agree
There's
with you,
Russian
but
Nazis
I
too.
don't know why the hell we involved in that. I don't agree with us.
Right. I don't know why we are. Right.
Because we're involved in
Also,
everything. America's a world power. They're involved in
to my
everything.
point, to Jimmy's point. We're a world power, so we got to play our hands strategically in some way.
But we don't have to. We don't have to get involved in every goddamn thing, though. That
So
particular.
being a world power, so
that
it's
ain't our
like this. Let's say I'm selling drugs and I own the block, just like in The Wire, right? And there's some little niggas try to stand on the opposite corner. Either I can let them stand on the opposite corner. There's two ways I can do. I can give them some work and let them stand on the opposite corner, or I can take them out, or I can let them become bigger and take us out.
What
So you have
Jimmy's
a
saying is
choice
that
as
we're the
well.
triple OG of the hood. We're the triple OGs of all the superpowers. So we supposed to be in there some kind of way, because we see what they're trying to do. Because of China. If China wasn't involved with the Ukraine and Russia shit, we probably wouldn't even be here.
But the fact that the U.S.
China backs Russia.
aiding Ukraine, though.
Right,
The
China's
fact that
back
U.S.
Russia,
is
but we
aiding
have a play with
Ukraine
China
went
too.
before.
And China and Russia is not a part of the UN. See, they
Well,
made
Russia's
their
in
own. They made their own UN. It's China, India, and
So that's
Russia.
why there's gonna be a world war, and that's why I say, yeah, we got to intervene. Because if we don't,
But what nation is starting this whole war? This whole war.
What we need to
Nigga, go
intervene
back.
for? That's
Russia.
some shit between
Go to Africa, bro.
Russia and Ukraine. That's a whole
Yeah,
country in
Russia
itself.
and Ukraine.
What we intervening for?
Missing vital understandings of what's going on.
Well, other than the strategy of playing our hand, we're the triple OGs. We, like Jimmy said, we're supposed to be in there because we're the triple OG out of all the superpowers.
For what?
We're the triple
What we
OG.
supposed to be in there for?
I don't know. Listen,
I just
I agree
explained it,
with
bro.
you.
If it don't, it can spiral out of control. They're gonna be on this anyway.
That's a country.
Exactly.
That's a country that's trying to take over another country within the country. That ain't our fight.
I agree
That's
with
like
you.
if Iran and Iraq, if Iran and Iraq was going to war or whatever, for instance, or Saudi and Iraq, and they fighting amongst each other, what the hell we getting in the middle for?
That's why we didn't participate in that serious shit when they were going back and forth country with things. So that's to your point. You're right.
Hey man,
we was watching.
America is Israel's army. If you niggas don't see this, I don't understand what you're talking about. Britain, you know why we ain't went to war with Britain? You know why we ain't went to war with Britain or France? Because they owe the Jewish people money. All these wars are started by those people. They're trying to unite everybody. They're trying to unite everybody under the UN banner so they can start the one world mark.
Yeah, that's part of it.
China and Russia, they're not with it. Russia paid them all their money back and kicked their banks out of their land.
Morally, most people is thinking like Dark Kent is saying, like, what the fuck are we paying all that aid to them for? But we talking about we ain't got no money and we're so much in debt.
Exactly.
Nigga, we just told China we're not paying them back their $33 trillion we owe. What do you think's about to happen? What do you think's about to happen?
Nothing.
Nigga, they're about to come get it. They're about to come get it.
But hold on. The debt just ran. Didn't it just the limit just run out?
But there's a timing to this. So here's the deal. Like China's always, everybody gets China twisted. So China right now has as many problems as the U.S. and the West. They have all kind of issues.
Yeah,
so
the people over there don't want to be slaves. Go ahead, my bad. Keep going.
It's not just communism though. So they have food issues. You know that most of China does not have fertile land to grow their own food. So they're not
Right.
just an exporter of cheap plastic goods; they're an importer of food, right? But however, they come to control the whole corn market. So it's a lot of weird stuff. Anyway, but like China has a bunch of problems. What makes China dangerous? Here's another a geopolitical thing nobody
Is
realizes.
that they have 5 times many people than us.
Yeah, but guess what? That's a problem, though. You know why?
They're
Because it's.
overpopulated, though. Yeah.
But they're overpop. But no, here's the deal: Russia, U.S., and China all can't make replacements. This is the last generation we can go to war because after this generation, we don't have any young men to send to war anymore. So they have to. All 3 countries have to make a power play now, to see who's going to dominate in 20 years.
Right.
You feel me?
That's what I'm saying. They got to be in there. You got to be in there. As
So, like,
a
if we go to
triple
war
OG,
right now, if we go to war right now with China, they got 5 times as many people as us, maybe 6 or 7. And they have all Chinese. But we have blacks and Mexicans. We have blacks.
America's not.
But people game all 3 of the.
America's
Here's the
divided.
deal: like all 3 of these countries, all 3 of these countries fighting young people that they would throw into the gauntlet of war. They're all baby shit soft. All of them. Russian soldiers are baby shit soft. U.S. soldiers are baby shit soft. And Chinese,
That's exactly the thing.
Yeah,
when you
they
were
just
talking,
hit.
Yeah. Look at the men in these generations. Make a power play now because these generations are soft, anyways. Though.
Well,
that actually makes them more dangerous. Yeah, that makes them more dangerous.
U.S.
Why you say? Hold up. Why you say that?
U.S. If you empty the prison and say if you want your freedom right now, murderers. Oh, my bad.
No, I'm talking about what he said. Why that makes them more dangerous?
Because if you know, all right, so all 3 of these respective nations understand, right? So what they're doing is they're leveraging technology and strategy over the actual strength of their soldiers, right? Like, so and so it's a really dangerous game. You basically have a bunch of babies with fucking nukes and weapons.
Right.
Like this is going to be a disaster.
With Xbox controllers in their hands.
That's where.
Yeah. What are the quality of those? Like the quality.
They got drones and
the quality of leadership.
We're still
like the quality of leadership and the quality of men on the ground is not what it used to be. This is horrible. Like none of these countries have this culture of honor anymore. All 3 of them are gone off the deep end. That's what makes it real dangerous.
Really war, but that's because war has shifted away from being a ground war, though a ground fight.
Now it's a video game.
It's technological now.
It's more technical. Yes.
Yeah.
Like you see the battle of that. Like
they got these soft kids groomed. They got these soft kids groomed because they sit and play video games all day.
Well, that's what war is now. A video game. They got controllers and all that.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
So,
it's a bit of that. Yeah.
So I mean, that to me is what makes it dangerous.
It may, it just goes on who's going to be the more strategic. Lord willing, I hope it doesn't end up that way because if world war happens today, I think they're gonna have us all trying to go. If you guys saying this, if y'all saying it the way it is now, then they're making us all go.
No, because it's not going to be fought like Vietnam on the ground. It's going to be technological, man. It's going to be straight missiles, really. It's really what
because everybody's involved. Allies or not from both sides. It's not just going to be them 3. Y'all know how.
So, like for a while,
now supposedly there's aliens though, right? And the aliens are mad at us because we have nuclear technology. I read a little bit of everything. I'm not saying it's true, but I can understand. Like when I read stuff, I have empathy, meaning I understand their side. So supposedly, and people saying they've been seeing starships. I haven't seen them, but they're saying the aliens are saying that we're not advancing. We're creating these nukes, and they're the ones that's gonna stop the nukes. I don't know if anybody else read that type of shit, right? But I read a little bit of everything, not just religious. You know what I mean? So
I don't know. Like, what would you do? What would you do if you were walking down the street and you suddenly saw a bunch of monkeys with AKAs Like that's how aliens look at us. Like we got a bunch of crazy weapons and we retarded. As a species, we are retarded. So
you must believe in that. I mean, not believe, but you must understand that concept that like they're watching us like, hey, we're tripping. We're
yeah,
not.
but at the same time, but peep this. So I do reserve the potentiality that that's all true. So I don't dismiss the alien,
Man,
any alien
them ain't
theory.
no,
However, there's
them ain't no
another reality.
aliens,
There's a
man.
big project,
What's
but
the
here, but peep game. Right now,
Those are,
all three nations have project that all the nations that we just talked about, all of them have the technology to project shit in the sky. Meaning,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
any one of these
Mm-hmm.
nations could fake aliens. They could fake Jesus. Like
right,
that's some
right,
yeah.
Fake weather.
right. They said that's how they gonna
Word.
deceive. That's how they gonna deceive the people.
We see how this
Technology.
going. Time. Yeah, we know how that go.
Yeah, but I don't know if they're. I kind of believe that there's aliens, but I'm not. You know what I mean? Like,
Nah, man,
but look, they put a
them
lot
ain't
of truth in a
aliens.
lot of. They put a lot of truth in a lot of stuff, like the new Black Wakanda movie, right? If you notice where it's at in the Aztecs, where Namor's from. It's the closest region from Africa and Southern America. It's that channel they talk about. See how deep they put in? That's where the Moors talk about they traveled from Africa to Southern America. It's that little stream from the closest edge of Africa.
You broke up. You broke up.
Man, we see they got us. They got us. We don't even know what is what now. Like back in the back in the old times, people knew what these things were. Now they done made up words and now we don't understand what things are and stuff. It's weird to me.
Yeah, television, man.
I mean, but at
Television.
the end of the day, we are dealing with the same. The human condition is the same, but we're slowly gravitating away from that. Like with
From the
all
light.
the things that we've done. Yeah, like but at the end of the day, like we were like internet, for example. That was premature. We should have probably delayed the internet for another 1,000 years or something. We were not ready for it. Like
Man,
I'm telling you, like
so do you think? It says that there's nothing new under the sun. You think this is the first time there was internet?
Yeah.
Nope. I entertain the
No,
idea that this might be a 3 or 4 iterations of civilization being this advanced. I
nah,
feel like
man.
that's how deep the lie goes.
They had. If you look on the walls and stuff, in Egypt, they had laptops.
Yeah,
And
that's what I'm
stuff.
saying.
So I don't understand.
That's what I'm saying.
Why we think like this is the
It was
first
far
time we've
ahead. It
ever
was
had.
way far ahead of the game. They're the teachers.
Yeah, I don't assume it was the first time, but like for this iteration, we're not handling it well. That part
Nah,
is
we're
fact.
not
We are not.
because we're dumb. We've been dumbed down.
Well,
The average
but plus you
person.
got to think about it. Every advancement comes from a sense of reverse engineering. I mean, they've seen this technology somewhere and they're trying to mimic it, and that's what we're doing today. And
But it's all
sometimes,
about the intent and the spirit behind it. Like the internet, like if, at the ground
that
level,
right there, yeah,
it was
no, yeah,
communication.
that right there, that intent and that right there, the spirit of it. That's exactly where the morality comes into play. Whether it's, I'm just talking about the sense of, sometimes you come up short, and maybe they kind of went a little further than what they thought. You know what I'm saying? Like you
Yeah.
said, with the bad intentions behind it, and you start tapping into, and like you get greedy, and with greed and bad intentions, you want to just keep knowing more and more and more and advancing more. And I want to be, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's that hubris.
It's like a God
And the
complex.
crazy thing is, yeah, it's hubris. I mean, you don't even have to believe in God, but to believe that a single human being or even a collective of human beings can be higher than all the
Right.
mystery and the vastness of the universe.
Yes.
I mean,
Thank
you
you.
could call that God if you want, but like we ain't. we ain't higher than all of that. Like whether you believe in God or not, like we're not the center of everything at all times. But
Fellas, let's
we
go back to
pretend
you
like we
guys
are
said they had
sometimes.
laptops. Remember, you guys said they had laptops. Now let's go back to it. Remember, my argument with the Dark Ages, which is my point. If we did have all this technology, the Dark Ages was for 500 years disclosing it, so no generation would know and understand, and wiping it out and make sure that they didn't understand that we had this stuff that you
Word.
might say.
They didn't
Hold
have
on, let me
they
finish.
didn't
So
have them in that time though.
you said that though.
But you're
You just
mixing up
said.
time. But you're
No,
mixing
let
up
me
time.
no, you didn't let me explain and finish. You didn't let me. You always cut me off. You just said they had laptops. So what I'm telling you is,
God,
if they did have laptops, this is what the Dark Ages was. So they stopped the
But
laptops.
who said this was in the Dark Ages?
Let me just
You
finish
want
and
to
ask the
keep
question
talking
afterward.
about dumbass shit though.
I'm just
that shit don't
debunking what you
even make
said.
no sense.
I'm just debunking what you won't let me finish though, which is
Man,
a trick.
come on,
This
man.
is a trick.
All
But
right,
like I said, you said they have laptops. You said they have laptops. I'm trying to explain to you what the Dark Ages is. Right? You said it was about the Moors and all that. I was like, no. When they went into it, they cut off all the technology and every advancement for 500 years. Nobody was learning. That's what made it the Dark Ages. So you couldn't have.
That's not it.
No.
Okay, well that's
right.
okay.
Like
Well, you didn't.
you're just
Like I said,
talking.
no. But
That's
you let me
wrong.
finish. I will
No,
explain
that's
it.
because that's
we
wrong,
don't
bro.
even want to keep
It's
hearing this
wrong,
shit.
though. What you said was wrong, though. That's just real.
So what Billy B?
There's
What you
no
think the Dark
explaining.
Ages
There's
is?
no
What's the
explaining
Dark
wrong.
Ages?
We
What's
just
the Dark
told you
Ages,
what the
Willie
Dark
B?
Ages
No,
was.
Willie B wasn't on the conversation. What's the Dark Ages, Willie
Yeah,
B?
but it's like this.
What is the Dark
What you said
Ages?
was
No, to
just
answer the
wrong.
question. Answer the question. I didn't even get to finish the question.
This thing came with
So
its dark energy.
Listen, the Dark Ages is really just a perception of history. That's really all it is. It is the Dark Ages is just white history missing significant rule. So there was nothing for them to report as far as greatness during period because it,
So what were they doing? Well, hold on. So this is my point.
Like
What
in
were they
Europe,
doing in
hold
those
on a second.
times?
Hold up, time out. Let me finish. You can look
Okay.
at the time period of those years and look in Europe and see what was going on. There was plenty of things going on. Plenty of rulership, and it was a lot of black rulership in Europe during the Dark Ages.
Right.
I agree with that.
I got a book called Nature Knows No Color Line. It covers that time period, and it's just full of black rulership. Russian
What
icons.
about in Africa? My point is,
man,
what about the knowledge? What about the knowledge?
Hold on a second.
What about the knowledge of things like this laptop he's talking about?
But what I'm telling you,
what if they had a laptop? Then why didn't people in Europe
listen to
know?
what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying.
Now
Listen to
we're
what I'm
talking
saying.
about Africa. Nigga,
Hold on.
when
Listen
you
to what
gonna
I'm
be
saying.
done talking?
Listen to what I'm saying, Tom.
I'm listening to you.
The Dark Ages has nothing to do with Africa. That's the whole thing. It's a European historic point of view. That's really all it is.
Right, and I get you, right? But what I'm saying is I understand that part. But the other parts of the Dark Ages is when for 500 years that you couldn't read, write, or study anything in Africa. They wouldn't let you. They wouldn't. And at this point of the Dark Ages is when they were learning everything that they recreated. Because right after the Dark Ages is the what?
You said
the Renaissance.
Yeah.
So no, I'm talking about for Africans, for us. We couldn't build nothing. We couldn't learn nothing. So they was stealing all our stuff. They was whitening everything. They was taking the stories that was on the wall during these Dark Ages. So that means for a person in Africa, if I'm from the village, when I used to know about the sun and Amun-Ra and all that, I couldn't now. And if I did, I would be killed.
Who was taking the writings on the wall?
The Europeans, the people who then came out with Jesus being white, the Renaissance. Then they came out with the stories.
And they was putting it in the Bible.
Greeks?
Thank
Are you talking
you.
about the Greeks?
The Greeks, Roman, and the Persian, everybody do it. Because then all of a sudden, there's Allah and all these.
Wow,
They came from
crazy. Hey, this
what I'm
is
saying,
crazy.
the knowledge.
Bro,
you're not trying to understand what I'm trying.
I
No,
agree.
I hear exactly what
Jimmy
you're
on
saying,
that
but
one.
this is I don't know where
I
you're getting.
agree with Jimmy
I
on
don't
that
know where any of this.
You're not trying to hear it.
Any of this one.
Every group of people have their own.
Thank you, bro.
Their own history.
I agree with Jimmy on that one. I know how I am. But I agree with him on that.
So you're missing the concept. Why there was people in Europe,
Hold
but in
on,
Africa,
because you
in
guys know I
Africa,
need to
where
do my little chime-ins. I need to do my little chime-ins.
During the
Now, you
dark
just
ages.
said
Go ahead.
It was a
everybody
part of
got
the
their
Dark
own
Ages that the
history.
Go ahead,
Moorish
Chef.
people helped out the
Hold on,
European people. To Jimmy's point.
Let Chef
but in
chime
Africa,
in.
there was not. They were not. You couldn't. That's what they was doing in Europe, but they wasn't doing that in Africa. In African village, they were stealing, pillaging, and taking every bit of knowledge. And then right after the Dark Ages was over, then all of a sudden it's the Renaissance when you start seeing our stories and their stories. Because it took them 500 years, and it took, for example, if he said there was a laptop, I'm going off he just said they had laptops. So then after 500 years, you wouldn't be able to have a laptop because that knowledge is done. Your ancestors, your great grandparents.
Somebody, please,
Hey,
somebody
so
go. It's
look,
crazy.
can I ask what I was gonna ask?
I hear what you're saying.
Okay, so somebody said every people got their own history, right? Nobody disputed that, right?
Right.
All right, cool. So that means like everybody, they got their own year, right? Like whatever your people are, it might not be the same year, right? Like kind of like Chinese New Year as opposed to what we go off of in just the general world, right?
Right.
So different African countries, it could be a different year, right?
Right.
Now,
I'm listening.
in the
Not
Bible,
anymore, not right now because they follow the same calendar. They
no.
do though.
I'm speaking in terms of because I'm assuming a lot of this is like an antiquity type of conversation.
Okay, yes, yeah. I'm
I'm
sure
dealing
there
with
was
it from
different,
that
yeah.
level.
There definitely was different calendars of different, yes.
Okay, so
Right.
let's say an extremely traumatic event happened, like a world earthquake where the entire world, all at one, whatever year it is in Bryceland or Jermaineville, that's the year. But the earthquake happened all the same time. Right, so everybody got the technology to record, right? They could scribble on the walls, they could record history, right? Wouldn't there be a point where
Hey,
this
well, hold
earthquake
on. Hey,
story?
Chef, hold on, Chef. You can't get somebody's TV or something in the background. I can't hear you clearly.
Oh,
What you're
somebody's
saying
watching
real
the
quick.
news.
Yes, somebody could turn it down a little bit.
Yeah,
We
turn
can
off
hear
that
much
the
in the
view or the
background.
talk. Nigga, turn off them
Somebody's watching the news.
That was
I
me. I
want to
turned it
hear
off.
your point clearly, bro.
Somebody watching the
Want to hear
view
your
up in
point
So,
there.
clearly.
Turn off the view for a minute.
hey,
Whoever that is, mute up. I'll mute up. I'll mute up.
so you have this catastrophic worldwide thing happen, kind of like a world war, whatever. So if it happened everywhere, everyone would have it like in their recordings, at least in their oratory history, right? Because people just pass down stories that are just factual. Like there's a bunch of stories in my family. These are factual stories, but they only exist in speech.
In a
There's no,
small world, yeah.
right? So somebody like you guys already know where I'm heading with this, right? We're getting into Noah, into that, like, because that the world flooded, right?
I mean, there's
Right, the
plenty of
world flooded.
according to several civilizations and historical, yes.
Right. So how's all these civilizations coming up with the same story?
That's what I'm saying. Like everyone should have this story, even if it's like or oral tradition, transcends written, record.
We don't have it over here in America because it's a new land. This is still considered the baby land.
Yeah, but we're talking about all the cultures of antiquity, right? I'm not expecting us to have it like we the new niggas.
So are you saying throughout antiquity there's not records of flood on the earth?
Well, what I'm saying is that if we could figure out what's what, if we could go to these cultures and we could find out what year it transpired, because that's what we would need to deal with.
It's kind of okay. So you're saying kind of go and kind of a collective of.
This is just something that I'm just saying for us to do to build the knowledge within ourselves, like, because see what you guys is dealing with, you're dealing with a perspective of the Bible that doesn't get taught. I'm from the Kojic shit. You guys, I'm from the CD, man. People's Institutional Baptist Church, now I'm a Hotep now, but I'm just saying the way I learned this shit, I never even learned this stuff through a historical perspective. It was like all about miracles and shit, right? Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, Ham, Shem, and Japheth, Daniel in the lion's den, Noah's Ark, right? Like that's what I come from. I come from walking
Me
on
too. I'm
water,
from the CD.
all that shit. So now you guys are like saying, well, in there and I'm not saying that's what you're saying. Like I understand that that's what it is. I'm saying that's what you're teaching us now, currently, right? So what I'm saying is that we need to take it a step further and do some research to try to match these stories up, because that'll be an easier way to figure out if some of this stuff happened, right? Like Daniel and
Well,
the
see,
lion's den.
that's exactly how I learned. I didn't learn the Bible through growing up in church.
Yeah, bro. Man, come on, bro. My grandparents, bro.
I know.
Nigga,
I
me,
know.
bro. Come on, man.
I'm just saying I didn't learn. I learned it through historical, and that's why I, learned other religions and just other historical cultures and stuff. That's really what kind of got my eyes running. That's what a lot of people. But you think about it, that's really nowadays what people is doing, man.
Look,
the internet then opened up a floodgate information.
Answer this for me real quick. Where in the Bible does it say Christian?
I've never read that in the Bible, but I'm not.
Okay. I can show you.
Wait, hold on.
I can show you in the Bible
I'm a student, bro.
where it calls one of them a nigger. See?
What you say?
I said I can show you in the Bible where they call one of the people in the Bible a nigger.
Pull it up.
Go Acts 13. Go ahead and read it.
And you don't believe this shit was written by a European?
It's not written by European. That book, that's our stolen history.
Let's lay the. Well, hold up. Let's lay the European thing to bed. Here's the deal. It was written by ancient non-white people and edited by Europeans. Boom. End of discussion on that part.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It was rewritten by Europeans to their benefit to control.
Yeah.
All they did.
That's what I'm saying.
Some of the core.
They didn't rewrite the text, man.
Yeah.
Just words mean stuff.
No.
Words mean different than what they meant back then. So that means you have to do a little bit more
guess what? We would
to understand it.
But no, there's not a little bit. That means everybody here would have to learn Aramaic and Hebrew and Greek and to really get to the source of it. Like, what were they meaning?
They got digital Bibles that's
how you do your study.
Yeah, you have to learn different, like, in fact, that's the best language to learn.
Source documents.
Yeah, Aramaic.
Yes.
Well, that's why I take the word of Dr. Clark, because he said he's done this. I'll take his word for it. I believe him before I believe
man, we gotta be real.
I have a suspicion that Dr. Clark is not fluent in Aramaic. I'm just putting that out there. So.
Hey, but look though, y'all got to
his word before being miseducated by a bunch of Caucasian teachers in the public schools.
But does it?
Fair enough. But why does Dr. Clark
teach the Bible though?
I agree with Dr. Kent there.
Why not?
The Bible.
Why isn't there anybody why is nobody holding Aramaic classes? Like why are there not institutions that teach you Aramaic?
Why would we teach that? right? It's almost like why is nobody teaching cursive? Why is nobody teaching? Why is nobody teaching
real history
calligraphy?
in school.
Like man, listen, and I'm so glad you brought that up because that you're actually asking a real question. I'm actually kind of being rhetorical and shit. I know you actually meant your question, but right now we're in the dumb down era.
Right.
Right? Like we're pushing that we want everything to be easier. That's the point of Google. I realized about a week into me fucking with Google, this isn't to make me smarter. This is to make me lazy.
Yeah, dependent.
This is to make me dependent. This is to make me accepting. Right? Like, see, right now, I'm learning more. I can all this shit you guys are saying. I guess I could Google it, but that's the fucking problem. I could just Google shit. I don't got to listen to none of you motherfuckers. And so now I think I know a bunch of shit I don't really know because when you Google shit, you don't get you get what you ask. You don't get the reversals. You don't get the layers. Google don't take you down the rabbit hole. You got to take yourself down the rabbit hole. How long has life been going?
The books, the books will take you down the
take the
rabbit
time
hole.
out your life to actually go to these places and study it your damn self. Who
Yeah,
got
you
the
gotta
time
read
and
the
money to
books.
do
Will
that?
give the books will tell you that. The books will take you down that rabbit hole.
But who got
You
the
know what?
time?
I'm
Who
gonna
got
keep
the
it
time and
real.
money to go to these places to actually study the, you know what I'm saying, the writings on the wall and all that type of shit, break it down and all of that.
Right.
Who got the time and money to do that? So
No,
you're gonna
and you
either
know
you're gonna
what? This where I might have to recant what I said, and this nigga Topper be right. This little nigga on his shit today, he's having a good day today, right? Because if we dealing with the teacher, because see, right now, y'all my teachers. I don't got a book out. Y'all read the books. Right? I don't give a fuck what we talking about. If you telling me about the Bible, you're because you niggas read the Bible. I'm not saying I'm taking your word for it, but right now I'm learning what to look for when we get the fuck off this live when I want to do my own research. So that says a lot because you know, really, and here's what I was saying about the preacher. How come y'all got me going deeper into this shit than the damn preacher? I get a preacher way more than 5 hours. I went to Sunday school. I done learned more talking to y'all. And yes, some of the shit I did know, it don't even matter. I don't give a fuck about that. I know already shit. When I'm in student mode, I'm here to learn. So y'all done taught me more. I done went to the Big Brothers trips, you know, where you go camping for 3 days. Nigga, we didn't learn shit.
Right.
So this what I'm saying, man, about the charlatans.
So do y'all, let me ask you, you guys something. Do you guys believe, or this is mostly to the brothers, do y'all believe our religion was really, the origin of our religion is really Buddha? It ain't Christianity, ain't Muslim.
I mean,
and this goes back to Africa, you know what I'm saying? Egypt. That's our original religion was Buddha. And they made us, our ancestors, they made them change that shit because they didn't want us practicing that, because we would do things to protect ourselves by practicing our original religion, but they made us learn and be fucking, made us learn fucking Christianity, that bullshit out the Bible, so we wouldn't practice our own fucking religion, so we can't, because we would put spells on their motherfucking asses to protect ourselves when we were over here being mistreated as slaves and shit like that. But they made us change our religion to fucking Christianity.
Hold on. So are you saying that we were Egyptians?
I'm talking about when we came, our ancestors came from Africa, African slaves, or when
Yeah,
they
but we
came over
wasn't.
here, the transatlantic
But
and all that,
we
that whole story.
listen. We wasn't in. We didn't. We really wasn't in Egypt. Like if you
Well,
look on the
whatever
map,
continent of
if you look
Africa
on,
that we came from.
if you look, we wasn't in. No, we wasn't in Egypt though. We was going all on the Ivory Coast and going deep down because we was getting chased by the Romans.
At the end of the
We was
day,
being,
Egypt then?
I'm just saying,
Oh man,
so we
so
wouldn't,
much is
so they
wrong.
wouldn't put
So
us in
much is wrong.
slavery.
But hold up, the Romans couldn't go deep in Africa. They would have like. Here's the deal. Like y'all know that the reason why Africa was kind of untouched for so long by white folks is because if they went too deep, they dropped dead of disease. They had no immunity to what the natives had immunity to. Like it was, in fact, this is even with the transatlantic slave trade, they relied on certain tribes to gather other tribes, and then they would meet at a place where they wouldn't drop dead of disease to buy the slaves. Like nobody was going deep into Africa back. No Romans, no Greeks. In fact, when Greeks started, here's the deal: Greeks did steal from Egypt. Like almost the entirety of like Greek gods and all their mythos is straight up stolen from Egyptian lore, right? But that's North Africa. It was okay. Yeah, they could go to North Africa. It wasn't that bad. They could survive there to a certain extent. However, most of them did return home within their own lifetime because it was too hot and wild. But they took that culture, they took the language, they took all the myths, right? So like, but as far as the other parts, and then also this idea that Africa as this giant continent had a universal religion among all the tribes that were warring with each other is ridiculous. It's utterly absurd to suggest there was like.
Thank you.
It was too big. Too big. Way too big. We know the comparison,
and that's a good thing.
Right. We're too spread out. Definitely.
They got 54 countries. They got hella little nations of different people. Just because they're the same skin color, they're not the same people.
That's why I said we were tribal initially.
Right.
We were tribal.
Right.
But here's the deal: we're still tribal now. As a species, we're still tribal. Like it doesn't matter if it's like warring tribes, like one village to another village back in the day, or if it's gangs now, or if it's nations. We still engage in tribalism on a daily basis. So
yeah.
Nah, even at the job, we cling to the brothers at the job. It's natural. You know what I'm saying? That's just how we move. That's real.
That type of stuff. Yeah, whatever.
I mean, look at us now. We all several of us have different points of views, but we still come together to chop up these topics.
Oh, that's just because
we got tribed up real quick when religion hit. When religion hit, people got tribed up. Yo, I'm atheist. Yo, I'm Hotep. Like what?
Religion means bondage. So it's like that's where the origin of religio came from. Yeah. It
actually means separation.
So
separation.
Right, separate bondage. Like, so how can we be from a religion? What is your culture? What nationality are you? Because that's what's going to matter in a minute.
Well, shit. All I know is being American. That's what I know.
Yeah. While you say you're American,
spiritual warfare is basically what
you're American. Grandpa and grandma are gonna be saying, "Well, our people came from Poland, so that's what we going back to." Or my people came from India.
No,
that's what we going back to. When they come to go blow this joint up. Come on, man. Listen, man.
No, so here's the deal. Like
the whole world's playing nationalities except for America. They're playing nations
to a degree, but so much has been lost. But here's the deal: like, if shit hits the fan, like if there's race riots or something, ain't no white person gonna be like, "I'm Polish now." They're already too mixed up and squared up. They're not gonna do that. They might get into collections of like other white folks, but ain't nobody gonna suddenly rock being Polish in America. That's not gonna happen.
This is an example.
Yeah, but it's also unlikely it's going to happen within black folks, where suddenly, like, oh, I'm from my tribe, I'm whatever their tribe was in Africa. Or what if they don't agree? What if they're like, yo, my people were already here, you know what I mean? Like they were Toltecs or whatever, like in South America. They're like, yo, I don't see that happening. What's really going to happen is people are going to be simplified, and nobody. Here's the deal: nobody wants that smoke. Nobody wants the smoke of a full out revolution, race war thing, because how bloody and evil it'll get, nobody can comprehend. Nobody wants that smoke, I'm telling you.
Man, listen.
Oh, if it come to a race war, you best believe we already know where we going. You best believe that. Don't get it.
It's not going to be fun for anyone. It's not going to be fun.
Oh, no, it's not
What
going
you
to be
mean,
fun
Ray?
for a lot of people, but we know where we're going.
Where we going, Ray? What you mean?
We ain't going to be stupid like last time. I tell you that.
Where we
If it
going?
You
comes to
gotta
some race
elaborate.
war.
What you mean? You gotta elaborate a little bit
Yeah,
more.
where we
We won't.
going?
I just don't see us. I just don't see us being as sensitive and soft as the mistakes we made when we allowed from the civil rights era. A lot of us in this and it has grown to become to know that we would have been better integrated than segregated. So
Right.
now, if it would have came to a race war now, it ain't gonna be none of no throwing rocks at us and we just walking.
Right.
We'll be more of Malcolms than we were Martins. Best believe that.
Okay, yeah, I follow you.
We'll be
Oh yeah,
way more
oh hands
militant,
down. Oh yeah,
mentally and strategically,
you will find
not
more
just in attack mode. Yeah,
pushback.
it'd be more unified. It wouldn't be more of that sucker shit that we allowed back then. I mean, no disrespect to our ancestors, they did that for us to live better and righteous. But in today's time, we ain't going to simplify that. We ain't going this time. So we'll even if we don't realize it, we'll be sacrificed. A lot of us is jumping off the boat this time. We ain't finna sit up there and be just shackled and bonded up mentally and stuff like that. Even though
Niggas ain't jumping off no boat. They taking the boat.
right, we're taking the boat. Absolutely, that's what I'm saying. We ain't. If it came to a race war, to his point, it ain't gonna be nothing like how it was before.
And I
That's what I'm
mentioned,
saying.
I heard you guys mention earlier. So then you didn't have a problem with what Kanye said. Then slavery was a choice.
I got the concept of what he was saying because there was
I got
people
the
that
concept
didn't
too.
go. There was
I
people that
definitely
didn't go that
understood what
made
he's saying. He wasn't wrong.
the Nat Turners. He was speaking to the Nat Turners and the rebellious ones. He was saying in that context, like you had the mental choice, like because a lot of our ancestors jumped off the boat, like fuck that,
Right.
fuck
Even
that.
killed their own.
That's what
They
he
even
meant,
killed their own young too, because they didn't
right?
want them
Like
to grow up into slavery.
fuck that.
And they didn't want to fight for their freedom.
But yeah, they ain't know. They was like, nah, God will handle me.
Right.
He'll handle me.
Exactly.
You know what I'm
It ain't
saying? He
about they
knows
didn't
right.
want. Well, yeah, they didn't want to fight for their freedom, but the ones who just off themselves or just off they they young or whatever, like shit. If I'm the only one who got the mindset, or if only 10 of us out of 100 got the mindset that we want to fight back, but the rest of you, 90 of you niggas are scared. Well, fuck it. I mean, I can't win. We can't win with just 10 of us. So
Yes.
I'm not finna. I'm not finna. I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees.
Mr. Perry, that's me on that 2K. To your point in the chat, I'm on the 2K for a minute though. I'm on the PC. I'm starting to be on the PC now though. I'm starting to get into those kind of realms now. But yeah, to Darkkin's point, it's just all good points. This is a good conversation, you guys. But it's just we know we're the powerful ones, but we're just in this whole kind of matrix kind of state to where we're not we're not really unified as we should be because everybody else know how powerful we are. If that was the case, we're just not there to know it ourselves, and that's the issue. And if it did, it's a wrap. You have no choice but to ride with us at the end of the day. Because, like you said, we made the conversation earlier, if all Black folks dipped out, we know the impact in all parameters, how it will affect on all different cultures, especially in this now multiracial and biracial culture, where even if you're biracial, you have again you want to respect your other side, your other nationality, whether it be white, Mexican, French. But in this today's, how we were shamed about our culture. Now, folks is loving to be Black in some kind of way. So it's not a bad thing. And there's a reason for that. That's why this whole thing, when this whole the white culture, the population was, is going down and stuff like that because it's this whole Me Too movement, a lot of male suicide, the white male suicide is going up. It's a lot of parameters to it, the migration of Mexicans and biracial. It's a fear there, not with all, but a lot. They don't like the mixing. We all know this. They don't. They never like the mixing
Yeah, they do.
because
They
of this
promote
issue.
that every day on TV. commercials. Black
You
men
know.
with white women and black men with Asian women. They're promoting that every day.
Oh well, that's here, because we're,
No, that's over in Europe too.
Is it?
Yeah, UK.
To what
They get a
end?
lot
Let
of
me ask you a
information.
question. To your guys, like, in your both of y'all, in your perspective, why would they promote that? What's the end game for that?
Promote what?
The
Promote
mixing.
what?
Why is there so much heavy promotion on like different folks mixing? Why would they promote that, do you think? Like, literally, like, it makes no sense that, like, what, 50, 60 years ago they were promoting the opposite of that, and now they're promoting folks, like, having mixed kids and this, that, and the third.
This
You
is
have no
why.
choice. You have no
No, this
choice.
is why. Because everything that society is doing right now is against what the Bible is telling. Like, when he wrote it in the book, he told us how we were supposed to live and what we were supposed to do. Now, everything in society is against what that book says. And we're just lost because we don't understand what the real truth is from what everybody else's truth, or from what is my truth is. There's only one truth. And people don't understand that. Niggas is just running around making their own truths, and I'm telling you,
Right.
everything's in that book. What he told us not to do, and what he told us to what we could do.
Right. Ain't
I
nobody
think
actually
I
out
want
here
to. Hey, I want to
abiding
say.
by the
I want to.
actual book.
Let me respond real quick. I think a lot of that promotion comes from the people that are pushing it, who control the media, because they don't mix.
Okay, so
You understand that?
who are
So
these people that control the media?
Hold on. Let me jump off on his point real quick. Are you suggesting that for, like, working class, basically the peasants get to mix and come up with different genders and identities all the time, but the elites stay clean. They stay married.
Right.
They have kids. They
By
keep
their
it
own
like
people,
100
they
within
keep it in
certain
their
bloodlines.
family.
Yeah.
They keep it in their family. Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, they keep it in
Right.
their bloodline, and so they
That's what
push
the
this on.
Bible
It's
told us
easier
to
to
do.
separate them from us, so to speak. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Because they're gonna be we'll let them do all that mixing
No,
and
all their wealth stays in their
let their
family.
women
What about
be thoughts and have
is this
all
the
this
same?
independence and just all this madness they're pushing. And then look who
So
pushes
is
and
this the
then
same within the? I'm
go
sorry.
ahead. No, go ahead.
Is the consolidation of power, does, like, with the elite? Because here's the deal: like, nobody ever talks about, like, African nation elites. They pretend they don't exist. They exist at different levels. Like, and like, you could be stupid and say, "Oh, there's just warlords." No, there's politicians. There's, like, people with old money. I'm not just talking about wealth. I'm talking about old money that goes back to the African kings, like bloodlines that have been kept here. So are there African? So do African elites operate in a similar way that we've seen in the West, where, like, it's clandestine, rules for thee but not for me? Like, and where do they fit in? Including, like, going back to the Jewish question.
African kings don't get to sit at all the tables with the European leaders.
Are we sure of that?
Yeah, why
Are we
are we?
positive of that?
Yeah, come on, man.
No, they do. I mean, because but there's they're really a select few if you really look at it, man. They've been
Right.
knocking off.
There's
They've
a
been
select
knocking
few.
off. Yeah, they've been
They're
knocking
not
them off for a
respected.
while, bro.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
They're not
And
respected.
yeah.
Yeah.
Or they don't get
And to that
invited to the
sense,
table, and it's easier to single them out because we got
you don't hear
so
them in
much
national
control over
news
the
compared
region. We
to.
got
Yeah.
so many
Mm-hmm.
puppets. You know, the
Right.
ones that we single out, we make them look like bad guys. Really, that's what they do.
You don't hear as Africa is a strong nation of war when it comes, like, if it's time for wartime. You never hear about that.
So
To his
I
point,
just think a lot of these. I think these ones that you're talking about are a little more so an alliance with them. But of course, there's always rules for the elite and rules for the rest. I don't know how with Africans how it relates as far as what we was talking about.
It's very few. Like
But I'm just saying, as far as that, the stuff they push through the media, just look at it. It's a bunch of chaos and anarchy, really, nowadays. And
you
that's
don't
stuff
hear
that
no
they
black
don't. And if you
nations
think about it, stuff that these people don't do. They police their own neighborhoods. They eat kosher
Right.
foods. I mean, everything is
Right.
opposite of what they push on us,
It's more
on everyone
safer
else.
over there than it is over here.
Through
Yeah.
media,
Yeah.
television, look who's running all these. And you can even go back to a time early in this country when the control of the media really got serious in the early 1900s when they started pushing this
Who
American
owns
dream.
the media? Who owns the media?
Man, we know who owns it, who controls the media.
Okay. All right.
What? Jewish people?
Who owns?
Well,
Who
if
owns?
somebody wants to tell me something who does otherwise, please.
Jewish or your who?
They own. They own.
Mhm.
They own the media. They own the banks, the media.
There's no
I think
such term
Kanye
as
West
black
pointed that
elitist.
out. I think Kanye West pointed that out pretty clearly, and that's been
There's
pointed
no
out.
such term as
But
black elitist.
the reason
It's
Like
why he
just
got so much
that's
flack,
too obvious.
right.
the
Go
reason why
ahead.
he got so much flack is because there's a very specific kind of Zion. Like even Zionists
Right.
aren't all
Well,
built the same. There's some
right.
there's some low information Zionists is like, oh, I just want a place in Israel to go to and hang out sometimes and be free. Like that's some low level stuff. Then you
Yeah, but
got
there's
like,
an
and then
elite
there's
of
different
the
kind of Jewish
elite.
people.
Yeah, there's
Well,
always
I
an
mean, a
elite
lot.
of the elite. Yes,
It's right, but it's a
exactly
lot
what
of
it
it.
is.
Some of that black also because of his status, of his high status. Him and Kyrie. So let's not forget that too. That's why I
Hey,
got
but
some flack.
even then, they don't step on the other elites that don't align with them. though. They don't.
So that's
You know what I
why
mean?
you ain't supposed to
He
be
got too
talking like
close.
that
Here's the
with his
deal.
status.
What's funny is like everybody turned on Kanye, but we've never seen. So in my opinion, celebrities are not the elite. They're not. They're the gestures
They're
for the elite.
puppets.
They're
Yes,
puppets.
yes.
So because of that,
They're
he got too
entertainers.
close. I think he was around the target, but he got way too close to the target of exposing things that could have really had negative
Right.
effects, and that's why.
Yes.
You know what I mean? But it's funny.
And you know,
But
no.
Still
Go
exposed a
ahead.
lot
Go ahead.
though.
Huh?
He did. He
he
exposed.
got
Yes,
close to
yes,
it.
yes. No, that's the thing. That's the thing, and a lot of them can, and that's what I was going to say. Topper, he did expose a lot, and there's other dudes who you can tell are close to these people too, and they're playing the game.
Did y'all see that video Russell Simmons directed to Kanye after he came out with all that wild
Yeah.
stuff? Like
Nah, I
he
heard
gave
that it
him a
was.
speech,
I
and
did.
it was this there was like these weird little gestures he was doing, like these winks and nods, like he was trying to call back. Hey, you remember when we were like so and so? He was basically get back on the program, get
Right,
back on the
right.
plantation, is what he was
Yeah,
trying to tell Kanye.
yeah,
To be honest with
yeah,
you,
yeah.
so
I didn't see it like that, but I seen it though.
No, yeah, that's what a lot of
How
them
did
do.
you
That's
see
what
it?
a lot of
How
that
did you
stuff
see it?
is. Even the
I
ones
seen it,
that,
but I didn't see it. I didn't read it into it like that. But teaches, huh?
and
How
really,
did you
that's what
see
it
it?
is, anyways. Even like when you have your Stephen A. Smiths and these dudes who are just puppets too. Wow,
I agree with that.
that's the same thing. Just what are you doing? You're not in the line with Master. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing. But like you said, Russell was a little more direct in a subtle way. Like he was trying to communicate. And
yeah,
that's the thing.
and
Like that's why I was saying that's exactly what I was saying. I didn't want to mention no names, but like you said, there are people that are close enough to expose it that do, and there's some that you can tell are willing to play along. And that's what that Russell Simmons thing you're talking about is what I'm talking about.
yeah, Simmons been suspect for a long time, but
All the
especially
Well,
rappers,
we
him.
all know why he's out the country, so we don't even got to rehash all that.
Yeah,
all your rappers.
Yeah, but he's in and out the country. They could get him if they want to. So I
He's
mean,
out
it's
the country.
like with this. Yeah, but did they know where he at?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of them do. They in country,
Ain't he in like Burma or some shit?
like
Yeah,
Bali,
but that's
Mali,
the
something
thing
like that.
because but that's another thing they do too. It's kind of just go away for a while, literally. Go away.
He'll be back.
Yeah, go away.
He's in and out. He got businesses here.
Yeah, but I mean, they did the same thing with Tom Hanks recently, man. I don't know if y'all know, Tom Hanks has some major charges on him. He went to some Holland or somewhere, changed his identity, or got citizenship. I mean, in another
yeah. You
country,
know what? Tom Hanks' own son. What
and
I
then
forget his son's name.
resurfaced. No, I'm talking about him though too, but his son is in some what?
And what's his name? Like Chet Hanks or something?
Yeah, but his son, like he kind of sneak disses and kind of like winks and I don't know. He does subtle, goofy, subtle shit about his dad. He's trying to separate himself from his father in this weird way, and it's almost like at one point,
do you know the
if we saw,
allegations his dad has on him?
oh yeah, he's got bad allegations.
Yeah, he's got some bad ones. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's talk about them. What's up? What are they? Man, I love this. Man, I'm having fun today.
Man, there was this whole thing with pictures doing like weird child stuff.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Kevin Spacey type stuff. You know what them dudes is into, man.
Yeah,
that's the
man,
thing. I don't think people understand. That stuff is bad.
Spacey always came off like he always gave me that impression.
That stuff is bad in Hollywood. Telling you. That's like,
so when his allegations came out, I was not surprised.
Is like the breeding grounds for that. Groom
Oh,
these
yeah,
kids. They groom them as kids, man.
That's why you gotta look at super corny with the side eye, because nothing is that organically corny. No one is that organically corny without hiding some wild shit. So that's
I don't know.
You know what the reason is? I'm gonna tell you the reason why. The reason why is because they got that pass because of the level of hatred they have for other niggas.
Yeah, they coolies.
You talking about?
They are coolies.
Oh, Middle Eastern Indian.
Oh, the coolies, Indians, coolies.
Punjabi in them. That's what
they identify as white.
They cannot stand niggas. They are.
Yeah.
That is by far one of the most racist groups.
Yo, let me tell you. I have seen every racial group girl date a black, the least, like, and it's actually happening now more than I've ever seen it. But when I was young, I had a crush on an Indian girl. The girl tried her best to tell me it's never happening. It's never gonna happen. My daddy,
I never found them attractive.
Kill me. It's never happening.
I've never been attracted to them at all.
No, the only place.
They're very elegant, bro.
They got no bodies. Like their bodies are whack.
No, I was like, this one had a body. This one had a body.
Nah, they be whack. They be whack.
No, you're right. You're right. And it kind of fall out of place, like
they be whack.
Here's the reason why.
And then Trigger was gonna violate that woman. So
here's the reason why
you can't let that happen to her.
Here's the reason why Trigger. Look, this is the history. This is the history less talked about. The problem is there are certain groups that are associated with blackness, right? That have been trying their best for a very long time
to get out of that shit,
to breed their blackness out of them.
Yep.
You feel what I'm saying? You see this, it goes on in the Latin community, it goes on in the Middle Eastern community, it goes on and definitely goes on in the Indian community. They will try their best to teach their daughters and their sons to date somebody as light as possible, if not white, in order to breed because they and I ain't mad at them. And I'm gonna tell you why I'm not mad at them. Because the way the world is, they know that child, if it's lighter, it's gonna have an easier fucking life.
Let's talk about it. Come on.
Man, so is he saying that the dude don't want him dating his daughter because he's light, or it's because he wants to keep his bloodline clean?
I think he wanted to keep his bloodline in that instant, but
like he said an Indian or something, didn't he?
Well, he said he was trying to date one, and she was
right. Their daddy's not going for that. She's going to marry one of their own people.
Yeah, East India.
Right. Right.
I don't think there's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with that. Like, what's going on?
Well, what about these other? What do you say? The Dominicans do it. They try to. Because they got darker Dominicans, but a lot of them will try to breed that darkness out. I've seen it a lot.
Hey man, that's their own personal problems that they going on with themselves. Where they just gave in.
Nah, because we do the same thing.
Yeah, I mean we do the same thing too. I swear.
We ain't much different from Dominicans, Jamaicans, and them niggas, man. Come on. You know where Dominican Republic is? It's on the same island as Haiti.
Well, even in
Thailand,
A lot of
we
them
all the
niggas,
same.
you can't
We
even
all
tell
the
a lot of
same.
Dominicans. You see, you know me them. You know me Dominicans in baseball. If you just look at them, they look like brothers, but when they talk,
they are brothers.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So them is that. So we do the
We're
same
all the
thing. Them
same.
Dominicans do the
All the
same thing
same
we do.
people.
They try to,
We just
but
got dropped off in different spots.
but that's crazy that you think about that. We do that. The Dominicans do that, but you don't see the Middle Eastern people do that because they got them dark skinned people too. Them East Indians and stuff. They dark skinned.
Because
they
that's not under.
they associate that light skin with, upper echelon.
Maybe amongst
No, they're not
their
getting the
own.
same.
I don't
They're
know.
not
Maybe
getting the
amongst
same
their own
problem.
communities they do too. I don't know. But
Well,
I'm
look
just
in
saying.
Thailand, they got dark Thailand people, and they look at them as the bottom of the barrel, and the lighter ones are considered better.
What?
In society, how they get looked at, how they get treated, So now I think it goes on all across the globe,
Yeah.
And, it might be a defense mechanism,
No, in every civilization, a lighter is better. Whiter is better.
White is right.
Yeah.
Supposedly, that's what they got everybody.
So that's
thinking.
just what they push because they're in
That's
control.
the agenda. Yeah, that's the agenda.
Well, I mean, you think about it. There's less non-white. I mean, there's less white people than excuse me. There's more non-white people than there are white people.
Not in power.
No,
I'm just talking about in population. So that's
right.
Maybe
There's
that
more
kind
of
of.
us
So
than
why does?
there is. There's more of us than there is of them, but we don't know that. We still think we're 13% of the population.
Well, we are in America.
No, we're not. There's 200 million of us in South America. Like, what are you talking about? There's at least
we're not
there's at
talking
least
about
100.
We're talking about the United States.
We're double the number that they're talking.
We're talking about the United States.
There's they say there's 55 of us, 55 million of us here. Nigga, there's 150 million of us here.
No way.
We just don't control the media. We don't control nothing.
No, I think they got it right. I think they.
No,
I think there's I think there's more of us. I think there's more of us than they think, but than they count. But I don't think it's double. That's
I think
that's a lot. I mean, I think the percentages could be maybe 3% more, but maybe 5%. You know what I'm saying?
I think the Mexican community's grown way faster than ours.
But I don't think it's double. That's a lot. Because you got to think, if it's double, then you got to think about it. Sometimes, man, they can't lie about observable realities.
Think about this real quick.
To that,
they tell us that the white race will die, that they'll be extinct by 2035 or 2050 or something like that. That's what they're thinking.
That's a weirdo interpretation. That's like that fear mongering stuff. That's trying to rally up the insecure potential racist type of white people. They ain't disappearing in 10 years? Come on. It's not happening.
Right. There's enough of them amongst themselves to where they're having right. They're having kids too.
But that talking point does rile up some insecure stuff. I mean, here's the interesting thing: the same tactics that are used to kind of, and this is organic, by the way, to recruit among the younger heads into a gangbanging lifestyle, to get them on set, is the exact same tactics they ever used for neo-Nazis, the Klan. They always attack the same kind of vulnerable, broken home young men, to be exact for you. It's just a switch up but it's the same old thing. It's but here's the deal. Now I will tell you this, now more than ever, you got a way bigger body of frustrated young white dudes yeah, they could easily be recruited, and because they feel like there's a lot more pressure on them than there used to be, and they feel like they can do no right, and that's a bad place for a young man to feel, whether he's right, wrong, or not. Like all the purple hair woke stuff is going to actually make real Nazis. I'm telling you, it's going to happen.
Well, not just that. Not just that. Look at the constitutionalists in these things. A lot of these people, that's what a lot of these people like Donald Trump, make America great again. People thought that was like something against like black folks or something. And I was like, no, I think white folks are even seeing that they're losing their rights, and they're even seeing that things is a problem finally. Like, what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, it's the canary in the coal mine. Here's the deal. My opinion, and this has been 15, 20 years in the making, is that black folks, and especially black men, are a canary in the coal mine to so many horrible social stuff, but it eventually fans out into the greater population and eventually is an international issue. But it's almost like whether it's organic or whether it's this crazy cabal of like Jews or whatever you want to say, there's like black men are the canary in the coal mine, and black folk. I mean, especially when it comes to birth control, abortion, like the single, like the divorces, single marriage, all of that started within the black community, has fanned out, and everywhere it goes, it brings destruction upon the community, like whatever community it's targeting at the time. And like, it's funny because like back in the day when these things first surfaced, none of this is new. Like, you had people, as soon as like abortion started to become universal or like a lot like less socially constrained, you had brothers back then say, yo, we need to slow down on this, but nobody paid attention to them. It's like, and some of them even called their shot up, like, yo, this is being targeted to us specifically. I can see it, right? My family can see it. But if potential decent white people don't pay attention to this, it's going to come to a theater near you. They called their shots out, and they were right almost every single time. So
what are you saying?
Sorry, what?
So what do you sum that up of what you're saying?
Did I think, like, specifically in America, like the black experience is always been the testing ground for some really atrocious stuff for everybody else.
He ain't lying.
For sure.
He ain't lying about that.
Well, I mean, in the black community, our women are aborting 2,000 babies a day. So, and if we're looking at numbers and everything, I mean, we've been sitting at, I mean, we could argue if it's more than 12%, but, we've been sitting around this 12, 13% for a long time.
Right. That's not true. And we have more kids than white men do. Or any other really like that.
Yeah, but we also, like he was saying, we kill a lot of kids too.
2,000 a day, bro.
Yeah.
Killing them.
We abort 2,000 a day. In 10 years, that's the population of the state of Washington. In 10 years.
Listen,
so
women,
in 50 years, that's 5
women
states.
are born at about the same.
But in 50 years, because this is like a 50-year process. So we done murked off 5 states worth of black people in the last 50 years between this gang violence and abortion.
That too. Yep. The gang violence and
and the prisons. Let's just say the prisons, gang violence. Let's say it's just 6 states worth of blacks. Yeah, we're some reproducing motherfuckers. I know guys with 17 kids. I got a brother with 15 kids, right?
What?
So it's not uncommon.
You're serious?
Yeah.
Yes, this nigga's brother
like 1.5.
Well, it ain't even about him. I can name
I know,
20 other people.
Amazing.
I know a guy with 19
that
kids.
anybody has 15 night. Oh my goodness.
Man,
yeah. So they're not gonna stop blacks from reproducing. That's what we do.
It's just not enough of us are reproducing.
It's not enough of us because we're killing us all faster than any other thing. There's even in Ukraine, they're not losing 2,000 people a day.
All right, Hood, look, 54% of black males do not have children.
It don't matter.
Mm.
That don't matter.
Yeah, that does matter. That's half
Not what
of
he's
us
saying, no, but
It
he's
doesn't
saying that
matter.
he's saying that
Okay,
there's a
so the
small
guy,
percentage of us
with
that's
the 15 can make up for
yeah,
all of
that's
that.
what it is. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it
Well,
is.
that'll
It's a
become a
small
problem
percentage of
into
us
an.
making
Well,
up
here's the
for
deal. That's still a problem, though. So, like, if you have any
that is a
given
problem. That's a
population,
huge problem. Yeah.
if men don't have access to fulfill their biological imperative, right? And I'm not saying they're entitled, so don't get me twisted. But if they don't have access to breed, which is their biological imperative, things get wonky. Yeah, the violence is going to start to hit for no other reason that you don't have access to do what you were meant to do on a biological level. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, and the small and there's a smaller population creating all of these children, which means there's not enough fathers to raise them anyways. So these children is going to be out of control.
Yeah,
but they all have a daddy. It's called the state. It's the state.
No, they do. But I'm saying when you have a
kids.
smaller percentage of men producing at the same rate as the entire group, like you said, you're going to have the men that aren't getting access to this frustrated, and then these more delinquent children coming up, adding to the frustration.
Well, there's a small majority of men that just
You know what I'm
don't
saying?
want kids. Period, though.
Right. All of this is a propaganda, and once they get the blacks doing it, then everybody else follows.
Well, the Mexican community, they don't believe in abortion. I'm not saying none of them get it.
Do you
I'm
guys
not saying
that's changing. That's changing. So, like, Mexicans living in America are starting to assimilate and get the same principles that white women and sisters do.
Yeah,
right. And then now it's even bleeding into Latin nations.
No, that's
that's
a
you're
lot
gonna
of these
find
nations
these little
too. You're right. A lot of these nations, Asians too. You know, being here in Seattle, you grow up around a lot of Asian people, and you can see the ones that have been here longer are just more Americanized and accustomed to things that first generation people wouldn't be. That's real.
Yep.
You said the Latin community, especially though, because they're in closer proximity to us, really.
And I'm telling you, everybody's got the okey doke on them. But the funny thing is that a lot of folks will concentrate on just. Here's the deal. You know what modern people's problem is target identification. Like, we have all this information, we don't know how to use discernment, and we think we can spot an enemy, but we don't. And even we do spot the enemy, we don't even know what to do about it. It's like, it's all mixed up in my opinion. So
that's real.
So you don't think the whole Roe versus Wade thing was because the abortions started affecting the white people's numbers? Because they didn't. I don't think
no.
The reason why I said
that was all optical because nothing's changed. Like, people are still having an abortion. You know what I mean? Like, it was all optics to try to get voter base to riled up. It was nothing more than that. So, like, nothing's really changed. Like, I mean, at the very worst, 1 or 2 states, if you want to have an abortion, you got to go to cross state lines now.
Well, why did they push? Why did they push abortions? Why did they push abortions in a lot of our communities? But they're pushing, all that.
That's the blue states.
Fertility in all the other spots.
What are you talking about? Where's fertility pushing? Because I don't see that. I might be missing something.
They're not having black women having 4 or 5 kids at a time, and just pushing that fertility treatments, and all of that. Women trying to have multiple kids, and they don't really push that in our communities. I know that because I live in my community.
Okay, but I don't like. But speaking about the white community in mass, like, the dysfunction in that is astonishing. Here's the interesting thing: what y'all may not know, whether it's left or right parents, the vast majority of their children, especially Generation Z, will not be reproducing because they're LGBT or whatever. Like, they're not dating, they're not fucking, they're not marrying. Right. You know what I mean? Like, so there's some massive problems with that. And I do recognize that we saw this. We saw this in the black community first, but it has spread out, and it's disaster for everyone. You know what I mean? But, like, as far as like fertility, I think what you're seeing is like, oh yeah, you'll see a fertility clinic in very specific neighborhoods of not just middle class, but upper middle class white folks. That's what you're talking about. And is it pushed? No, it's not pushed. That's like an inside club. You got to get a referral,
Right.
a special doctor. You got to be in a social tax bracket to even access that stuff. And guess what? Vast majority of white people are not in that tax bracket.
Yeah, but what he's saying is we got to be real. These Planned Parenthoods and these things are strategically placed in black neighborhoods.
Oh, without a doubt. Like when I lived in Oakland, so I lived in Oakland for a while.
Them without their parents' permission, like
they're pushed in our neighborhoods, not in the
14-year-old can
suburbs.
walk up in a Planned Parenthood and get an abortion without her mom even knowing. Like,
there is a difference. There is a difference. You know what I see? And this is actually something local churches could do more of that I don't know if it's happening. But like in rural communities or like just kind of working class communities, like more on the white side, like if it's more not whatever. But like what you'll see is that, less Planned Parenthoods, but also more clinics that actually not fertility per se, but like they're there to help you through pregnancy. Like that, and they're usually attached to churches, but they're like their own pro child kind of clinics. You do not see any of those in the hood. I've never seen like a pro pregnancy support women during pregnancies kind of a clinic in the hood. It's always the Planned Parenthood, which once you get it,
they can't afford services like that.
But here's the deal. I'm actually talking. Well, no, there's a different level. So the ones I'm talking about, they're still free too. They're free, like because they're attached to
They know
churches.
these services could still be. Yeah, these things. They know these services could still be provided. It's just not. It's not pushed in these neighborhoods, man.
A lot of that Planned Parenthood money was funded by white people.
Well, let me ask you a question. Like, if suddenly
a different kind of wanted it to get rid of the black race.
That's right.
Lots
let me ask you a question,
of donations. They got records and there's receipts on this stuff.
And there's still
there is receipts, and one of them lives in this state. His father has receipts. Receipts
Gates?
on him.
You talking about Gates?
Yes, damn right.
Yeah.
His father was a big funder in this.
Yeah. But let me ask you a question.
Gates,
if
Bill Gates' dad was the man. If you just look up his credentials.
Yeah, and he was married to
the titles of the titles of his credentials. It's like, damn, this dude was the man in Washington State. He was the man.
But it's funny, all like there's a whole phenomenon. Same thing with so you got Musk, Gates, and who's the other one? Amazon guy, Bezos. So they're like when they sell their public background story, it's always the same. Oh, I was just a working class family, and I did something in a garage. That never happened. They all come from big money.
Same with Jobs and all of these dudes. These dudes weren't just sitting up one day, just dropped out of Harvard and like what?
Yeah. And it's funny because like right now, Musk is becoming a hero to like a lot of like conservatives and libertarians on the right. And none of them have checked his receipts on how foul Musk come up was.
Are you saying Bezos comes from money or what? What was you saying?
Yeah, all of them do. Like all of them have the pretty much the same story that like they just did something independently in a ghetto garage and like made something of themselves. But in reality, they all come from old money, not just regular wealth or rich.
Right.
They come from old money. So.
Yep. I didn't know Bezos did though. I ain't really looked into him. I done been on Bill's head.
Hell yeah, man. Somebody got that bong over there, getting it going. Getting it going. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know, this is Dr. Hood, Joe. We talk about everything. See, they didn't know what we should talk about this today. We got I can't even pronounce your name right now. I done smoked too many. But Mythotropical.
MA. MA is fine. Just MA.
MA came to join us today. Yeah. We appreciate you coming through. Hey, like you said, this is tough quarters. Sometimes, you know, you don't really know where you fit in the conversation, but you was very educational. I'm sure everybody learned a little bit.
Now before, like I've come into rooms and sometimes I didn't disclose like my nationality, color, whatever, and it was found out later and people felt some kind of way about it. So I felt like I had to disclose it right away. So
yeah, appreciate that, man. Appreciate you.
What, you a white dude? What's your nationality?
Yeah. Here we go again. I don't even know how to answer that.
You said not because I came in late, so I came in after you. But so you saying you got to go in these black rooms and be like, "Yo, hold on, I'm white, man. Is it cool if I?"
Yeah, because when I failed to mention, well, here's the deal. Like I was in hip hop industry and the culture for so long, some of it rubbed off. So like it's just natural. Like when I start to talk to brothers like that, it's called code shifting. We don't have to get into it anyway. But like when I fail to disclose that, some people are like, "Oh, are you trying to trick us? You trying to mock us?" And I'm not trying to do that. So
yeah, so you know who Vocab Malone is?
Vocab Malone? Who the fuck is that?
Okay, I was just asking. Yeah, that's why.
Is that like Post Malone's cousin?
Nah, he's just this dude. So that's the thing. It's just a dude, but I'm just saying it's these dudes out there that be trying to jump into these rooms, man, and really pull people out and twist them up. So I think that's why people be having that little.
No, I can see it. Yeah,
cool.
Like it's like a different level of trolling, I guess, for him. So.
Yep.
So MA, where you been hanging out at on YouTube? You got a channel?
No, I used to be heavy in the manosphere, and I was on the MGTOW side, but I don't really mess with that no more. I don't consider myself MGTOW or none of that. So,
well, we like that manosphere over here. Okay.
Yeah, like I was around for OG like Black Manosphere, like Black Dawson Speaks, BGS more, all that. So, and then I got out of like the manosphere or whatever. I come back and everything's retarded now. All sides of it, regular manosphere, Black Manosphere, everything in my opinion is retarded. It's gotten so far away from what the original messages were. It's kind of depressing, to be honest with you.
All right, so since you're the new guest, can you see the screen?
Mm-hmm.
Pick one.
What is this? Player 50K, 3-throw. What do you mean pick one? Like pick the money? I'm all, like, why wouldn't I pick $1 million?
What shot? Oh, if you can make the shot. If you can't shoot. If you can't shoot, I don't think you should pick that one, right?
Okay, I couldn't go more than free on my real life skill level. I couldn't do anything more than a free throw. So
you're gonna take the free throw for the 100K?
Yeah, because I ain't skilled on balls at all. So.
Okay. Well, we talking about colorism and everything, and I think this ash chart has a lot to do with colorism, because I'm trying to see how you think as a man versus everybody that I come in contact with. So, check out the rack. Check out the racks. Oh, they all got rack. We got the wide low. We got the hot tamale. We got no ass at all. We got the standard issue. The little tight, athletic buns, right? And then we got
that's not athletic. That's anorexic. What are you talking about?
Oh, standard issue.
No, what is that? No, standard issue. You can work with standard issue, but no ass at all. Like you can't mess with that.
Okay,
that's anorexia.
But you're looking at all the captions and everything, right?
Yeah. That's what he said.
So which one's for you? Which one is for you? Which one is for you?
Man, the two top are default. Like I can work with those. But
work with those.
Yeah,
pick one.
Oh man! See, there's something in between wide load and hot tamale. Like y'all missing one.
Like what? A job and
like
kid, what are we talking about?
What? One kid then work. It's something in between. Is just one kid.
Okay, no, like so I got a girl now, but if I had to go back into the wild, I would not date at all. Like I would not even mess with it. I'm in my 40s. I had one kid. I'm done. Like I'm not even trying to enter. Like so. Yeah, none of that really means anything to me. As far as like just an encounter or whatever, also irrelevant. So I'm gonna go for what I like the most, which is gonna be a certain kind of thickness. So
Oh, so if you this is your
But I
wife,
wouldn't mess with the single mom. Like even as an arrangement, I would never mess with the single mom. I did it in the past.
Then you can't pick them. So you got to pick either one of the other ones, right? If you
Okay.
Yeah,
can't
you
mess
take
with a
the
single
standard. You
mom,
take
they
the
both
standard
got
issue
kids.
that because you can work with the 4 in the kitchen. I can work with the kitchen.
Okay. Yeah, I guess standard issue, I
You know what I'm
suppose.
saying?
But what
Nowadays,
about
you
no
can
acetol? She's a great mother.
No, it
no,
just
no,
you. I mean, you like what you like,
man.
and I don't like anorexia. So
Yeah,
I mean, it
that's
is what it is.
So
no,
this a white guy with the same
and a 4.
ideology as a lot of black guys, huh?
Yeah, he
Because a
said
lot
he
of
said he wants something between that. He said he wants something between that.
in between that, huh? So 220's not too big for you for a woman.
It depends on how she holds
Something
it.
in between that is
Yeah.
something in between that is what 190.
220's kind of
190 is right between there.
I don't know. You could put
190 is
up
exactly in between there.
depending on how she stacks it. You could get away with about what 190, 200, right? Something like that.
But this one says 220 though.
Yeah, that's going into unhealthy realms. You know.
Okay.
6 in the everybody. What was that? 6 in the kitchen, 2 kids, same dad. See, now you got a whole bunch of switch ups here.
See, you gotta check it out to see what's right for you. That's a part of the manosphere that they don't really do the fundamentals. This is where we do the fundamentals of the manosphere. We got Willie B in here, you know what I'm saying? So you know, and guys don't really
But you
look
know it's
at
not
that.
fair. It's like I don't get a hot tamale that doesn't already have kids. That's like unheard of apparently to this chart, right? So she's gonna have 2 baby dads. Can't cook, yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's a thing. How are you gonna be thick and not know how to cook? I've always been tripped out by that.
Some of them are just naturally just built like that, you know.
Yeah.
They
But
didn't do
don't know how to cook.
anything to work on that.
Well, especially you got to think nowadays, man. Women are lazy, man. It's just what it is. They're lazy.
I didn't have any interest in cooking. Then I became a single dad, and then I fell in love, and I don't need. Yeah, I got strong game in the kitchen myself. So
Well,
like
that's
if
what
I
I'm
were
saying.
to
You think about it, most men can cook nowadays better than women.
word
That's
and
real.
got a passion for it. Like it's rare to meet a woman that just even has a simple passion for cooking, much less knows how to cook. Right. So
Yeah, look at the top chefs. I watch a lot of them cooking competitions.
yeah. I always look. I don't watch them much, but when I do see them, I always notice that like the women that are on there, it's about being on TV. It's not about cooking.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So what's up, fellas? May came through, man. He showed what he could do today. I think he did pretty good today.
And someone's still at that bong. I ain't done.
That might be Troy. That might be Troy over there, Curd.
Either he had a bong or
he's snoring. That boy's snoring.
He's in the bong.
Let me mute him up. He curd out, man. Oh man. So Dark Kent. I don't think you was up here when we was talking about this, man.
Oh man, you already know standard issue off top.
Oh, okay, the standard issue.
Right.
Okay.
Off top, standard issue.
Because I gotta see who I'm talking to. You know, sometimes these panels and stuff, we gotta just say, you know what, let's stop the conversation and let's see who we're actually talking to, right? Okay, so we gotta see what's up. And you're gonna take standard issue because she makes 50K less. So that means I'm gonna tell you what 50K.
That's okay, because I'm that 45 guy, and I'm gonna bring that in and match that. I'm gonna add that to that 100K.
Well, that's less steaks. You know, the Outback.
Hey, I don't even eat steak.
You know,
so we
let's
good.
say every Friday. You know, if you guys want to go to the Outback,
I don't eat steak.
You know, you're definitely, when she's making an extra $50K a year, you're definitely going on vacation. Maybe a small vacation and a large
we can still
vacation.
go on a vacation with that 100K and my 45. Yeah, we still.
But I'm saying with that extra 50K a year, I'm just telling you, like with the 100K, yeah, she might or might not. But you throw an extra 50 on top of that, you know, you're going to the San Diego Zoo. You know,
man, listen,
you're doing shit. You're doing shit.
Like I said, I'm bringing my 45. That's gonna add, even though that might be 5K short of what
just for that butt though, just for a fart box, correct?
No, it's not just for the fart box, but she, you know, got shape, 6 in the face, 0 kids. Hey,
but she's not feminine. She's not feminine. She's not feminine. What do you think about that, MA? About a woman that's not feminine?
Oh no, I can't do it.
Oh yeah,
Right?
I missed that part of it.
So she's not feminine, bro. See,
okay, what's your
standard
depth
issue.
of feminine? What do you
Oh man,
what's your criteria for feminine? Because we might got different criteria of what we think feminine is.
A feminine woman is very soft spoken. She's agreeable. You know what I'm saying? A pleasure to be around.
That's your depth. I mean, those are, I agree
with those. She has a soothing personality. Right?
And cooperative too.
Very cooperative, you know.
So you basically want a chick that's submissive.
Sound
like
yeah, to a degree. Yes, you're damn right.
I don't see
you're
nothing
damn
wrong
right
with being submissive. No,
you're damn right. To a degree, yes, yes. That's definitely what it means, and that's exactly what it's supposed to be.
So maybe you should put submissive instead of feminine, because I don't think
that
has to.
That's not necessary.
That don't mean that a woman who's
submissive is feminine. Submissive is a feminine trait.
Well,
it's a feminine trait.
We got to go back to what masculine means.
Right, and not masculine, and that's exactly what we talked about.
Is man or boy
can still have other feminine traits then. Just may not have that one that you pointed out about being submissive.
Well, those would be masculine traits.
Huh?
Those will be. I mean, if you're not cooperative and you're not, you know, like that's, to me, those are masculine traits.
So being submissive or cooperative is doing what I say and what I tell you to do. No pushback, no resistance. Don't talk back to me. That's the type of
no, it's when you start talking back, that's when it starts to become. See, we can't put two in the same basket, right?
I'm trying to get an understanding, brother, because
well, when you start to talk back, that's when you're acting like a boy or a man. You know what I'm saying?
Being sassy and slick,
and that's not
exactly.
Feminine, you know.
Yeah.
It's not feminine. It's just not. See, the one thing we can't do is bend the rules and stuff. We can't just go take words.
But I think that there's a problem when you gotta define feminine. Like, especially as a masculine, as a male, it's the opposite of men. It's an opposite of us. That's what you want.
Why wouldn't you describe what you think your feminine is? I mean, what feminine is?
Because
it's a word and it has a definition to it. So what you think feminine?
Because it's like man and woman. It's like man and woman. They go together. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. We've gotten to a point today where we actually have to like break down what feminine means to us, and it's like,
but that's your
these are pretty general understandings. There's a general understanding of these things, is what
which
I'm
are
saying.
not, but that's your guys' definition, which are some good points, good points that you made.
Okay,
Or
what's your
whatever.
definition? Just out of curiosity, what do you see as feminine?
Me personally, I mean, woman who's soft or whatever. As far as talking back or saying having a response back to me, if we having a disagreement about something, I'm not gonna be like you do. I'm not to do what I say. You better, you know what I'm saying, or don't talk back to me. I pretty much I'm open to listen to what a woman has to say because she may have a
Okay.
better idea than what I'm saying, what I'm maybe coming from, or she may got a better perspective if I'm only seeing things one way, and it may be a better outcome or outlook. So
Do you have
I'm
like
not the
a
type of person. I'm
like
not the type to just shut down her thoughts or whatever ideas she may have. Shit, it may be better, and it may be better for our family if I have one with her. It may be better for our family. Two heads is better than one. I'm not no. Hey, what I say, it goes. Everything that I decide, that's how it's going to be. So I'm open to listen to see, and we can compare each other's ideas to see what would be the best match or the best route to
where do
go
you
for
cross
our
the line?
family.
Is there a certain kind of disrespect that you wouldn't tolerate, but you would
Oh
tolerate like
yeah,
a bunch of teasing and stuff like that? Like where do you find that line between, you know what I mean,
now
just being
disrespect,
outspoken and
right?
being disrespectful?
Yeah, disrespect. You know what I'm saying? Calling me out my name or talking to me like I'm a dude off the street, or talking to me like I'm somebody that who's trying to get your number or something,
Mm.
or who you know what I'm saying. So I do have I have a borderline standard of where okay now I think you're going a little bit too far with the what I'm saying with how you talking to me. We can talk to each other respectfully and get our point across, but as far as the name calling or something like that, I will have to do away with that. Yeah,
Mm.
now we got an issue. Now I got a problem with that. But as far as if we communicating respectfully to each other, I ain't got no problem with that. I'm not no iron fist type of dude. What I say goes. What our decision I make is what we going with. Hey, if I say we gonna ride off this cliff, goddamn it, that's what we gonna do. Nah,
Are you more
you know what I'm
comfortable being
saying?
like would you prefer to have that more assertive like role in most aspects of relationship, or are you okay with kind of splitting that mental responsibility of being assertive and like calling things out? You know what I mean? Where's your comfort zone with that?
I
Yeah,
mean, if you like
give me a
asking like as far
percentage. That's what I want, a percentage. You a 50-50, 60-40, what we
as what like taking lead or something.
Yeah.
I mean, I would always feel like I should, as a man, should take lead and be head of the household. But like when it comes to decision making for our family, if kids involved and things of that nature, I'm okay. Hey, we sit down, put our heads together, see what we're gonna come up with, figure out what's the best solution. You know what I'm saying? Let me hear your ideas because shit, I'm not gonna be this. I'm not the type of guy where I know everything and I got all the answers. And I think that's sometimes a lot of guys get caught. I know I'm the man and I got all the answers. I know everything. This is the way we're gonna go. You know what I'm saying? So hearing other people's perspectives, you know what I'm saying, especially if it's your partner, your woman, wife, you know what I'm saying, whatever. I'm open to hearing what it is because shit, I may not have the answer at that moment in time, and we may need to come up with a solution like right now. Or so I'm cool with I'm just open. I'm open minded to it. You know what I'm saying. But I do have a borderline of disrespect. If it come in the play, if I feel disrespect, I'm going to address it and let her know about it. But also too, I ain't gonna put up with the bullshit. If it's just too toxic for me, hey, I'm deuces. I'm gone. I ain't got to fuck with you like that. If we can't be mature, civilized, or you know what I'm saying, and be reasonable to hear each other out, there's no sense of us being together. Go your way, I go mine. So that's where I'm at with it as far as that go. And I don't feel any less of a man or my masculinity will be in question. I mean, shit. I got a daughter and teach her the same way. We got to, always follow the man. If he coming off as he know everything or he gonna lead you in the right direction every time, he may not. Shit, sometimes women do have to lead the men who don't come from not knowing how to do certain things or go about things a certain way.
Yeah, I won't knock you. I'll look at it a completely different way, but I'm not going to knock you. So, and yeah, and I have a daughter
Yeah,
too.
I don't
So, and
think.
I understand that vibe, like wanting to raise a strong daughter because the world's all this, that, and the third. But like, it is what it is. As far as the context of like in a relationship, I don't know. I just see if I don't know, like even if you want to put it into like a more of a normal, let's go back to oldies. Everybody plays the fool. And like when a man plays the fool, he's left. He's played. So when he's not the fool, and I'm not saying he's bullying, he's doing all this extra stuff. What I'm saying is that like he's always assertive, even under stress. If he doesn't know the answer, he can be relied upon to find it out. Like it's different from being like a bully know-it-all as opposed to like getting things done and handling things, right? And
Resourceful.
I think that's that masculine energy a lot of women are desperately wanting, but like they resist, they mess it up, whatever, in a lot of ways. So,
Well,
But
because they're taught
everybody,
nowadays, especially, they're taught to be men, plain and simple.
with some things that you know what
They're
I'm
taught
saying,
to
when
be
you get in,
independent boss chicks.
when you become get into a relationship with someone, we don't always know every goddamn thing, and it may be something you may come across a woman that has expertise or specializes
yep,
in some type of knowledge of something, and that could
okay,
be to your
But that
benefit.
doesn't mean she's overrunning you just because she's giving
No,
you.
I'm not.
She's
It
a
doesn't
smart
mean that
chick.
she has to. It doesn't mean that she has to run you though, hood. It just means that okay, I may lack some knowledge into something. You know what I'm saying? Or maybe she could. You know what I'm saying?
But that's not a lack
You're
of
both.
masculinity just because
You're
you don't
you're you're
know it
both.
all.
You're both pretty much leveling each other up. You know what I'm saying? It's not about, you know what I'm saying, what I say goes, or I'm the man in this relationship, so I run every goddamn thing, everything I say. Especially if she's paying bills too, I'm gonna be open to it. If I'm paying all the bills, then I may be probably feeling myself about, well, I'm paying all the goddamn bills. You really can't say shit too much to me. But if we both paying bills, you paying half or whatever, I mean, yeah, I gotta be open to hear her say too on some things. It's only fair to me.
Yeah, see, I don't
You know
think
what
I
I'm
don't
saying?
think
So
I don't think we was going there with it though. I mean, of course, a woman should get her input on certain things, but that doesn't mean that she's leading the relationship or she's acting out of her, away from her femininity just because she's got input or just because she disagrees here and there. Now, if she disagrees with you all the time,
Yeah,
that's
well,
that's
disagreeable.
cause
She's
for
known for
concern,
being disagreeable.
right,
right?
And
okay,
another
now that's
thing,
different.
I
That's
don't think
different.
women level up
Yeah, I
men.
get you on that.
Women don't level up men. It's the other way
oh,
around.
Yeah, I disagree with it. Some women who do level up, some
yeah,
men,
get into that
and
because
vice versa.
that's interesting. I want to hear how can a woman potentially level up a man? What does that look like?
Yeah, please. Thank you. Thank you. That's what I was going to say. Show me an
A
example of
financial
one.
side, okay.
No,
Rocky and
period. No,
Rihanna.
yeah, period. Just status wise.
Rocky and
Otherwise,
Rihanna.
who?
Rocky and Rihanna. ASAP Rocky and Rihanna. Who leveling who up?
Okay, what does it look like in an everyday level? Like, celebrities are a weird thing to kind of point to it, like when it comes to stuff like this, because they like money's different, you know.
Because they're already celebrities, exactly.
Yeah.
They're already
So,
right.
but like, so between like just like a you know, a regular dude and a regular woman, how could she potentially level him up?
Well, as we looking at these little diagrams before Hood switched it, you said you had no asset tall making 150K. Now I know it's men who can make that much, but if you're not even making that type of salary and you were making 70 or 80, and she's already at 150, and she willing
That
to give
levels
you
you
some
up.
fuck with,
Her money,
I mean,
her money
yeah,
levels you up.
but it gives you a boost. And I would think, as far as your financial status, as far as you can have more things, you can do more things or whatever. Even though you got
See,
your own money,
listen, man. I
but
gotta listen. Let me listen. And this is no offense to you, seriously, but this is this modern thinking right here, and it's almost feminist talk. Because I thought men have made it clear that her money does not affect, like, that's her money. That's usually how that works in relationships.
okay,
So her money doesn't level you up. Now maybe her looks and her social abilities could level you up if you put her in situations to where she could help your status and business and things like that.
right,
You know, but
exactly.
that's different than her money. You went right to
Okay,
her money.
so if her money or whatever, and like I said, with the no asset tall bringing in 150K, and you're coming to the table with 80 or whatever, and y'all been together for a little bit of time and whatnot, and you got some ventures or something you want to get off the ground, you really couldn't get off the ground with your 80K a year, and she willing to assist you with that. That ain't leveling up, or maybe I got a different definition of what you looking at. Maybe we looking at two different ways of
I
leveling up,
see
because
that could be considered a level up. It could.
Now that's why I'm saying. And when I said ASAP Rocky and Rihanna, you don't think she can't level that man up?
But to bring it back home, like,
Yep,
how
thank
many
you. Go
dudes
ahead.
have you met in your life? How many dudes have you met in your life where you're like, oh, yo, my girl put me through trade school 4 years, and that
Right.
my girl put me through college. Like, it
No,
does
no, no, no.
happen
Hold
from
up,
time
hold
to
up, hold
time,
up,
but how
hold up,
often
hold up,
does it
MA.
happen?
Hold up,
Yeah,
MA. Let's bring it all the way home. You ain't all the way home. You still outside. Let's bring it all the way home. How many women making 150K are really gonna even deal with a dude that's making half of what she does?
true.
That's not realistic, anyways.
It's probably not often, but we can't say it ain't
Let
exist.
alone,
It don't exist.
let
But
alone pay
why does
for
he
your
have to make
business
80,
ventures.
90K? Why can't he make 45K?
Well, that's
Right?
what I'm
Exactly.
saying.
Why does this guy
Half,
like? Yeah, we know she
even
makes
75, even
150.
half though, Hood. Even
But I'm saying,
half,
why
even
does he have to
75.
make 75? That's what I'm saying.
Well,
So
we know
that's
that we
that's a
know he's
well-to-do man. That's a over
Listen,
that's an
listen.
over average earner.
right,
75K is
Exactly.
over average. So is
right.
this woman? What does she look like? Right? Let's go back to this chart, okay? Because she wants an over average guy, right? So is she gonna talk to the guy that making 45,000? I think that's the elephant in the room.
Well, she's not even going to talk to
Right.
the dude that's making 75, and let alone pay for his school. So that dude with 45 don't exist to them. That's the whole deal.
Probably don't. But
Unless
Which is why
there's,
he said it's not likely that they're going to pay for. Like, how many dudes do you know that my wife paid for my trade, my
yeah,
business venture?
I haven't
you
heard
may not
that.
know any, but it's probably guys who have you know what I'm
Oh
saying,
man,
But
business schools
let's
on
assume
the
that I've
dime of
met,
their woman, man. Come on,
but
man.
but
Be
he,
realistic, dude. You guys are
but
very
I am
narrow
being
focused, man.
realistic. Like, I am
Nah, I'm
realistic.
talking
I've met
about what it be.
thousands of dudes in my life.
You being very narrow, one-sided, one-dimensional thinker, dog. You
No,
Okay,
think
we're
it ain't
just
no
saying no, no,
guys
no, no,
out
no, no,
here.
no.
You think it ain't
We're
no
not being
guys
one
out
side.
here
No,
who
hold on.
hasn't. You
No, we're
think
not being
ain't no
one-sided. We're
guys
being
out here
realistic. We're
who
saying that it's more likely. It's
haven't been
much.
taken care of or been helped from a
No, hold
woman
on. No,
who is
we're
making
saying
more money
throughout
than them?
history, it's way more likely that it's the other way around. That's all we're saying. You're talking about a very small percentage. It's way more likely that it's the other way around.
How do we even know the percentage? What small percentage? How do we even know it's a
Oh
small percentage?
man.
Okay, well then let me ask
Come
you
on, bro.
anecdotally, how many of your friends, people that you used to know, you used to rock with, that are men that got directly leveled up by like a woman sending him to college, sending him to trade school, paying for it, and then like
Paying
help
for his
level him up?
business venture that he couldn't afford.
Do you personally know this story in the lives of your friends and family as being a common thing?
No, not in my personal life.
Okay.
No, but I'm not going to say it's just I don't know it in my personal life. It ain't
Fair
happening
enough.
out here in the world. You know what I'm saying? Like I just posed
Yeah, but that's why we were
ASAP
asking for
Rocky and
even
that Rihanna
examples in the
thing.
world.
Even though that's why I just posed the ASAP Rocky thing and Rihanna. Even though this dude was a rapper,
Oh
and
man,
I'm
but
only using
listen,
that
but
as an
we can
example.
even.
Even though dude is a rapper, she is a billionaire.
Yeah,
Okay,
but I
here's
got a
my thing.
The
clown.
rapper
I
a
mean,
goddamn more.
here's the thing about ASAP Rocky. Like, you get a level up if you mess with Rihanna because you used to
Yes.
be hanging out with Tyler the Creator on some sus level stuff. You know what I mean? So,
And plus, she's one of the biggest female entertainers there is. So you'd have to be Jay-Z in order to really trump that, or 50 Cent or someone.
So out of all the people she could have messed with, she messed with this dude. So you don't think he leveled up?
Yeah, she did
oh, he
because
he
he's
definitely
in
did.
her. Yeah, he leveled up as far as getting a girl. Like that, if that's if a dude A$AP Rocky who's a 6 in the industry gets a 9 at Rihanna, yes, that's a come
And I
up
don't
for real.
and I don't even
But that's
think
an
that
entertainment
dude.
though. They're both in entertainment, so that's rare. What we're saying is, let's take these entertainers these entertainer women who are married to these nobody dudes. You don't know their husbands, but you know Jeff Bezos' wife and Melinda Gates and these different rich dudes' wives' names. You know this. There's a term called first lady, not first man. Like there's a reason for this, and that's why I'm just saying I don't understand why we're even arguing something that has throughout history been known. Women do not financially level up men. It's the other way around.
I'm
It's
saying
always
it
been like
can.
that.
I'm not
No,
saying
no
that.
one's saying that it
I'm saying it
can't. No
can.
one's saying that it
Right. Well,
can't. You
that's
can
what.
survive a
Right.
plane crash. But we're
Right.
just
That's where
saying
I'm coming from.
these
That's
are
the standpoint
we're
I'm
not
coming
here to
from.
argue the rare uh anomalies and things. Like we're the exception to the rules. We're just talking about what the rule is.
The rule is the man is supposed to level up the woman.
No, that it generally that's how it works. It's the same thing if we were to say men generally ask women out on dates, not the other way around. We're not going to
But that
argue the
ain't no rule.
exception of women
That
that
ain't
because
no
some
rule,
women
brother.
do
That's
ask
just
men
a
out. Some women
expectation.
do engage, ask men to marry them.
Mm-hmm.
But
But that
we're
ain't
not
a
like those are the
necessary. How
exceptions
you?
to the that's the exception to the rule though.
Who said that this is a rule?
Because it's general. That's why.
Okay, I guess. I
It's
guess we just got
general.
two
It's a
different
general
perspectives,
thing.
bro. We
You don't
got
think
two
it's
different perspectives.
well that's what the argument is. It's more general that men level up women as opposed to the other way around.
Right.
And you
Okay.
even in your
I follow you
personal
on
life,
that. I agree with you on
that's
that.
all we were saying.
Right. Okay. Right. But I mean, but you made it sound bad as if I said like
No,
a
you
guy
brought up
who.
your argument was the opposite, and we started asking for examples, Rihanna and them,
Right.
and your personal life. You said, "Well, no, I don't know anybody." And that's what we were just.
But I know it exists. That's why I said I know it's some guys who got leveled up from women.
We know it exists,
I believe that. I mean, I'm not gonna say I know
but
because
we're
I
just
just said it in
saying
my
it's
personal
not
level. But
It's
common.
not the norm.
That's
I
all.
It's not the
believe
It's
that.
norm.
not the norm. That's all we're saying. That
It's
was
not. I
all
mean,
we
it's
were
not.
saying.
It's not how the women is wired up. Like they're not just
Right.
trying to work and go to school all day and graduate and
And
collect
then
all these
level.
student loans just to level up a guy.
Right.
Okay, well, okay, well, maybe I misunderstood what I know that women are not looking for to do that. You know what I'm saying? To go about it in that way. I'm talking about a woman who's, you know what I'm saying, who's educated, got her shit together, whatever. She's making good money, and you know she's looking for a partner, or she's looking for somebody that's
She's
on
looking
her
for a dude
level, or she's
already
looking for
leveled up. That's what we're saying.
already leveled up, or
He's
already
already leveled up.
and can
Yeah.
already be responsible for his to take
Exactly.
care of himself. Because
And
it's women who can fuck with a guy who makes 35,000. You know, as long as he got his own house, his own car. I mean, he definitely shit. If he ain't got no baby mamas, he ain't got no baby mama drama, and she make twice as more than him, she might still fuck with him. You can't tell me that she still may not fuck with him just because he makes less. You guys got to be crazy, man. Man, come on, man. If he got enough game about himself, I think a guy who makes 35, 45 can still pull a chick who probably make 100,000, make 80,000. It exists. It happens.
Yeah, and people survive
can.
gunshot wounds to the head. It happens.
But I know that a woman who
It
already
happens. It
got her
exists.
status, I know she's not looking for a guy who she's looking to level up. But
It's just not. We're just saying it's not likely. It's not the norm. It's not like that's all we're saying.
if she happens to come across a guy that she really likes, okay, this guy doesn't make a whole lot of money, but he got his own shit. He's
Right, but
already
when you see how you
established.
have to build in all these, you have to build in all these extras to.
So you saying that a woman who
We're just
makes
talking about in
100,000 or
general, bro.
more?
That's all. We're just,
Okay,
you know what I'm saying?
I'm staying in general. So
We're
you
talking
saying a
about this
guy? So you
generally is
saying a
not the
woman who
case.
makes 100K or more? She's
Is
only going to be
general
looking for a guy that's making the same amount or more.
absolutely.
Okay,
And we've
I agree
seen, and
with you
we've
on
hold
that.
on, and
I
we've
agree.
seen
I
yes, and
agree.
we've seen.
Okay, I agree.
That's just
I agree.
how it works. And the thing is, on
Right.
both ends, usually the ones who don't, they came up with their husband and just exceeded him.
Well, I mean, yeah, that go without saying,
It
man. Of
usually
course,
doesn't, you know what I'm saying? That's a different cases, but
but I
no,
mean,
they're not.
that
They're
goes back
generally
to
not. They're usually, and we know that this is what they're looking for. This is why.
that
This is
goes back
why. This
to
is
my
why
A-Rock,
mostly.
my Rocky and Rihanna
This is
comparison.
why these are the most single women out there.
He's not a $1 billion rapper. He's not a $1 billion rapper. So out of all the guys she could have picked, that's like a P Diddy or some
Man,
goddamn
listen,
body
but we're
who's on the
talking about
same level,
entertainers, though, man. These are just.
or a Michael Jordan or somebody who's a billionaire status.
Yeah,
She
but that's a
she
different.
with this guy.
That's a different game, no, bro. That's entertainment, man.
So you saying a billionaire wouldn't fuck with a millionaire?
A billionaire woman fucking with $1 million, probably not.
Yeah, $1 billion month,
Unless
either one.
the
A woman, $1 billion
there's going to be
woman.
some
If she fuck
So
with a
here's the deal.
millionaire,
This is why it's pointless talking about celebrities and like these kind of like tax brackets, because there's probably other things besides the actual income that the woman is choosing or selecting for. For instance, like in Rihanna and Aesop, he has a whole different network she could tap into, right? And I'm talking about business people, hip hop people, like I mean, so and she might not be consciously doing it, but like there's something like there's so many hidden things. This is why it's better to like talk about grounded, normal, everyday people, because it's easier for us to identify with that kind of thing. You know what I mean? So like, there's not that much hidden. Like everyday people, like I mean, you know how everyday people operate. I think what we're trying to point out is like it just doesn't work the way. Like actually, I have a question for you. Like so, or actually not a question. I think what some dudes struggle with is like the elephant in the room is that the law between men and women does not treat men and women equally. Society does not treat women equally. Yet, as a man, we're supposed to welcome in and invite equality inside the relationship when that's not reflected anywhere else. Period.
Right. Sure isn't.
It just doesn't add up for some dudes. You know what I mean? It's like, why do I have to be egalitarian in the context of this relationship when I'm at the mercy of her, society, law, like
right?
I mean, you know what I mean?
I gotta get up in the middle of the night and make sure the door's locked or make sure nobody's in the kitchen. It's just a given. course I'm gonna
So
have
you
a.
guys think
Of course I'm
that
gonna have some authority.
a woman who makes 100K or more, she you don't think that it's possible she's not going to fuck with a guy who makes 50,000?
No, honestly,
Not
they're
saying
more
looking
likely.
for him, but
No,
fuck with
statistically,
him.
they're more likely to be single. That's the truth. Unmarried. That's a fact.
Cool. I agree with you on that.
That's a
But she got
fact.
it. But
So
she
then hold
got
up. So that
needs
right, hold
too.
up. That right there tells you right there against your whole argument. The more money they make, the more likely they are to be single, especially today's age.
And from my
Okay.
So that
vantage
right
So
there
point, when
tells
you
you.
do, here's the deal.
so
Let's go back to the game thing. So from my vantage point, you do see this combination where like she out earns or like just makes all the money and like for all intents and purposes, he's got game. He just freeloads whatever. Like you do see this, but like what she selected for like that thug characteristic, right? So like it's rare to see a woman at that level select for a man who's like way behind her in the hopes that like, oh, he has potential and I'm gonna help him reach that potential.
Right. No.
That's
Right.
that's not when you do see the combination. It's like, yo, after a hard day's work, I want a thug to dick me down. like that's what
Yeah,
it usually is.
but also, it's like they just. Also, it's they know that they can pick someone like that and still be the man of the relationship.
In the thug combo or
well,
in the
from how y'all talking, shit,
Just in the
you said
just
100K woman, 100K or more woman, then ain't gonna be in no relationship. She just gonna stay single, get some D whenever she need it, and
yeah,
keep it moving.
a lot of them are
So
doing
she don't
that,
need to
but
be in no relationship, right? So that's what I'm
yeah.
saying. She probably
well,
gonna
that's the
get some
thing is
D from a
because the
guy
ones
who
that
makes less than 100K.
those ones that will pick someone under them will pick simps that they can run all over and blah blah blah. They're definitely not going to level them up. That's all.
Okay,
That's
hey,
what I'm
you ain't
saying.
got to level me up. Hey, if you just want some D,
They're
then
going to
that's
pick a
all it
simp
is
that they
to
can
it.
run through
Cool.
and that they can use, and then
What you
be
need to use them
perpetually
for if you
single
making more money than me? You don't need to
for
use them.
dick and attention,
Okay, hey,
DNA,
the dig, and that's all you want. Hey, that's
DNA. That's
cool.
what.
For a baby.
No, dick and attention, nigga.
Oh, digging. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Hey, well, attention for what? Attention for what? You may not even want to
Because
be
that's what
seen with this
women
dude.
like, man.
You may not want to be seen with this dude if
You
you
don't
make
have to
more
be
money
seen
with
with him
him.
to get his attention. You don't have to be seen out in public with him to get his attention. This is why
Oh,
women
to get
friend
his
zone
attention. I
dudes.
thought you
They
meant to
friend
get
zone dudes. They
attention
don't have
from.
just
Okay.
attention. That's what they want from men.
Hey man,
It's a natural
I
desire of
smash
women, just
100K.
like
A
men
woman making
desire the
100,
company of a woman.
making more
It's
money than
natural
me. If that's
desire.
all she want, hey, that's cool. Hey, we ain't got to be in each other's spaces like that. Shit.
Yeah, but okay, and you can be the simp that I was talking about. Then that's all. That's
Well, I
all I'm
guess I'll
saying.
be a simp. Hey, if I'm
Okay,
smashing
good.
a woman who making more money than me, but how am I a simp? It ain't like she controlling me.
Well, you
Bitch,
already
you
said you're
can't
gonna
dress
be
for
one,
me,
man.
or you
Don't try
can't
to
tell
walk
me
it
what I
back
want to
now.
do. Or no,
Don't try to
I'm
walk it
saying
back.
what I'm saying. I said it earlier. I said that doesn't mean that you're gonna control. We don't even have to be in a relationship. The relationship is just me giving you D. That's it. Other than that, outside
And
that,
that's
bitch, you
you
go home
leveling
and
up
I'm going
though.
home.
Is that you leveling up?
That ain't about leveling or not.
If
I'm
you
just
get to
That's
drop,
saying
about that's
yo,
about being a yeah, exactly.
I mean,
that's just
the
about
other
simps
case,
now. You ain't
like,
helping me and I'm not helping. We just helping each other for our pleasure. That's the only thing we helping each other out for
yeah,
pleasure. But I mean, that's it. But as far as in a relationship, no, I'm not going to be in no relationship with a woman who thinks she can control me and she make more money than me. Hell no. See, I think you misunderstanding me, and you don't know.
No, I'm
I'm not
not
going to be in no
misunderstanding you
relationship
because
with no
that's what we're
woman who
saying
going
is that is exactly what is more likely to happen. That's why these
to.
situations don't work
Well,
like that. That's why
if a cat,
these level of
yeah, if a
women are usually single because they're looking for someone on their level or higher, and they'll play around with someone younger, but it'll be a simp or
now when you saying a
perpetual.
simp as far as someone they can control and
That
they
exactly.
okay, so
yeah.
but that's what I'm saying.
Someone that they can
So if
hold that
a
money and
motherfucker
that
who comes
degree
from
and that
nothing,
status over their head.
But I guess it depends on that man. It depends on the individual. If he don't mind being a simp and being controlled, if he coming from nothing, well, shit, I just got out the motherfucking clink. Shit, I ain't got shit. This bitch she wanna dress me and do everything, and you know what I'm saying. I guess it just depends on the individual, that guy. But I mean, I'm not gonna belittle a motherfucker because he fucking with a bitch that make more money than him, but she controlling all his, his moves.
But when you
whatever,
multiply, hold up. When you multiply that mentality 1,000,000 times, 2,000,000 times, 3,000,000 times, you get crazy problems. So, like, I mean, if it's just a couple simps that just got out of the clink and they just,
Yeah.
kind of like it's all right.
Yeah, they just
But
needed
like,
the place to live, and so yeah, they let her
like if
dress
that,
him. They let her set your clothes out for. So she's dressing him up in matching outfits and
yeah,
shit,
this
and
bitch paying for everything on her dime. So okay, yeah, that I guess that make him a simp.
her
I guess.
son's
yeah, and it
husband,
feeds
bro.
into other problems. It definitely
Yeah,
feeds into a whole bunch of other problems, right? So, like,
yeah.
I mean, we can pretend that the actions of two grown adults have no like ripple effects on everybody around them, but it does, and like so
Especially when
that's
kids get
why,
involved in these relationships. Kids see that type
yeah.
of stuff. That's one
Yeah,
of the biggest problems.
to each his own, But yeah, man, that type of shit don't bother me, man. But I'm not gonna let no woman. I would never let no woman control me if she make more money than me.
Well,
If
are you
you
sure?
so
Like,
that's
how
my
much money though?
prerogative.
Like, do you have a price?
Nah, I don't got me. I ain't putting. It don't matter how much motherfucking money you make. You ain't finna control
Hey,
me.
that's a
Yo,
good
like,
question,
what if
huh?
it was something simple,
Yeah,
like it
what
was
is your
just an
price of
unspoken
submission?
agreement. Like,
Huh?
she's like, hey, if I bring you around to my girls or my family, and I just need, just calm down with your energy, and if you do that, I'll let you drive a Beamer on the weekends, or you know what, I'll invest in you. I'll give you 100K to start your own
I'll buy
business.
you a Beamer. How about, you know what I'm saying?
There you
Yep.
go. Like, I mean, is there a price where you are willing to like kind of,
To be
sacrifice a
that
little bit of dignity for the come up?
for some DNA.
And this isn't
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah,
Man,
because this
Yeah,
this
come
would
on.
fall that would fall
Hey,
in
cause
line with hustling.
I
if I'm
think we are
already
on to something.
established myself, if I'm already established myself, and I don't need your money. I don't need you to house me and all take care of me and shit like that. Now, if you want to gift me those things, cool. I'll be more than happy to accept. But if it's to fucking control me and you know what I'm saying, tell me who I can be around, dictate who my friends can be and shit like that. Bitch, get the fuck on.
But what
I'll
I'm
take your
saying
money,
is
take
where
your
does the
car.
line get drawn, man? Where does the line get drawn? Because I want to go back
I
to
don't
that
know.
the example you
It depends
used.
on
I
that
just
guy.
got out the clink, and I need somebody to put me up
Hey,
and
for a
dress.
brother who getting
I'm
out the
just saying,
clink or
where does the
whatever,
line get
man, just
drawn? No, as far is what I'm saying.
you said where does the line get drawn for a person who got out of prison or something, or just anybody?
Yeah. Period.
I don't know. It depends. I guess it's a case by case situation, man. To each his own. It's an individual thing. Some brothers are willing to do that, willing to be pets, and willing to fuck it. I'll let you take care of me if you're gonna take care of me and give me all these things. Yeah, you can control me, tell me what to do. You know what I'm saying? And then you got some guys that be like, nah. I mean, I guess it just depends on that person, man. It depends on what type of person you are. Are you gonna stand for that or are you not? So it ain't no amount of money in the world that make me that a woman could, you know what I'm saying, control me with. I don't give a fuck if she had Oprah's money.
You sure?
Let me ask. Well, not to you specifically, but is it possible for like this is not for you specifically, but like, what if it's a cat got out of the clink, right? And it's like he knows he knows it's gonna be rough. This, that, and the third. Maybe he got out of the clink and stayed away from family, so family's not an option to try to get reestablished. This, that, and the third. But he knows homegirl around the way, right? So he crashes in with her, and is a manifestation of not putting up with her shit, which like where you still get to use her car and get money and all that, is like, oh, I'll just cheat on her. Is that a variation of like, oh, she ain't telling me what to do? because I am pretending to be a good boy, but really I'm fucking her best friend. Like, is that a manifestation of not like? Because I think it's different from what we might be suggesting. Like, there's a you know, this actually kind of highlights that I think there's a fundamental lack of value. A lot of modern men. I'm not saying you, by the way. You just happen to point to something that I've seen in other people. It's like dignity is not even on the table. Like a lot of cats don't value dignity. It's not a thing to them. It's all about the come up all the time.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So
that's the difference with me and some other cats. It ain't always about to come up for me. I cherish my dignity. That shit that Hood got up there. Now, if that chick got on that picture, if that chick was a billionaire or something, I would not be that nigga right there with all the cream on his face. I still wouldn't. Nah, hell no.
No, I feel no, right, and that was I think that was kind of a something that a side thought, but I just think what he's saying though is because that is kind of what it usually goes to, is to come up though, because if you think about it, the first thing we asked is about leveling up and how does she level up a man, and it went right to the money.
Mm-hmm.
And that is kind of the same, you know what I mean? It was just straight to the money. It wasn't about that, like, because I was just thinking status, period.
Well, status, I mean, that would include money. Your financial status,
It does to a degree, but
well, you know what never comes up in this because it does happen, but it's exceptionally rare, even more rare than the other stuff we were talking about. Nobody offers the example of like ride or die spiritual support. Nobody ever like, yo, she's got my back in all circumstances. That never pops up. Like I don't even think I met a dude in the last 20 years that's ever met like really referred to his lady in that way. So
that's real.
this might, this may have been more frequent in the past, but I wasn't in the past, so I can't speak on it. So
nah, because they're argumentative, man. Nowadays, they're not cooperative, and that's why I'm saying they're not even taught to be feminine. This is why we were saying, more dudes that can cook than you do women nowadays, our age.
mm-hmm.
Like that was just normal that women knew how to cook because they took care of their older brothers and shit like that. That was just the way things went down.
Well, parse this out. Here's the deal: like because of the modern mentality, to even bring this up, right? So, like, here's the deal: across the board, it's a universal great skill to have to cook, right? But when this is applied, like when a man voices like I would, even if the man is a good cook himself, and he says, "Yo, it would be nice," like he could even be on some goofy shit, like I love cooking with my lady. It's like a way we bond. Like,
yeah, that's real.
but he's still calling on her to be able to cook, but the reason why there's such opposition to that is because cooking is a form of nurturing, and the modern mentality is violently opposing that women should be nurturers in any context. It's like because it's weakness. It's like a nurturing woman is somehow weak. It's crazy. So
yeah,
I think if
that's
you can
crazy.
really prove that if you got all the capabilities of doing yourself as an independent man, I mean, if you are making less than that woman and you can show like, look, bitch, I don't need you, so I could, take care of myself or whatever, cook for myself, this, that, and the third. So if we gonna fuck with each other, we gonna fuck with each other. But if it's about my financial status because you make twice as more than me and you don't want to fuck with me because of that, okay. It's cool. It's too many motherfucking women out
And
here,
she
man, to
definitely ain't
be.
gonna be cooking for you. She gonna be expecting you to have dinner when she gets home.
Hey,
You better have dinner on the
anyway,
table.
hey, bitch, you
Yeah,
better bring
kid,
some takeout home or something.
you better be on the internet learning how to cook.
But I mean, I guess it just depends on, man. If you can show a woman you really like, look, I don't need you. If you're gonna add to me, you're gonna add to my life. Just like if you could feel like I'm gonna add to your life, or we just not gonna fuck with each other, or we just want to fuck with each other on a okay, hey, you come through, I smash. You go home. You know what I'm saying? And that's the nature of our relationship. You know.
But they're actually more. They're actually. That's the thing is they're biologically hardwired this way to be attracted to a man who does not need them.
What you mean?
Because they look
I'm
at a man
misunderstanding.
that needs them, depends on them as a weak man.
Mm.
They just don't, they won't respect you. See, they live to need you. They depend.
Yeah, that's why I said a guy who making 45K and he meet a chick making
She feels like she
100K or
doesn't need
more.
him. She doesn't need him. He needs her.
You just feel like that all day, but bitch, at the end of the day, you need some dick. You gonna get it
Yeah,
from
she'll get
somewhere.
that. She'll get that.
Yeah, you
But
gonna
that's
right. That's why I'm saying whether you get it from the guy who make 45K or a guy who's on the
nope. She'll
same
get it from
financial
the
status as
dude.
you.
She'll get it from the dude that she wants, but doesn't want her.
Yeah, that too. That too. And then that be the ones that kind of really get attached to those guys and probably be dogging her ass out. But hey, I mean, it is what it is. But I mean, I wouldn't sweat it. Shit. I'll move on to the next. Shit, I look at that as shit. That's her motherfucking loss. The guy that you really wanted it from, or the guy that you know what I'm saying. He probably don't even fuck you right. He probably wouldn't even be all that, but you could have got the D from guy who gonna break you off real good from that guy who was making 45K or less. You missing out, bitch. You better be. That's what I'm saying. Some women, man, you better, they be too don't be too picky. You may be making, missing out. You end up getting knocked up by a dude who run the streets all the time with no job. You making 100K. The hood left. What hood at? You still on? Stepped away.
Yeah, I think he did. I don't know. I'm about to get out of here, man. I gotta make some moves.
Yeah, I'm about to say too. I'll holler at y'all.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. Peace.
I've been going through some things and I ain't thinking clearly. Praying every day, but I don't think he hear me. In my own world, but this shit getting leery. Taking all these drugs, knowing well they ain't heal me. I've been going through some things and I ain't thinking clearly. Praying every day, but I don't think he hear me. In my own world, but this shit getting leery. Taking all these drugs, knowing well they ain't heal me. Popping all these pills, I wanna do with my emotions. Smoking and drinking. Now a nigga floating, going fast when I'm driving, going through the motions. Feel like I'm alone. How this shit go unnoticed? How you about to hand that feed you? Ungrateful motherfucker, I should leave. Why you stealing from me, nigga, and you ain't need to? My mama said to be the niggas right beneath you, or right beside you, they'll stab you in your back. Get caught up in the jam and no rat. That's a fact, niggas switch cheaper than that. They envy you cause they wanna be where you at. I've been going through some things and I ain't thinking clearly. Praying every day, but I don't think he hear me. In my own world, but this shit getting leery. Taking all these drugs, knowing well they ain't heal me. I've been going through some things and I ain't thinking clearly. Praying every day, but I don't think he hear me. In my own world, but this shit getting leery. Taking all these drugs, knowing well they ain't heal me. I done OD, detox off liquor for a whole week. Cold sweat 3 days, I didn't get no sleep. All I drunk was fluids, I couldn't even eat. Feel like I was gonna die. Looking in the mirror, about to cry. Like, how did I get like this? I'm asking God why. I got kids that love life, so I gotta cherish mine. I was out for 30 hours, man, I'm glad that I survived. And even after that, I kept popping pills. Smoking and drinking, cause I love how it feels. I could die by a bullet or a pill. I've been going through some things, I don't know how to feel. I've been going through some things and I ain't thinking clearly. Praying every day, but I don't think he hear me. In my own world, but this shit getting leery. Taking all these drugs, knowing well they ain't heal me. I've been going through some things and I ain't thinking clearly. Praying every day, but I don't think he hear me. In my own world, but this shit getting leery. Taking all these drugs, knowing well they ain't heal me. It can't be bad forever. Just keep going.